swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Rachel, Rachel, Smith, Smith.
All right, good morning, Detective. Where we had left off yesterday, we were wrapping up with the video from 3166 South 39th Street. You had watched clips overnight from when they arrive at the house through the next morning, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And that was through what time did you watch through? The very end, the last clip.
The very end, it ends at approximately 10:55 a.m.
And then when we were watching the clips from the nighttime, there was this white car that was in front of the house. Do you recall seeing that car?
I do, yes.
Were you able to discern from the video what, whether that car was affiliated with Maxwell Anderson's house or some other house?
We were able to watch the video from Channel 4, and we were able to observe that people come from a residence, I believe it's one residence north of Mr. Anderson's residence, and enter that vehicle.
Do they ever go to Mr. Anderson's residence?
They do not.
All right, I'm going to play a clip from Channel 4. It picks up at what time, Detective? And let's go real time.
Sure, it's 12:10 a.m.
And as a refresher, how much is this clock off on the video screen?
The clock is off about an hour.
Okay. What'd you see?
You see the headlights blink as if somebody is using a key fob to unlock the doors.
And now what are we seeing?
You're seeing movement coming from that residence that I believe is one north. And you're seeing people coming out of that residence and approaching that vehicle. Excuse me.
What do they all do?
I believe they all enter that vehicle.
All right. Does that vehicle remain there or does it leave?
It leaves.
Without ever interacting with Mr. Anderson's house?
That is correct.
Pausing it at 12:12 a.m. We had also discussed the movement you were seeing in the upper front window. Do you recall that conversation?
Yes.
When you were going through those video clips throughout the entire night, starting around the 9:20 p.m. hour when that light first goes on, were you distinguishing between what you could discern as human movement versus some other movement?
Yes, I attempted to do my best to distinguish any sort of human silhouettes or movement that was a little bit higher that would not be consistent with, let's say, a dog or any sort of movement from that you're capturing from maybe blinds moving, curtains moving, plants in that area.
And there was a tree in front of the house, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you aware of whether Mr. Anderson had dogs?
Yes.
So the last human movement that you observed on the video from either the upper window or the side yard was at what time?
I was at 12:45 a.m.
I want to focus on about the 5:30 a.m. hour. Do you remember when we watched that clip of the person smoking a cigarette?
Yes.
And I'll bring it up here. This clip starts at what time, Detective?
It starts at 5:41 and 53 seconds.
Around that time and up into the 6 a.m. hour, 6:15, 6:30, do you ever see any movement in the side yard near Mr. Anderson's residence consistent with someone coming out of that door?
I do not.
Got this clip up now at what time here?
That's going to be 8:42 and 57 seconds a.m.
And which clip is this again?
This is going to be the clip where the person that was on the bus that we believe to be Maxwell Anderson arrived home.
You can see the tan backpack there?
That is correct.
All right. So prior to this, that last clip where there's movement in the side at 12:45 a.m., When we watch those clips and you see human movement in that back area by that back gate, what about that motion light that we were seeing in the tree earlier on in the night?
Yes, in that last, I believe it's the last two clips actually, you do not observe that motion light come on during that time. So as I indicated, that it appeared as if that motion light was being tampered with, because it did illuminate any other time that there was human movement in that side yard or towards the gate. Then in the last clip where we do observe human movement, we do not observe that light being illuminated. That's why we believed it was being tampered with.
I have it queued up to what time?
That's 12, 42, and 48 seconds.
Okay. And as I fast forward through this clip, where do you see movement here?
Right now, you're seeing movement up in the upper window.
And then the very next clip, what time is this?
This is going to be 12:43 and 55 seconds.
I'm going to speed that up. And do you see the gate moving?
Yes.
All right. Let me back it up and play.
And that's the gate moving, and you do observe that human movement, and there is no motion light illuminated in this video clip.
Does that motion light ever come back on throughout the night?
Not that I observed.
And then I'm going to go to that last clip. What time is this?
This is going to be 10:54 and 46 seconds a.m.
On what date?
On April 2nd.
What are we seeing here? Hold on, let me zoom in.
Yep. I'm just going to stand up if that's okay.
Sure, let me get you a mic.
I've got it.
What's the status of that back gate?
The back gate is open at this time. And then right now you're observing that side door opening and somebody exiting that side door.
Does it appear that person manually closes the door?
Yes.
Okay, and where's that person going?
And that person is going through the back gate and they appear to be wearing a green hooded sweatshirt.
Not what the other person was wearing who came in the back gate, who you've said is Maxwell Anderson, right?
That is correct.
What do you mean by manually closing the door? I'll play it again here. If you can just describe what you're talking about.
Sure.
And point it out as you're seeing it, if you could.
So you're seeing the door swing open there, and then it appears as if they push the door to close it.
Rather than just letting it slam?
Correct.
Are you aware of whether Maxwell Anderson, what he did on the date of April 2nd?
Yes.
What do you do?
He went to work
Where?
at dugout 54.
And did you attempt at some point to go to dugout 54 to see if they had video from the date of April 2nd?
I did, yes.
Did you speak to the manager?
I did.
Was his name David Grycan?
It was.
And do you recall the date in which you went there?
I believe it was April 8th, but I don't know for sure.
It was several days after this, correct?
That is correct.
And were you able to obtain video from dugout 54?
No, there was no longer video.
What happened to it?
It had gone beyond the retention period.
Okay. Now, we had discussed the video from the alley. That was the first video you and I went through yesterday. It shows Sade's Honda Civic leaving the alley onto Euclid at what time?
At 12:47.
How long
AM.
after, how long after the last movement we see on the 3166 video would that have been?
About 2 minutes.
Okay. When we see those two blinking lights,
That is correct, yes.
and then 2 minutes later, the car is going out of the alley.
That is correct.
Did you attempt to get video from anywhere after that period to discern where that car traveled to?
Yes,
Did you find video that depicted her vehicle after it departed that alley?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you did and what you found?
Sure. So the city has a program that's called Operation Impact, and there are cameras that business owners share with the Milwaukee Police Department that we are able to access via an app called High Connect. And because of the district that I formerly worked in, I was familiar with a camera that was on the intersection of 35th and Greenfield. And it was believed that Mr. Anderson traveled in that direction in.
I'm going to object to Mr. Anderson. He just asked about a Civic.
I'll sustain that objection, and Detective, I'd ask you to just rephrase.
Sure. It was believed that the Honda Civic traveled in that direction. So I was able to go onto that app and access those cameras that are there. They're located at 3429 West Greenfield Avenue. And there are several different cameras on that business that I was able to view. And I was able to observe that Honda Civic traveling north on South 35th Street.
I'm going to pull up the map so you can describe what it is that why you were looking in a certain area. Zooming in here, why don't you orient us if you could? Stand up with the microphone, please.
So again, this is the area where Mr. Anderson's residence is on South 39th Street. And this is the alley that we last observed the vehicle traveling. It was going south in the alley and then west on Euclid. The most natural, I guess, way or the most thoroughfare is going to be South 43rd Street here. And then I believe based on phone records, we believe that the vehicle actually traveled down Forest Home here. And then it went north on South 35th Street. And that is why we looked in those areas.
So you had shared with you certain location information about Sade's phone, right?
That is correct.
And that led you to believe that her phone was traveling on 35th Street?
That is correct.
So your specific focus on 35th Street wasn't just a random guess. It was based on information developed in the investigation?
Objection
Correct.
leading.
Sustained.
Okay. Well, I'll move on. And then why don't you tell us where this camera is located in relation to Mr. Anderson's home?
So the home is, sorry, I lost track of where we were here.
I zoomed out on you, I'm
Yep.
sorry.
So the home is going to be in this area right here. And then the location of that camera is, you're gonna have to come down a little bit. Right here on 35th and Greenfield.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I have on a disc marked as Exhibit 207. And as that's loading, what time period did you capture this video from?
I started watching at 12:45 a.m. because we knew that the last movement of the Honda Civic from the area of Mr. Anderson's home was at 12:47 a.m. So I watched from 12:45 and I was able to find the vehicle on these cameras at approximately 12:53 a.m. on the 2nd.
All right, I'm going to bring up the video file. It's a long title. The first one is identified as camera 3. Let me get off the zoom here. All right, Is this the the footage that you captured?
It is, yes.
What intersection is this?
So this is going to be 35th and Greenfield. This is South 35th Street. And the camera, you can see that the camera is pointing in a southwest direction. This is going to be West Greenfield Avenue.
Can I get an exhibit number on this, please? I'm sorry.
207. I'm going to move 207 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Going to play this clip, however, I'm going to advance it to 44 seconds. And as I play, before I play, what real time are we looking at here?
We're looking at 12:53 and 39 seconds.
Are you familiar with whether or not this would cover the approximate time it would take for the vehicle to drive from the alley onto Euclid to this intersection?
I am, yes. Again, we did a Google Maps, simulation of how far it would be. It's approximately 2.6 miles from the residence to this intersection, and it estimated approximately 7 minutes.
Playing at 12:53 and 39 seconds a.m. And that's not the vehicle there?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, I need to go back. I'm playing it from the beginning. So this is 12:52:58.
Correct.
What do you see?
This is the Honda Civic that we believe to be Miss Robinson's vehicle.
And what do you notice about the windows, if anything?
So they appear to be fogged up or a heavy condensation on the windows.
And what direction does the vehicle travel after going through that intersection?
The vehicle continues north on South 35th Street.
Okay. I want to back it up and ask you which windows are you noticing this condensation on?
The windows that are visible in this clip or this view, I see that the windshield and both passenger windows, as well as you can kind of observe it on the back window.
The front passenger mirror, does that look normal?
It does, yes.
Okay, not broken.
Correct.
And then I'm going to play camera 1. Advance it to 20 seconds. Before I play it, we're just looking where now?
So this angle, this camera is actually going to be on the north side of the building. This camera is facing in a west direction. So this is going to be West Greenfield here, and this is South 35th Street here.
Playing from 20 seconds to 12:53:20 a.m. What do you see?
You're observing that Honda Civic approaching the intersection and stopping.
As we zoom in, are you able to observe the windows in this clip as well?
Yes, they are. They also appear to be condensation or a fogging on the windows.
What's happening now?
In this view, the vehicle is continuing north on South 35th Street, and that's where you're able to observe those distinct taillights, that reverse C distinct taillight that the vehicle had.
Paused it at 53 seconds. All right, okay, thank you, Detective. You can have a seat. I have no further questions.
Cross?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So can I start by asking you on the videos that you got from across the street, the 3166, that's across the street from Max's house, right?
That is correct.
And the way you got those videos was to literally go knock on the door and speak to the homeowner,
Correct.
Lydia Flores.
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And Ms. Flores, you would agree with me, was not particularly familiar with the intricacies of her camera system.
That is correct, yes.
Because I think what I heard you say before was she wasn't sure how it was set up or anything of that nature.
Correct.
And what day did you go to her house?
And that was Sunday, April 7th.
Now, you know Max was arrested on April 4th, right?
That is correct.
So it was 3 days after he was arrested, you went to Ms. Flores' house.
Correct.
So at least as of April 7th, she still had video going all the way back to April 1st.
Correct.
How much further back than that did the video go?
I don't recall.
But it was for sure at least April 1st, and you sort of zeroed in on that because you had a timeline already in your knowledge at that point, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you didn't know what you were going to find when you went to this house and asked about the system, obviously, right?
We did not.
And obviously, you also looked at video from the alley, whether there was video in the alley as well?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So you go to the house, she gives you access to the system, and you download what you choose to download,
That is correct.
which was what set of data? In other words, the dates that you chose to download.
Sure, we chose to download at that time, based on the knowledge that we had, we downloaded from 9 p.m. on April 1st, 2024 to 11 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And so then anything after 11 a.m. on April 2nd is gone.
That is correct.
You've never gone back to ask her for additional footage after 11 a.m. on April 2nd, have you?
We did not.
How long have you been a detective for?
I've been a detective approximately 4 years.
Going on 4 years?
That is correct.
So 3 years and some number of months.
I was promoted in October of 2020. So actually, I'm over 4 years, going
Okay.
into my fifth.
And then before you were a detective, what type of officer were you?
I was a patrol officer in District 2.
How did it come to be that you were assigned this particular task?
At our daily briefing, tasks just get assigned, and I was familiar with the South Side area, so I chose to go look for the video over there.
Okay, because you knew the neighborhood, for example.
That is correct.
All right. And I think you talked about Max getting off a bus and going home. The route that he walked was the normal route to walk home, right?
We believe it was, yes.
You don't know the exact streets necessarily because there may not be video of every street, but he went west to his house, right?
The most logical route, yes.
Okay, and it sort of matches up with the times of when you can see the video of him coming home, right?
That is correct.
Because have you yourself actually walked that route to roughly check it?
I have, yes.
Okay, and you can see when he comes home, he obviously has his backpack on, right?
Correct.
So the backpack hasn't been disposed of.
That is correct.
What's in the backpack?
I don't know.
He has his jacket on, you saw that, right?
Correct.
And the jacket has not been disposed of either,
I'm not aware.
okay? You can see the video that he has it on, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yes, when he is in the video, yes, the jacket is still on his person.
Right, gets off the bus, backpack and jacket on, comes home. When he gets off the bus and comes home, it's the same clothes on, right?
That is correct.
And nothing's been tossed in the garbage can, right?
Correct.
And you don't see any video of anything like that happening.
That is correct.
Now, the videos, the camera system actually, as we were watching a bunch of clips yesterday, we're not going to do that today. Let's go straight down sort of the walkway down the side of Max's house, right?
That is correct.
And you said that you got this assignment because you're familiar with the area, so either it was told to you or you decided you'll go knock on doors and see what videos you can collect.
Correct.
It wasn't given to you because you are the department's video expert, for example, right?
That is correct.
Not that you have any specialized training in how to interpret videos, right?
Correct.
You have no such training.
That is correct.
Your training is no different than any member of the juror or any other person of the public in terms of interpreting videos.
Correct.
And you would agree that the system Ms. Flores provided to you, I thought what I heard you say yesterday was that it was a continuous system. That's what she had thought.
Correct.
But it turns out it wasn't set up as a continuous system,
Correct.
meaning that there are significant gaps
Yes,
between clips, right?
that is correct.
We could see on the screen hundreds, I believe, probably hundreds of clips, right?
Correct.
There's no rhyme or reason why it picks up one portion of a day or not a portion of a day, right?
Correct.
And that's different than some camera systems where you can make sense of why it picks up at a certain time, right?
That is correct.
So what you're left with is footage as it exists with significant gaps throughout the footage, right?
Correct.
And we don't know whatsoever, obviously, during those gaps, what happens.
That is correct.
Now, where's the microphone, Jay? You still using the mic?
I think the one right next to you.
Testing 1, 2. I'm going to show you exhibits 316 and 317, okay?
Okay.
And Ian, could you take down the video?
Do you want it on the Elmo?
Yeah, please. Do you see those exhibits?
I do, yes.
And those have been previously admitted into evidence. Do you recognize these?
This is the first time I'm viewing them.
Okay.
Well, I viewed one yesterday, I apologize, but yes.
You recognize that as what?
This is the inside of Mr. Anderson's residence.
Okay. Meaning, and Judge, okay if I publish exhibits that have been admitted, right?
What numbers are they again?
316, 317.
Yes, go ahead.
And so,
And they have been already admitted.
okay, so again, exhibit 316, before I ask you about this exhibit, you would agree that yesterday you were looking at what you believe to be silhouettes and drawing some conclusions based on that, right?
Correct.
And you are, as you've said, have no expert training in such a field, right?
That is correct.
You're not offering that as a scientific assessment or analysis, right?
I am not.
And you would agree that exhibit 316, which you just identified, is a picture of the interior of Max's upstairs.
Correct.
I should just say Max's residence that he lived in, right?
Correct.
And what we have here is on the right side, a couch, and on the left side, a circular chair, right?
Correct.
And then a table directly in front of that window, right?
That is correct.
And then plants hanging all over the place.
Correct.
At least 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know. Can you estimate how many plants are hanging in front of the window? Give it a count if you want.
I would say it appears as if 4 are hanging in the window, and then there are some on the table, at the table level.
Yeah, it looks like at least on the right side, some sort of a tree, and then on the left side, maybe a shrub as well.
That is correct.
All of which are sort of in front of that front window, right?
Correct.
And then there's I don't know if I covered this, there's also a credenza, an end table of some sort right up against the window.
That is correct.
That would not be, other than the chair on the left side by that window, one would not sit one would not imagine that they sit on that credenza thing, right?
That is correct.
Doesn't look like it's designed for people to hang out on.
No.
And in terms of room to get around, so then with exhibit 317, that's just, what is that?
It's just a closer up view, it appears.
Of the clutter?
Yes.
And it's really sort of, the blinds are off to the side. It appears that there's, at least on top of the credenza, maybe 8 or 9 additional plants on top of there as well.
Correct.
And the quality of the videos that you have looked at are extraordinarily poor.
That is correct.
as opposed to other video of better quality such as bus footage where you can clearly see faces and gender, right?
That is correct, yes.
Now, why wouldn't you, since you made a decision to get the footage through 11 a.m. on April 2nd, why wouldn't you get footage from April 3rd and April 4th, up to the day that Max was arrested?
At that time, that was the only footage that we deemed that was the most valuable.
Okay, so that's your thought at the time, but now looking back on it, it would obviously be helpful to have additional footage, right?
Correct,
But that's been lost to time.
correct,
It is important to be thorough, though, isn't it?
correct.
Especially on an intentional homicide case.
That is correct.
Now, another question I wanted to ask you is this. When you get these videos, obviously they're in electronic form, right?
That is correct, yes.
And you can, as you said yesterday, you can spend whatever hours you want looking at them and drawing whatever conclusions, right?
Correct,
And you've testified, obviously, Mr. Anderson had dogs.
correct,
We know Sade, or we believe Sade went to his house with him, right?
correct,
You've seen the video, they leave Dukes together and get in a vehicle, right?
correct.
None of this is new information to you. You've been able to, you know the case, right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so there's nothing on, to be clear, any of the videos that you've watched that ever shows Max Anderson driving Sade's car.
That is correct.
Even the ones you just testified to this morning where you had said Max, in fact, all you can determine is that a Honda Civic left Max's house.
That is correct,
You can't say that Max actually drove that car.
correct,
Okay. And when you talked about a light blinking twice, consistent with a key fob being pushed, you have no opinion whether that's Sade clicking a key fob or Mr. Anderson clicking that,
correct,
or some other person.
correct,
Because what we saw in the video, although it's not good quality, is the gate opening and closing, right?
that is correct, yes.
And for sure, we could see a gate opening and closing at times when there's no human movement out there,
Correct,
which to you, maybe it's wind, or maybe you don't see the person.
correct.
And we don't know, do you know whether there's people lurking in that alley? Can you see in that alley?
We cannot,
Or behind the garage?
correct, we cannot see that.
Certainly alleys can be a dangerous spot,
Correct,
dark areas late at night.
correct,
Now, you do as a detective, you can use your eyes to watch things, but you also have a crime lab, right?
correct,
And what a crime lab can do is provide additional services to you to help interpret video evidence, right?
correct,
There's access to FBI crime labs, and there's also local crime labs here in Milwaukee, right?
that is correct.
And in fact, this is even the type of case, because of the nature of it, where FBI assistance was asked for and provided, actually.
Correct.
Did you ever ask the FBI to do any video analysis in this case?
We did not.
I just want to know if you did.
I did not. I apologize.
And did you ever ask the state crime lab, did you ever ask the state crime lab to do any video analysis?
I personally did not know.
What would be important? Well, you were asked questions yesterday about height. Remember that?
Correct.
Whether a silhouette appears to be the same height as the fence or not the same height as the fence.
Correct.
Did you ever ask, you do know that the state crime lab in Milwaukee can provide a height analysis?
I was not aware that was one of the features specifically, but it wouldn't surprise me.
You didn't know that they can do that.
I did not.
Therefore, you never asked them to do a height analysis
That is correct.
because you didn't know they could.
Correct.
So, well, since you played such an important role in viewing video evidence, did you ever receive any report from the crime lab? Did you ever receive any report from the crime lab attempting to analyze the video footage?
I did not.
As you sit here today, did you ever review such a report?
I did not.
Are you aware that such a report exists?
I am not.
You've never been told that.
Correct.
Would it be helpful for you if you were to learn, okay, if you were to learn that the state crime lab looked at this footage, looked at clips, okay? And that they were specifically asked to do a comparative height analysis.
I'm going to object. It's assuming facts, not in evidence, and asking her to speculate.
I'm allowed to ask hypotheticals. She's spoken about the footage.
She indicated that she's unaware of whether or not the crime lab has the ability to do this. You indicated in your questioning you believed it was possible, but she's indicated she doesn't even know if it's a possibility. So based on that, I think I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Okay.
Next question.
We can come back to that if it's appropriate, okay?
Okay.
Now, the movement that you've talked about yesterday, silhouettes and things like that, you've offered an opinion, but again, not a scientific opinion, just your lay opinion, right?
That is correct, yes.
That sometimes you think it's human and sometimes you don't think it's human, right?
Correct.
But you don't know whether it's really a dog that jumps up, it might be a big dog, or it's a human, right?
That is correct.
And clearly, obviously, we've established there were dogs in the house, right?
Correct.
And no special software was used. Did you use any special software that provides you the ability to do something with the footage that we didn't see here in court?
I did not know.
Dugout 54 is I believe you said a bar here in Milwaukee.
Correct.
You went there.
Correct.
When did you go there?
I believe it was April 8th.
No footage anymore, right?
Correct.
It was gone?
Correct.
But regardless of whether there's footage or not, you spoke to the owner, David Grykan, you said, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Grykan confirmed Max showed up to work on April 2nd,
He did, yes.
worked his shift,
Correct.
which is an important day in Milwaukee in particular because it's opening day, right?
That is correct, yes.
And Dugout 54 is right by the stadium
Correct.
with foot traffic galore walking to the stadium and the bars, right?
Correct.
And you were able to confirm with Mr. Grykan that on April 2nd, Max Anderson showed up to work at what time?
I believe it was 11:12 a.m.
Is that in what we do, and we do have footage, right? Or do we have footage in your review of what you believe to be Max leaving his house to go to work?
That is correct, yes.
Is that when we saw the green jacket, is that what you were offering the opinion that that's Max?
Correct.
So you can see him going to work.
Correct.
And clearly he's not carrying a backpack,
Correct.
nor is he appear to be running from the home, right?
Correct.
So whatever backpack was being worn, presumably is in the house, right?
Correct.
You never saw it get disposed of.
I did not know.
Same with the jacket.
I did not.
And Max goes to work at 11:12
Correct.
and works, and then opening day is noon or 1, right?
I believe so, yes. I don't know the exact time.
Okay, but he works through his shift,
Correct.
normal.
Correct.
And then we don't have any footage of him coming home or any activities after that because you ended at 11 a.m.
That is correct.
That's all.
State?
At the time he would have left to go to work, that would have been, that was shortly prior to 11 a.m. on the 2nd, right?
That is correct.
And so then he arrives at work at 11:12, right?
Correct.
At that time, was your unit even aware that Sade Robinson was missing? On April 2nd?
On April 2nd, I don't know what time the missing was reported.
Her leg hadn't even been found yet, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you know, or knew at the time that you got that video from 3166 that Sade was deceased by April 2nd.
Correct.
And does that play a role in why you were focused in on that time period?
Yes.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for the movements, who was coming and going at that time.
And how many hours have you spent combing through that video?
Asked and answered.
I think it's for clarification. You're able to answer it.
As I indicated yesterday, close to 100 hours.
Have you ever used the crime lab's imaging unit or whatever it is called?
I personally have not, no.
Okay. Nothing else?
Thank you. And
I'm sorry, did you say nothing further? I didn't hear you.
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
thank you. In the close to the 100 hours of time you've spent watching that footage, you never once see somebody being strangled, right?
Correct,
Or stabbed.
correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective Smith.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Detective Daniel O'Connell.
It's open.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Daniel O'Connell, Daniel, O''Connell.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department?
I am.
How long have you been a detective, or how long have you been with the department, I should ask?
10 years,
And how long a detective?
approximately 3.
What unit are you assigned to?
Homicide Division.
Did you assist in investigating the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April 2024?
I did.
Was one of the roles that you played in investigating her disappearance to look for video that might be relevant around the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence?
It was.
Did that include looking for video in the T alley that borders his residence?
Yes,
Did you find any video that showed anything of note
I did.
in that T alley?
I did.
What did it show? It just summarized. We're gonna watch it, but
I located at 3120 South 40th Street, which is faces, the rear of the house faces to the east. What we'll see is Ms. Robinson's car traveling north in the 3100 block of North 39th Street. It's going to pass the entrance alleyway, back up, and then proceed west through the T, or the east-west portion of the alleyway, and then turn south on the T alleyway and out of the view of the camera.
what time did this occur at?
9 p.m., 9:16 p.m., roughly.
All right. On what date?
April 2nd. I apologize. The camera will show 9:16. It's actually slow by 4 minutes, so it's actually 9:20 p.m. Real time.
All right. I have on the screen here, Exhibit 443 is going to come up hopefully shortly. So are we talking about this T alley here?
Correct.
All right. And the camera footage shows what? The entrance?
It will show the entrance from 39th Street.
Okay.
And the alleyway running east-west, and then just the north portion of the north-south portion of the alleyway.
I'm going to pull up a disc that I have marked as Exhibit 208. And I'm going to play the file that is, the end of the file name is 5958_part1. All right. Now, at the top here, there's a date and time stamp. Is the date accurate?
It is accurate.
Okay, and in this particular instance, the month and the day are in reverse order, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the one in the beginning is the 1st of April, right?
Correct.
All right, and you said the camera's how much off?
4 minutes.
I'm going to go, I'd move Exhibit 208 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I'm going to advance the video 4 minutes and 32 seconds. All right, kind of hard to see because of the glare here, but what time is this?
It's 21:16:25, which would be 9:16 p.m. According to the camera time, in real time, it would be 9:20 PM.
Was there a specific reason you were looking for this time period?
That's the approximate time that we believe that she arrived at Mr. Anderson's house.
Do you know what that was based on?
It was based on various phone records, applications.
I'm gonna play this clip until, well, I'm gonna play about 20-some seconds of it. Oh, actually, before I do that, just orient us a little bit.
Sure.
What is this where my mouse is going?
That is South 39th Street, the 3100 block.
This right here where my mouse is now?
The east-west portion of the alleyway between
Okay.
39th and 40th.
And here,
That's the north-south alley.
his residence would be where in relation to this?
It would be south out of the view of the camera,
To the right side?
to the right side, correct?
And it plays in fast forward, right?
It does.
Okay. What are we seeing?
You're seeing Miss Robinson's car drive past the entrance to the intersect, or the alleyway, and then stop, reverse, and then enter the alleyway before going south through the north-south portion.
All right, it happens quick, so I'll play it again. I'm pausing it at 4:58 on the video player timestamp, and I'm backing up to 4:32. And tell us when you see it again.
Her car is just entering the frame. It's now reversing and turning into the alleyway, and then it'll turn south here shortly.
I have it in slow motion here. Next clip is the file ending 10000_part1. I'm going to advance this to 4 minutes, 33 seconds into the clip. Where are we looking now?
This is the garage. This is the north end of the north portion of the alleyway, basically the T. Miss Robinson's car will be entering the camera frame from the top, which will be the east, and then it'll turn south to the right off the camera view.
Right there?
Correct.
All right, one more time since it plays in fast forward. Heading in the direction of Mr. Anderson's home?
Correct.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Just 1 minute, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, actually, I do have more, sorry.
It's good timing then.
Perfect, go ahead.
You got another camera, right?
I did.
And you were focusing on a different time frame at this point.
I was.
Tell us about that.
This was a time frame after, this would be on the 2nd of April, where we believe Ms. Robinson's car and maybe traveling north on South 43rd Street.
After departing Mr. Anderson's residence,
Correct.
did you find a video on South 43rd Street?
I did at 3119 South 43rd Street.
If I bring the map back up here, we're looking right where my mouse is here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This is going to be a disc marked Exhibit 209. Where did you get this video from?
I got this from 3119 South 43rd Street.
And where would that be on this map here?
It would be in the same 100 block as Mr. Anderson's house, just 3 blocks over in the main thoroughfare there, just south of Oklahoma Avenue.
So right around where my mouse is?
Approximately, yes.
And what does it depict?
It depicts Ms. Robinson's car traveling north on South 43rd Street towards Oklahoma Avenue. There's 2 camera frames, one sort of facing to the south and one to the east, which captures the northeast direction.
All right, is this the clip here?
Yes, this is the northeast direction. West Oklahoma Avenue will be just off the left side of the screen.
I'm gonna advance this clip to 9 minutes. So we're looking at what time in real time here?
This camera is accurate to real time and accurate to the date as well. So it's 12:49:10.
And were you aware that the Vehicle left the alley around like 12:47.
Correct.
Action leading.
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Do you know what time, well, why were you looking at this time period?
We're looking at this time period because we had information that the vehicle would have been traveling somewhere along this route to the north side of Milwaukee.
Playing at 9 minutes, the timestamp is 12:49:10 a.m. on April 2nd, 2024. And let us know when you see anything that was of note to you.
That vehicle right there would be Miss Robinson's vehicle.
Do you see anything about the taillights that was distinct to you?
Just the shape of them for that year of the vehicle was distinct in that manner.
I'll zoom in and play it again since it happens kind of quick.
And that would be her vehicle traveling north on South 43rd Street.
And through what intersection right there?
It would be approaching West Oklahoma Avenue.
Okay, I paused it at 9:13. The time on the camera is 12:49:24 a.m. And now I have nothing further.
Cross.
Oh, I'll move 209 in.
Any
Nope.
objection?
No.
Received.
Good morning.
Morning.
You were actually, before you talk about this, you were also involved in a search of Galena Street Park area, weren't you?
I was.
So if I ask you questions about that area, you'll be able to answer them, right?
Correct.
When we were talking, the reason you had gone to the Galena Street Park, we're talking about the park at 31st and Galena, aren't we?
In that area, yes.
It's a little pocket park in the neighborhood, right?
Correct.
That neighborhood is south of Lisbon Avenue,
Yes.
and it's, the park itself is a nice little kids' playground almost, right?
Correct.
And at the east end of the park is the wooded area, and then there's a path that goes down to train tracks down below, right?
Correct.
Give me 1 second. So if I can explain it, as you would walk through this little pocket park, if you were to go through the park, that's where you would get to the wooded area, right?
Going east, yes.
Going east. And then as you get into that wooded area, there's sort of makeshift trails, if you will. You can even call them trails or walking paths.
Yes.
Not even really trails, because they're just sort of like foot traffic over the years, right?
Correct.
And it's a muddy area.
At that time it was.
Well,
when
at
I was
that
there.
time, because it had been raining for days, right?
As I recall, it had been raining, I don't know for how long, but yeah, it was muddy at that point.
And your job was to canvass that area with other detectives to canvass the train track area, right?
Yes.
So to get to that train track area, you walk through that park, through the trails, down the hill.
Yes.
And the way you get down that hill is you just walk down one of those walking paths. There's a fence, there's an opening in the fence, and then you walk through that opening and you're down by the train tracks.
Yes.
And when you did that search, what day did you do that search?
Don't recall a specific day. It was early April as well.
Yeah, if I said April 6th, does that sound about right?
Yes.
And you know that you were with numerous other officers at that time, right?
Correct.
And you actually call it the 31st and Galena Playground, right?
Yes.
The purpose of that search was to look for any evidence that may have been missed on earlier searches.
Correct.
And in law enforcement, because things can be missed, obviously.
Correct.
And so sometimes sometimes law enforcement does multiple searches to make sure, to see if they missed something.
Correct.
And were you aware of the fact that citizens had been finding things that law enforcement missed?
I had been, yes.
You were aware of that?
We were aware of,
Okay.
of things that they had located.
Yeah. And so then that area to get down to the train tracks again, you to be clear, at that time, very muddy area.
Yes, we eventually started moving to off the path to take a less steep angle to avoid the muddy path.
Right. And actually down along the train tracks, you recovered a long bone, didn't you?
I did not know.
Or identified a long bone, right?
Not me personally, I was there when one was identified.
Okay,
My partner Jose Flores had recovered one.
I'm sorry, you didn't recover it, but you were there when it was
I was
recovered.
there, correct,
And that was your partner?
correct.
Okay. With respect to this footage from the alley that you've looked at, is it just that little snapshot of time that you collected, or did you collect footage from hours earlier?
Not hours earlier, I believe the clip was, I think that one was maybe 15 minutes long or 12 approximately from the 3120 South 40th.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that
I
last.
said the address is 3120 South 40th. I believe those were like 12-minute clips maybe.
Okay, I was having trouble. You collected one clip, is that what you're saying?
From 2 clips from the 2 cameras, they were spread over the time. I'm not exactly sure how long they were.
Okay, but the one we were watching of the Civic leaving the alley was at what time?
I didn't capture any video of the Civic leaving the alley, just arriving,
Or just arriving?
just driving.
Just driving.
Driving through the alley towards Mr. Anderson's house.
At what time?
That would have been approximately 9:20 p.m.
Okay, and that's just those clips from that time frame is all that you obtained?
There's some on either end of it, but no amount of time longer than like 30 minutes, I believe.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Deputy Tim Schwan.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Deputy Timothy Schwan, Timothy. Schwan is Schwan.
Are you a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I am.
How long have you worked for the sheriff's office?
I've been a deputy for approximately 5 years.
Did you assist in a video canvas related to the disappearance of Sade Robinson in April of 2024?
Yes, I did.
Did you locate any video that depicted Sade's car?
Yes, I did.
Where was that from?
It was from the intersection of 35th and Lincoln at Badger Ham.
If you could look to your right, I have a map that's already entered as Exhibit 443. Tell us where you got this video from. If there's a mic next to you, could you grab it? A hand, not that one.
Oh, right on the counter.
So Badger Ham is located right in this intersection here.
And what is the video that you found show it?
The video shows a dark-colored sedan with characteristics similar to a Honda Civic driving northbound on 35th through Lincoln Avenue.
All right, in the direction of Mitchell Street, here, Burnham Street, and Greenfield?
Yes.
And what time does that vehicle pass through that intersection?
The vehicle passes through the intersection at approximately 12:51 a.m., 12:51 and 29 seconds.
I'm gonna pull up Exhibit 210. It's a disc. You can have a seat. Is this the video clip you were just referencing that you collected?
Yes, it is.
Move 210 into evidence and ask to play it.
Any objection?
No.
Received and go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna advance this video. To 35 minutes, 45 seconds in, and play from there. Tell us when you see anything of note, Deputy.
That vehicle right there.
Okay. Going north?
Yes.
I'll play it one more time. paused at 3556. Is it the vehicle over here on the right side?
Yes.
Are you able to notice anything distinct about the vehicle or unique?
The rear taillights, the red rear taillights, kind of form two Cs facing each other, and that's consistent with a Honda Civic.
Specifically the model of Honda Civic that Sade Robinson had.
Correct.
I'm gonna zoom in. You able to notice anything about the windows?
The windows appear to be fogged up or obstructed by something.
And remind me, Deputy, what time did the vehicle pass through that intersection?
It passed through at 12:51 and approximately 29 seconds a.m.
You were also one of the individuals, one of the law enforcement officers that were part of searching Mr. Anderson's residence, correct?
Correct.
Did you measure the fence of Mr. Anderson's residence?
Yes, I did.
How tall was the fence?
The front gate was 6 feet even from the tallest point of the fence to the ground, and the back gate was 6 feet and 5/8 inches from the tallest part of the fence to the ground.
I have nothing else.
Cross.
Yes, since you were at that house, you also saw that there's a home directly next door that's 2 stories, right?
I don't remember which specific house is 2 stories, but I did, that home was flanked on each side by 2 houses, yes.
Yes, and both of which were 2-story homes, right?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question. The fence that you measured was along, the one that runs along the backyard, right?
It would be, while looking at Mr. Anderson's residence, the front gate would be on the left side of the house, and then directly to the back where the backyard is was the back gate.
Exactly. And in that, did you go in the backyard to do those measurements?
Yes.
Okay, and that fence between, that fence runs within a foot maybe of the neighbor's home to the left as you're looking at Mr. Anderson's house. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
It's almost right up to that property line.
Yes.
And that house right to the side, and that side of the house is the door that you come in and out of. There's a side door right there, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. In terms of the windows on the Civic, you said they were either fogged up or obstructed, one of the two?
Yes.
In other words, you can't see anybody who's driving the car when you looked at the footage, can you?
Correct.
Gender, race, anything?
Correct. And could not tell anything about who was operating the vehicle.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective. Or Deputy, excuse me. State your next witness.
Going to recall Detective Vandertye.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record, please.
I am Detective Matthew, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Vandertye, V-A-N-D-E-R-T-I-E.
Detective, you've testified already in this trial. Did you also participate in this investigation by receiving video footage from poll cameras, specifically plate reader cameras in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Did that consist of images as well as video?
Yes. I believe there were 2 license plate reads from Milwaukee Police Department, and then there was also a poll camera video.
I have on the screen Exhibit 211. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this a poll camera?
It is.
And where is it from?
This is the poll camera that is at the intersection of West McKinley and North 4th Street.
Move 211 in.
Any objection?
No.
211's received.
I'm also going to show you exhibits 488 and 489. Do you recognize those two images?
Could I have the numbers one more time, please?
488 and 489.
Thank you.
Yep. Exhibit number 488 is a license plate read from Fond du Lac Avenue, also known as State Highway 145. It's listed as 145 off-ramp median camera or camera A2. This camera faces east on Fond du Lac Avenue or State Highway 145.
And how about 489?
Exhibit number 489 is another license plate reader image. This one is titled 24324 left right, 1 left right, LPR camera _ right.
And on 488 and 489, who are those plate reader cameras? Whose license plate are they depicting?
This license plate is ASP 1171. That
Yep.
is the Honda Civic registered to Sade Robinson.
Okay, I'd move 488 and 489 into evidence.
Any objection?
1 minute, please.
I received.
Now, you had contacted the Milwaukee Police Department to obtain this video and then those two images, correct?
They were provided to me by the Milwaukee Police Department.
Why were you interested in these? Excuse me.
Obviously, we wanted to know where Sade's vehicle had been during the investigation.
Were you aware that the city had cameras that were capable of capturing license plate images?
Yes.
And so did you make a request for this?
I don't know if I specifically made the request, but it was provided to me by Milwaukee Police Department.
And I'm going to pull up one of the plate images that's in front of you. Is this 489?
Yes, this is exhibit number 489.
And this is a plate reader image, right?
Yes,
Are you aware of where this location is?
this is the 1000 block of North Water Street, which is approximately 1/2 block south of Water and Juneau.
Which is what bar is at the corner of Water and Juneau?
Dukes on Water.
And it's date and time stamped what?
It is date and time stamped April 1st, 2024, 7:38:43 p.m.
Are you aware of where Sade Robinson was at that time?
Based on records and the investigation, yes.
Was she at Duke's?
Yes,
Okay. Her car was parked on Water Street,
yes.
and this would be in the lower left here. What is that?
That is the image of the license plate read.
That license plate read, is that the yellow square that I'm circling here?
Yes.
Okay. 488, I'm going to bring up next. This is another license plate read capturing on the lower left whose license plate?
Sade Robinson, or ASP 1171, the vehicle that is registered to her.
So as we're looking at these, is it that the picture of the plate in the corner is from the image that's in the middle that I'm circling?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's how the plate cameras work, basically.
Yes.
How is it that you're able to tell where this was beyond just looking at the image itself?
In the top left corner of the image here, it states the location.
And are you familiar with where this location is?
Yes.
I'm going to bring up 443 here. Let me zoom out. Can you indicate on this map approximately where that image was taken?
May I step off the...
As long as you use the microphone, yes.
This license plate reader camera, I believe, is on State Highway 145 or Fond du Lac Avenue, approximately here, so between North 8th Street and North 9th Street.
What is this thoroughfare that I'm going over with my cursor here?
Interstate 43.
Is there an exit from Interstate 43 onto 145 there?
There is.
Okay. Zoom out here, and then why don't you tell us where that video, I haven't played it yet, but I had the clip up. Where's that video going to be from?
That video is from West McKinley Avenue at North 4th Street.
Pulling up the image again of the plate reader. So when is her license plate captured on this plate reader camera according to this image?
This image shows April 2nd, 2024 at 1:02:30 a.m.
So at 1:02:30 a.m., according to this image, her car is going in what direction down McKinley?
It would be eastbound on McKinley.
Point that out on the map, please.
From the west to the east.
Consistent with having gotten off on that exit?
Correct.
Now, did you do any independent analysis or investigation, if you will, to try to figure out if this timestamp on this image is accurate?
I did review other data sources and
What-
compared them to this image.
And were you
Or
able
the
to,
timestamp on this image?
were you able to determine whether this timestamp was accurate or off by any amount?
I would believe it to be fast or ahead of real time.
By how much?
Approximately 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Tell the jury what you did in order to figure out that this timestamp is off approximately 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
I again reviewed the Verizon cellular records that I had previously received via exigency or search warrant. There were cellular records in the area of Interstate 43 and the West Fond du Lac or 145 off-ramp just before 11:59 or 12:59 a.m.
Whose records were you reviewing?
Sade Robinson's records or the Verizon records.
And how about the Life 360 records? Did you look at those too?
Yes, there was a Life 360 data point just east of the freeway shortly after 11 or 12:59 a.m.
Would it be fair to say that you're basing that calculation about the time on an assumption that the phone, Sade's phone, is within this car?
Yes,
Okay. Traveling with the car, if you will.
yes,
All right, so as I see it, you have this being just before 1 o'clock a.m., 12:59 and some seconds on April 2nd.
yes,
The video clip I have up here, is this going to capture the vehicle driving?
yes.
Is this video clip from before or after the image that is on the screen 489?
This would be after. It is further east on West McKinley Avenue.
And briefly before I play it, just tell us where that image is versus the video again and what we're going to see.
The license plate reader camera, again, located approximately here on State Highway 145 or West Fond du Lac Avenue, east of Interstate 43. And the video is West McKinley Avenue at North 4th Street.
And what direction is the vehicle traveling?
Vehicle is traveling eastbound.
Can you just do it with your finger on the map?
From the west to the east.
Thank you. Playing the video clip. It's 21 seconds long. I'll back it up to the beginning. Paused at Is that the vehicle there?
Yes.
As the vehicle enters the frame, are you Are you able to notice anything about the windows?
It appears the windows have a lighter tone to them.
Okay. I have nothing else.
Cross.
So you can't actually see any of the windows, right?
That is correct.
To see in any of the videos you watched, right?
Correct.
And the poll cams, they're all over the city, not just these locations you've testified to, right?
That is correct.
A lot of the major roads actually have the poll cams up and down them,
It's my understanding, yes.
or the Elpers reader system that you've testified to, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Anything else, State?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Spittelmeister.
This is Vandertine. That's Vandertine.
Oh, I'll take them.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Nathan Spittelmeister, Nathan Spittlemeister.
Good morning, Detective. We had previously discussed other topics, some related to video recovery near Warnemont Park, right?
Correct.
Did you also assist in trying to find video that captured Sade Robinson's car driving after departing from Maxwell Anderson's house?
I did.
And did that search lead you to the Lower East Side of Milwaukee?
It did.
Were you able to find video of her car?
Yes.
And where?
Lakefront Brewery.
I have 443 up on the screen right now. It's a map. What brought you to, well, first of all, can you identify on this map approximately the location of the Lakefront Brewery? Please use the microphone that's on the ground or on the desk there. Isn't there a handheld one?
I see it now.
Oh, gotta turn it on.
Yes, it's on North Commerce Street and would be in about this area.
What drew you to looking for video in that area?
I was aware that Sade Robinson's vehicle traveled past her apartment at approximately 1:05 a.m.
And in doing, her apartment is where in relation to Lakefront Brewery?
directly south.
And based on what information did you have? Why did you know that? How did you know that?
Based on the Life 360 data.
That would be going up North Commerce Street here?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to pull up Exhibit 212 on the screen. What is this?
This is a view from one of the cameras on Lakefront Brewery. This is the west side of Lakefront Brewery, and it faces southwest. This street right here is Commerce Street.
Faces northwest, right?
I believe southwest.
Okay. This is Commerce Street where my mouse is?
Correct.
And Miss Robinson's apartment is where?
Directly to the south.
Okay. I'm gonna, move this video to 11. So there's a timestamp up here, right?
Correct.
Okay, is that timestamp accurate or wrong?
It is 2 hours slow.
Gonna advance the video to 16 minutes.
What's this number?
This is a disc marked Exhibit 212, and I would move it in.
Any objection? No. Thank you. It's received.
All right, I have it queued up to 16 minutes, 3 seconds on the video player. We're looking at what time on the screen?
We are looking at 11:06 a.m. or 11:06 p.m. according to this timestamp, but it is 2 hours slow, so adjusted, that would be at 1:06 in the morning.
Was this consistent with the time that the Life 360 information you just discussed showed her car going by that area?
Yes.
Playing at 16 minutes, 3 seconds. Tell us when you see her car.
Her vehicle is entering now, and it is traveling north.
Can you notice anything about the windows?
As the vehicle passes the camera, you can see that the windows are fogged.
I'll back it up and play it again, playing from 1619. Pausing at 1630, and it's off camera. The timestamp on the video or on the screen is 11:06:42 p.m., but that would be what time?
That would be 1:06 a.m.
And if you could just, with your finger, trace the route that you just saw the vehicle driving.
Coming from the south and then traveling north up Commerce Street.
If you were to go to the River West neighborhood traveling that direction, what would be the logical place to go?
North.
All right, and on to what street?
Probably Humboldt.
Where's Humboldt?
Right here.
All right, so why don't you trace the route from Commerce into River West there?
From starting in this area and up Commerce Street to about Humboldt.
And then Humboldt north?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross?
Sade Robinson lived on Commerce Street.
Correct.
Her Honda Civic drives directly past her residence.
Correct.
And you did an investigation in this case and looked into the history of it, right?
I did.
And you can have a seat if you'd like. You can't tell who's driving that car,
That's correct.
but it leaves Maxwell's home and it goes directly past her apartment building.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, on May 3rd, on that date, you reviewed video footage that was recovered by the Milwaukee Police Department from a residence located at 3166 South 39th Street.
I reviewed multiple videos by MPD. I can't tell you exactly which ones.
I'm showing you a police report. If you could review it and tell me whether that refreshes your recollection.
It does.
Okay, so on May 3rd, what did you do?
Reviewed that video footage, and it showed that the vehicle had fogged up windows.
So I'm showing you a report. Are you the author of this report?
I am.
Okay, your name is at the bottom.
Correct.
And this, on May 3rd, did you review video footage that was recovered by the Milwaukee Police Department for 3166 South 39th Street?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And that video footage was video footage that filmed from a camera at across the street from 3161 South 39th, correct?
Correct.
And that footage captured the side of 3161 South 39th Street, including the fence line and the southwest fence.
Yes.
And the video footage was initially reviewed by the Milwaukee Police Department homicide detectives and showed a subject walking through the fence gate on April 1st and 2nd.
Correct.
And the reason why you reviewed the footage on May 3rd was because Detective Donner requested a comparative height analysis.
Correct.
And because she made that request, you reviewed the footage and uploaded it to a database.
Correct.
And then you had full access to all the clips, right?
Correct.
And then you picked out a number of the clips from that footage, and you provided a digital copy of those video files to Detective Kayla Bierke,
Correct.
so that they could be uploaded to the State of Wisconsin Crime Lab,
Correct.
right here in Milwaukee.
Yes.
You put them into it's called a share file system, right?
I believe myself or Detective Bierke did that.
Thank you, that's all.
State anything?
No?
Okay, thank you. State your next witness. Oh, actually, how are we doing? Anybody need a break? Okay, we need a break. So we're going to take our morning break at this time. Please leave your notebooks on your seat. State your next witness.
Detective Kent Gordon.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name is Kent, K-E-N-T. Last name is Gordon, G-O-R-D-O-N.
Are you a detective with the City of Milwaukee's Homicide Unit?
Yes, I am.
Did you participate in April 2024, in a video canvas around the City of Milwaukee looking for video of Sade Robinson's car?
Yes.
What area did you focus on searching?
The area that I focused on was in the 3300 block, approximate area of Gordon Place.
I have a map, Exhibit 443, next to you, showing part of the Lower East Side here. Can you tell us where that is?
It's going to be in the River West neighborhood.
So let's start here. This is Commerce and Humboldt.
Yep.
See that?
Yes.
Okay, where my mouse is. So which way? North?
North, yep, and then it's going to be continue north. And then right there by that Pleasant Valley Park, that little area,
Where I'm
just east of Humboldt.
All right. And Dowsman, you actually see Dowsman Street right here, correct?
Yes.
Why were you searching in that area?
That was the location that the sheriffs had given us as one of the points where they knew that they had tracked her, Sade Robinson, to.
Were you the only person searching for video in that area, or were there a number of you trying to find video?
There were a number of people trying to find video over there.
All right. I'm going to show you Exhibit 226. It's a disc. Do you recognize what you're looking at on the screen here?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is video that I had recovered from the location of 3361 North Dousman Street.
Move 226 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And how is it that you received this video?
So I ended up receiving a phone call from an officer at District 5 on April 13th, and she informed me that there was a woman in the neighborhood over here at 3361 North Dousman that had video that she wanted to try to pass along to us. She was aware that officers had been canvassing the area, so she was trying to reach out to somebody to get this video too.
How extensive was this video canvas?
Quite extensive. It was all around the area. It was people went up and down Dousman, they went up and down Gordon Place. To the south is Concordia. They searched over there. Just north of that is Townsend. They went up and down Townsend, and then continuing all around the area. My partner and I personally went up and down Humboldt as well.
Focusing on the area near Pleasant Valley Park?
Yes.
And was this the only video that you could find that captured what appeared to be Sade's Honda Civic?
Me personally, yes.
I'm going to play the first clip. It's labeled clip April 2, 2024 at 1:34 a.m. And is that the time that this clip's depicting?
Yes.
What are we going to see, just so we know where to look? And if you
So-
have to get up and use the handheld microphone, I encourage you to do so.
Okay. So off to the left is going to be to the north. The cross street there is going to be Townsend. And then what we're looking at right now is we're looking on Dousman. It'll pause briefly in front of this residence, and it'll continue south on Dousman towards Concordia.
Where would the river be in relation to this camera?
The river is further east, so the next block over to the east is going to be Gordon Place. Down south of here, like I said, is Concordia. Concordia ends up connecting to Gordon Place Gordon Place is kind of a U-shaped street that connects to Townsend to the north and then Concordia to the south. And then where Gordon Place connects with Concordia is an actual access point for Pleasant Valley Park. There's a trail that leads down towards where the Milwaukee River is, which is over to the east of there.
Would that be this dotted line here?
Yes, that's correct.
Were there efforts to search, to your knowledge, up and down Pleasant Valley Park?
Yes, to my knowledge, there were. I was not personally a part of those, so.
All right. I'm going to play this clip. It's 21 seconds long. Tell us what we're seeing as you see it.
So you'll see the dark colored sedan enter the frame here from the north, like I said. It'll pause here just momentarily, and then it'll continue to drive off. And then
See, as the vehicle actually come to a stop even.
stop. It just kind of pauses and then continues driving.
And this is at 1:34 in the morning.
Correct.
Play is titled Clip 2, April 2, 2024. And what time is this clip from?
This is going to be from 1:35 a.m., so just shortly after the first clip that we just saw. I believe the exact time on here was 1:35 and 35 seconds. That first clip was 1:34 and 5 seconds.
What do we see here?
So what we'll see here is looking up towards the north again. This is going to be at the intersection of Dousman and Townsend. It just captures a motion clip here briefly where the vehicle is going to be observed doing a U-turn at that intersection. It's initially going west, and you'll see it turn to the south and then angle towards the southeast, towards the home that's going to be on that southeast corner of Dousman and Townsend. So it looks like it's doing a U-turn to turn back around.
All right. Very, very brief clip, right?
Yeah.
I'll play it again. Mike.
The intersection of Townsend and Dousman, facing west initially. And then as you observe the headlights, you'll see them point towards us briefly, and then they continue to move back and then point toward southeast. You can see the reflection is pointing towards the house as well. The system of vehicles at that intersection.
What intersection is this, if you could point at the map?
They'll be right here, Townsend and Dousman.
I have nothing else.
No.
Thank
I'm going to call it.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Did you state and record the record?
Puschnig.
Detective Puschnig, did you assist in an additional manner in this investigation by trying to locate poll camera from the route that Sade Robinson's car was believed to be traveling?
Yes.
Can you tell us where you tried to get poll camera footage from and why you, location, or why it was of interest to you?
I was in communication with the Special Agent FBI of the FBI, George Reinhardt, who advised me that Sade Robinson's cell phone was in the area of 27th and Capitol at around 2:06 a.m. And later on, a couple minutes later, it was in that area too.
I have 443 up next to you. It's a map. I haven't touched it yet from the last witness, but I want you to tell us where Capitol is in relation to this. And if you need to get up and use the mic, please do so.
So, Capitol.
I think it's off. Sorry.
So Capitol is up. So this is Humboldt right here. Keefe is right there. So Capitol is northbound. This is looking northbound. So Capitol is northbound.
Where is it? Is it on the screen?
It is right there.
All right, this gray street going east-west here.
Yes.
I'm gonna zoom out slightly. And then where's 27th?
Street is
Okay. What time frame again were you interested in?
around 2:06 a.m. and around 2:16 a.m.
I'm gonna pull up exhibit 227 here. It's a disc. You had prior knowledge that there's a poll camera on 27th and Capitol?
Yes,
Is that why you sought this particular camera footage out?
that is correct.
27, let me get out of the Zoom. Okay, detective, just please.
This is the pole cam. Corner of the pole cam. That is the Clark gas station. If you're looking directly over here, that is going to be eastbound on Capitol. And if you look this direction is going to be southbound on Capitol.
On 7th.
Sorry, on 27th.
What time frame is this from?
15 to 2:30.
So right before 2 a.m. to 2 date.
On the
Move 227 in.
Any objection?
Time route of the is around this. About 6 minutes into this video.
That is correct.
Nothing else?
Cross?
Isn't it true that weather conditions contribute to foggy windows?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
Anything else, State?
No, thank you.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Todd Rosenstein.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Todd Rosenstein. That's TODDROSENSTEIN.
Good morning. Are you a detective
Yes, I am.
with who?
With Milwaukee County.
The sheriff's office?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
25 years.
Did you assist last April 2024, that is, in an attempt to recover or review video related to the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes.
Did you review videos in the area of Interstate 94 near College Avenue as well as the airport?
Yes, I did.
And you were looking for what?
We were looking for Sade's vehicle to pass certain cameras or certain points.
And what time frame were you focused on in that part of town?
I believe the time frame we were looking for was like 2:38 a.m. on the 2nd, and then like between 2:30, 2:50-ish in the morning.
Why were those times of interest to you?
Because of cellular phone downloads and Life 360.
Phone records and Life 360?
Correct.
What about those records?
They were in the area at the time, those times in the morning.
So if I understand you correctly, it's that those records suggested her phone was in those areas, so you were trying to see if her car was there?
Correct.
I have 443 up on the map here. I'll zoom out. Do you recognize this, first of all?
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
It's a overview of where the airport is, south side of town, College Avenue, the freeway.
What am I circling here?
That's the Milwaukee Airport.
And the street that I'm running my mouse along here?
That would be College Avenue.
So College Avenue is the street that borders the airport to the south?
It is.
Okay, and then what's this right here?
That would be Interstate 94, 4194, both north and southbound.
And if I zoom out from here, downtown Milwaukee is where?
Is where you're circling with your mouse.
Okay. So you were in this area or reviewing video from this area from around 2:30, after 2:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Before 3 a.m.?
Yes.
Were you aware of any times related to Sade's phone being at Warnemont Park?
I believe I was told 2:30. I don't know about the times at Warnemont Park, but looking at this was around 2:38.
Would that have been, to your knowledge, before or after being at Warnemont?
Before.
On the way to Warnemont?
Correct.
Okay. I have up on the screen, give me 1 second. This is going to be exhibit 228. It's on a disc. What are we looking at? Do you know what this camera is?
It's the camera, the Wisconsin Traffic Operations Center camera at College Avenue.
And you're familiar with this camera operating system?
Yes,
Is it because the sheriff's office is responsible for patrolling the freeways?
that's exactly it.
Okay. What direction are we facing?
Right now, it's facing north. 21004, and that's 42 of 2004 or 24.
So if I advance this video, let's go up to just prior to let's go to right around 2:38 a.m. if I can. Oh, I think I got it. All right, so this is queued up to 2:38 a.m. on April 2nd. Do you see that?
I do.
Is this the video you reviewed?
Yes.
I'd move 228 in.
Any objection?
No.
Right.
The program from, we'll see a vehicle that is consistent with Sade Robinson's vehicle.
Exiting? Or
Exiting.
going on the freeway?
It'll be coming towards us, looking to the right is north, so it'll be coming from the right and moving towards the left off screen, or off frame.
So it would be exiting the freeway at College Avenue? Since you can't tell from the video alone what kind of car it's fair.
Fair.
Do you see it?
I do.
Where?
On the off ramp.
I paused it at 2:38:24. Is it where I'm circling here?
It is.
Does it appear that it goes off screen to be in sort of the leftmost lanes or the rightmost lanes as the car is traveling?
As it's traveling, it appears to be moving towards the leftmost lanes.
And did you review and yourself recover a video clip from College Avenue?
I did.
Where is that video?
It's going to be the eastbound College Avenue underneath the airport freeway. They have cameras underneath in the tunnel there.
Is that location depicted on the map I have up here?
It will be where it looks almost like a shaded blue box on College Avenue.
Right here where my mouse is?
Correct.
That's the shade? Okay. I have exhibit 229, that's a disc I'm gonna put in. And did you observe footage showing a vehicle consistent with Ms. Robinson's vehicle?
I did.
Was that video footage from before or after that vehicle exits on College that we just watched?
It was after.
Do you know by approximately how much?
4 to 6 minutes-ish.
I'm going to bring up on exhibit 229. There's two video clips. I'm gonna one that has East in the title. Very blurry video, right?
It is.
All right. Is this the video showing the tunnel?
It is showing the tunnel, correct.
And can you orient us a little bit? What direction are we looking at?
So you're looking at the eastbound lanes of College Avenue, so being going east through the tunnel, and the camera is faced slightly east end of the tunnel.
So the traffic that we're going to see on this camera is going to or away from the lake?
It's going to the lake.
Playing it at 5 minutes, 50 seconds, and I want you to tell us when you see what was of significance to you. What do we have there?
It's a white SUV, or moving through a road. No. Vehicle passing eastbound through the tunnel.
I've stopped it at 6:23. I'm going to go to the camera footage that's, the video has the word center in it, and orient us related to the last video here.
So in relationship to the last video, this one's going to be in the center of the tunnel. This one is affixed, so you're going to see more of a rear view, and traffic should be going from the left to the right. Also, the eastbound lanes of College Avenue going towards the lake.
Playing at 650, or excuse me, 550.
That's the white SUV that came through on the other camera.
What we're seeing there?
A vehicle consistent with Ms. Robinson's vehicle.
Okay. Going east?
Correct.
And you said this, how long would this have been in relation to that car getting off at College Avenue?
I think it's approximately 4 to 6 minutes, depending on, like, once it leaves the screen at 2:38 on the other camera, be about 4 to 6 minutes to get here.
The way that that vehicle exited the camera frame eastbound, would that, pull up 443 here, zoom out a little bit. How would you get to Warnemont Park once you're off that camera?
You would continue to go eastbound on College.
Can you actually use the mic and show us what the most logical route is? There's a handheld mic, I think, next to you. You can point it out on the screen.
So getting off the interstate, you'd be coming through here. This would be the tunnel. And then you'd continue to go eastbound on College and then come around onto the street right here, and then you can turn into Warnemont Park.
And that street, it says right here, 32nd Division Memorial Highway.
Right.
And then where's Warnemont Park?
It's going to be right here.
Nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Job.
29.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Deputy Maxwell Sexton, Maxwell Sexton.
Are you a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
It'll be 9 years in August.
Did you participate in the investigation of the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I did.
Was one of the roles you played in that investigation to look for video in a certain part of the county?
That's correct.
What part of the county?
Between College Avenue and on Lake Drive, all the way to about Botsford, all the way to Warnemont Park.
I have Exhibit 443 on the screen next to you. Is the general area you're describing depicted on this?
It is.
Could you use that handheld mic and point out the areas that you were responsible for, well, not responsible for, but that you tried to get video from?
So College Avenue is right here. So we have College Avenue. From all the
Also, yeah.
yeah, 32, 32.
The third, kind of that strip?
So there's, but it is, churches and, and hospital.
Oh, hospital, okay.
Yes.
So this area of College Avenue, let's say we're talking all the way over to the freeway. I-94, 43 there.
One.
Like, in the city of Cudahy?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Correct.
What hospital is over there?
St. Luke's South Shore.
As you went up, that would be South Lake Drive, what blocks did you cover?
I believe it was from college to all the way to the park, but it was from South Shore. You see Henry all the way to Ramsey.
Did you notice any houses that appeared to have cameras on them?
I don't recall any houses over there that had cameras on them. There was one house, but it was there.
Let me ask you this, were you able to get any video footage from any residences around that area?
Just one person, and the timestamp was off, so.
All right, and then was there anywhere else that you got video from?
St. Luke's,
Okay.
South Shore.
Was that the only retrieve to you?
Yes.
And what did they?
So, time frame that was 2:45, and what it depicts at 2:51, vehicle passing South Shore heading
east-south side. I'm going to play it from 6 minutes, 14 seconds.
So again, you see headlights starting to come into frame. That's why you know it's not coming from Henry Avenue, it's coming more south. Crosses Henry. And you can see it's another dark color. The dark colored sedan, as from the first video.
A vehicle getting to Warnemont Park, what direction would it be traveling?
It would have to go north on Lake Drive from this view.
And what direction was that car going?
That car was going north.
In the direction of Warnemont.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Andrew Sullivan.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? If you can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Andrew Sullivan, ANDREWSULLIVAN.
All right, you had previously testified in this trial, correct?
Yes,
One was to search for video near the area of Warnemont Park, is that right?
correct.
And can you tell us what areas you searched and what time frames you were searching for?
I was able to retrieve video from 4531 South Lake Drive from 4:35 in the morning of April 2nd.
I have 443, Exhibit 443 on the map, or on the screen next to you. Are you able to orient us as to where this video was recovered from that we're going to talk about?
It should be South Lake Drive and East Armour Avenue.
All right. So I have it up. You see where I'm circling Armour?
Yes,
All right. And is this Lake Drive where my mouse is now?
correct.
So this would be near what park?
Sheridan,
And then right to the south of Sheridan Park is what park?
Warnemont.
And why were you looking around the area, or excuse me, around the time frame from 4:35 a.m.?
Through the course of the investigation, it was learned that Sade's cell phone data was in that area,
Going in what direction?
northbound on South Lake Drive,
So towards or away from Warnemont Park?
away,
And to be clear, we're talking about what day?
April 2nd.
I have Exhibit 231, which is a flash drive in the computer right now.
235, you said?
231.
Oh, 231, thank you.
Do you know whether this date and time stamp on this was accurate?
The home surveillance footage was 23 minutes ahead of real time.
Okay. I'm going to pull up camera one. The building that this is, what kind of building is it?
It's a single-family residence.
What are we looking at?
That would be the front of 4531 South Lake Drive. And then it faces eastbound, so it captures north and southbound traffic on South Lake Drive.
This street in front of the camera is Lake Drive?
Correct.
The person who lives at this address, he's got quite a bit of lawn art, right?
Correct.
Okay. Which direction would be towards Warnemont Park? You can get up and use the microphone if you have to. there should be a handheld. I think it's off.
This way is going southbound, and then that should be going northbound.
So what are we going to see here? You can have a seat.
A van coming from the south going Lake Drive.
The video up to 1 minute. You tell us what the date and timestamp on the upper right corner reads?
It reads April 2nd, 2024, and then it says 4:58 and 33 seconds AM.
But that's inaccurate?
Correct.
So what would be the real time that we're looking at?
It would be 4:35.
I lost the connection on one TV. While that's fixing, how did you figure that out, that the time was off?
I utilized my cell phone. I initially looked at the live stream video to see what the time was. I calculated it on my phone and observed it was 23 minutes ahead of real time. I also utilized my partner, Detective Matthew Vandertye's cell phone, and we were both able to figure out it was 23 minutes ahead of real time.
I'm going to move 231 in.
Any objection?
No.
231's received.
And what are we going to see, Detective?
You're gonna see a dark colored van, sedan coming northbound on Lake Drive.
Did you think that that sedan belonged to someone in particular?
I believe that was the vehicle in question we were looking for.
Okay. Playing at 1 minute. Related to Warnemont?
Northbound,
Away from it?
away from, yes,
At what time?
4:35 AM.
Nothing else.
No.
Thank you.
Detective Joseph Blanchard.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Joseph Blanchard, Joseph, Blanchard, Blanchar.
Detective Blanchard, did you try to assist in tracking Sade Robinson's vehicle on video after it would have departed from Warnemont Park?
I did.
And in what area did you go look for video?
On Howard Avenue.
Why the time or location?
For tracking the movements that the vehicle was taking, tried to see where it went. I guess the furthest would have been west. I tried to track its further movement.
Was there a particular reason you chose that location?
It was a government building. I know that they have cameras in that area, and the vehicle would have had to travel north. That would have been the closest area to the freeway, I believe.
What made you think the vehicle had come to this area, the area of the police department?
There's other videos that we were tracking that it was further, it kept getting further east and then going further west, so I decided to go to that location to see.
Was there phone information?
There also was phone information and GPS, things like that, as far as
Okay.
tracking that course.
And what time police department?
Ish in the morning, I believe, this timestamp on the video I found was about 4:38 in the morning of the second.
Would this have been after the vehicle left Warnemont Park?
Yes,
On what,
Morning of the 2nd, April 2nd.
April? To department,
I did.
describe the system if you can.
The video system was antiquated, it hasn't been updated in a way that the numbers going in with time relative on the video, save a second and a half at a time. And the cataloging system that it had in its file system was very not precise. So we had to look through pieces at a time, basically 1 second videos for whatever, an hour, half an hour, 45 minutes, what we're looking at. So it wasn't actual, it was video, but it was just coded differently, if I'm speaking in.
As a result of the condition of the video system, were you able to collect motion video, or did you just do something else?
I did something else.
Okay, did you decide to take screenshots?
I did. That was the clearest option for this video system.
I want you to look at 443 on the screen right now, and if you can stand up and let us know this recommendation. There's a microphone, a handheld one next to you that you could, nope, on the
There is. Hello.
shelf, thank you.
Okay, so Warnemont Park down here, to the south end of what we're looking at. And to take the video that we were tracking is north from Warnemont Park on the first available roadway here that goes all the way through, which is, looks like it's 32 marked on this map. And then it would have taken a westward direction here.
What street is that?
This is Howard Avenue, running east and west.
If you turn west on Howard from Lake Drive there, would you eventually hit a highway?
You would hit a highway, which would be 794.
And where is the police department?
Police department is somewhere in this area. There's like 3 government buildings kind of lined up.
Those are for the municipality of St. Francis?
Yes,
Okay. This is still Milwaukee County, right?
it is.
So those municipal buildings that you're referring to, those are between the highway and Lake Drive?
Yes, they are.
Did you, you can have a seat, thank you. Did you obtain a screenshot of what you believe to be Sade Robinson's vehicle?
I did.
I'll show you 232. Is this that screenshot?
It is.
Move 232 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received. Go ahead.
All right, this very grainy screenshot here, what are we looking at, Detective?
It is Sade Robinson's vehicle traveling westbound on Howard, approaching 794 at the west side of this.
Did you watch the number of cars and were you able to distinguish vehicles from other parts of this vehicle that made you think that this was Sade Robinson's?
Yes.
Size?
Size, particularly the way the headlights were projected down the road as they're supposed to be, things like that, versus what we see here in this picture and other descriptors on the vehicle.
All right, and you, to be clear, you were able to watch this in a motion video format?
Yes, a rather short segmented things, but it was motion with it, yes.
And what time on April 2nd is this still frame from?
This is 4:38, and I believe 38 seconds on April 2nd.
4:38 All right, Detective Donner, you, at some point, you reviewed the bus video footage depicting Mr. Anderson, right?
I did,
How did he get on and pay for the bus?
with cash,
And how did he get the cash?
out of his wallet.
Okay, I'm going to show you 493.
I don't object to that exhibit.
Have the number one more time?
493.
It's admitted.
Is this an image from that bus video?
It is,
Move 493 and ask to publish it.
Already received and go right ahead.
Thank you. And obviously, you were almost instantly aware that when Mr. Anderson was arrested on April 4th, correct?
yes,
And you learned that his wallet had been recovered from him?
it was.
I'm showing you what's already in evidence is 453. Did you make an effort to discern whether the wallet, Exhibit 453, had similar characteristics to the one that he entered the bus wearing?
I did.
Why don't you tell the jury what you're talking about, and if you need, would you like to open the wallet? Okay. Do you want gloves?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Explore it further is my point. Okay. Okay, Detective, using Exhibit 493 here on the screen, as well as if you could show the jury what you were able to discover.
I first noted this small dark area, and I determined that it was a label that matches this wallet that was retrieved from Maxwell Anderson.
All right. What part in particular?
It's right here in the lower corner. It has the same one right here.
Okay, thank you. You can. And while you're doing that, Detective, you've observed all the video footage from Duke's and Twisted Fisherman. Is that a fair statement?
It is.
Mr. Anderson's hair, is it different in those videos than it appears to be in Exhibit 493?
Yes.
How so?
His hair is down in this photo, whereas at Duke's and at Twisted Fisherman, he has it pulled back. Yes.
All right, and you've been in here the bulk of the day as we've discussed videos of the vehicle travel. Are you able to summarize for this jury the route of travel of the vehicle once it leaves Maxwell Anderson's home?
I am.
All right, I'm going to show you 490. 492, which are these all maps you printed off.
That is correct.
Okay, move 490 through 492 in.
It's fine.
Did you say, I thought you said 491 and 492. Is it 490?
90, 91, and 92.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
They're received.
And if you can, Detective, I guess the easiest way to do this would be to have you draw on it, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Can the witness come and use the Elmo?
Sure.
All right.
Do you need a Sharpie?
I
Do you
have
one.
one.
Okay.
I have a black Sharpie and a red Sharpie. Let's go red.
For right now. So this is Mr. Anderson's residence right here. We can track her vehicle going east or west on Euclid, north on 43rd. Based on the records, we believe it went then down Forest Home to 35th Street. From there, they went north and presumably got on the freeway, since the next time that we see the vehicle, it's then exiting at McKinley. Sorry, it's just right up here. Oh, I'm sorry. So eastbound on 94, then north on 43, where it exits at 145 onto McKinley.
All right, I'm gonna stop you there. Just to be clear, we don't have video of the vehicle on I-94, right?
That is correct. It's just the most logical route.
Was that video beyond retention period when you figured this out?
That is correct.
Okay. There's an entrance from 35th Street onto Interstate 94. Is there one?
There is.
And you indicated the next time after 35th Street that it's on vehicle video is where?
After it exits at 145,
Point to that, please.
that would be right here.
And is that where the license plate reader camera captures her plate?
That's correct.
All right, why don't you continue from there?
So after it exits 145, continues down downtown, up onto Commerce, which is where it passes Lakefront Brewery, presumably to Humboldt, because again, where it's seen next is up in this area, and that's that North Dousman.
Do you recall what time that Dousman video was?
Sorry, not off the top of my head.
Okay. The timestamp of the plate reader camera, do you remember which that one was?
Yes, approximately 1 a.m.
All right.
From this area, we believe that it then went up to Capitol, went west, where it was captured here.
What street is that?
That is Capitol and 27th Street. It then proceeds further to approximately just 45.
That you didn't find video of that?
Correct.
What are you basing that on?
That's based off his cell phone records in Life 360.
Then where is it on video next?
It comes back going eastbound and captured on 27th and Capitol.
After that?
From there, again, this is speculation, just using cell phone records in Life 360. According to those records, it travels along 43, going southbound through downtown Milwaukee. And I'm sorry, I don't have these connected up very well. So from downtown Milwaukee, and here it goes for a while going west, where it then stops and turns back around. We weren't able to determine exactly where the phone turned back around.
Were you able to get freeway video from those locations?
No, the freeway video was past the retention date.
Okay, then when's the next time we get it?
Eastbound, and then follow southbound 94, where it exits at College. And that's where we have that video right there. That was at approximately 2:38 a.m.
238?
Yes.
Okay, then what? When do we get it next on camera?
Then it goes eastbound to get to the location, that's where the airport tunnel is. And that's approximately 6 minutes later. From there, continues eastbound, making the turn to go north, where we then see the vehicle again on camera at St. Luke's in this area.
That was at what time?
2:51.
And from the way back last week, when we were looking at the videos from Warnemont Park, what time does it enter Warnemont Park?
believe that was at 2:53, if I recall correctly.
All right?
Oops, I'm sorry, I turned too quick, right up there.
So where you drew that last circle, 251, and then Warnemont, 253.
That's correct. right
Okay.
there.
From there, when is the next time we get the vehicle on camera after departing Warnemont Park? And what time does it depart Warnemont Park?
It's at 4:34, I believe it was. It then takes this route, where it is again spotted on camera on Layton and Armour.
That was the house with all the lawn stuff?
That is correct.
Okay.
Continues north up to Howard, where it then goes west. Here's the St. Francis video, and this is where we lost her phone. It died.
And the TV turned off right then as well, so.
Of course.
All right, it's back on. So based on the phone records, the last place you were able to track the phone to was approximately where?
794 and Howard Avenue.
And then are you aware of where Detective Braunreiter found the vehicle on North 27th Street and Wisconsin or Wells?
I am.
What time was that at?
That was approximately 10 minutes later.
I want to go back to one other map here. I've got 491 on the screen here. When the vehicle is on camera, it passing the plate reader here, and then it goes up Commerce Street, and you're aware that Miss Robinson's residence, her apartment building was on Commerce, right?
Yes,
Through videos, both from Lakefront Brewery as well as from her apartment, does her car ever stop back at her residence?
it does not.
And from your review of those Life 360 records, does it appear that she makes a stop on, that her phone makes a stop on Commerce Street?
No, it does not.
Nothing else?
Cross.
You would agree, good morning again.
Morning.
You would agree that some of this is based on assumptions that you're drawing, right?
Based on the cell phone records and the Life 360 routing.
But also based on some assumptions that you make,
Correct.
right? Like when you say, for example, we think it took this freeway, that's an assumption, right?
Again, based on the cell phone and Life 360 records.
Because you're trying to piece it together is what you're saying.
The Life 360 uses GPS and it's pretty accurate at dotting the route and it follows along those.
I don't even bother and go pull camera footage.
Just to verify that her vehicle and were together.
Got it. And when we say her vehicle, obviously you've sat through and watched all these tapes. We can't see who's driving her vehicle.
Correct.
So the car, when the Civic leaves Max's home, the Civic goes in a direct route to Sade's Commerce Street that she lives on. Fair to say?
Yes,
From point A to point B.
yes.
Is there any, was Sade's ID card found in Max's residence?
It was not.
Is there any, this was a first date, wasn't it?
Yes,
No evidence from anything you looked at that Max had ever been to her apartment?
correct,
Because there's footage from that apartment and interviews that were done of people who work there, right?
correct.
There's no evidence at all that Max had ever been there,
Yeah, none.
or even that he knew where she lived.
I don't have any evidence that he knew where she lived.
Okay. Now, the footage that was pulled from buses, we saw video footage. Is it fair I'm sorry, strike that question. Is it fair for me to just call you a lead detective, right? We've
Correct.
sort of established that. When footage was pulled from the bus video of Max going south on 35th Street, right?
Correct.
Was any order put out by you to pull bus footage from earlier that morning heading up towards Lisbon Avenue?
On the same bus route?
Yes. Was any other Milwaukee County Transit footage obtained other than the one sequence of footage where we have Max going from Lisbon Avenue south on 35th Street? Did any other bus footage get pulled?
Other than the footage that was on Lisbon, no.
And finally, we've mentioned this a little bit earlier today, you were the detective who instructed that a comparative height analysis be conducted in this case, right?
Yes,
For the video footage of the yard,
correct,
filming into Max's backyard.
correct.
And you're aware of that based on your order that be done, or your directive that be done, this
No, they,
No problem.
Just exhibit 820 and just ask if you've seen this before. With the descriptions of video that we had watched yesterday from 3166 39th Street, right?
correct,
And the summary of conclusions is that there is a figure going through an open area, but one can't determine what or who this figure is. Would you agree with that?
yes, that's correct.
That is the conclusion.
Yes, that's what it states.
So when you said that the analysis wasn't done, what you meant was they were not able to make any determinations, right?
No, the height analysis was not done.
Okay. Well, what type of analysis was that?
They attempted to clear up the video image a bit more, and they were not able to.
So in other words, the crime lab wasn't able to make the footage any clearer.
Correct,
They concluded that this is the crime lab concluded one can't determine what or who the figure is.
correct,
Enhancements were made to the video, but it's still, despite those enhancements, no conclusion.
that's correct.
And because of that, they couldn't do a comparative height analysis.
No, they do not do height analysis.
Oh, so you asked them to do something they don't do.
Correct.
Does the FBI, why did you ask them to do something they don't do?
I didn't know that they didn't.
Did you seek FBI assistance for that?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not, obviously, you guys have the report. I did not get that information until late October, and that would not be enough turnaround time.
October 16th.
I actually didn't get that until, like, I think it was after October 21st is the date that it was reviewed and signed.
Yes, October 21st. And now we're out in June, or trial started in May.
Right, but initially, with the initial trial date, there was not enough turnaround time
And then when
for
the tri-
that. And quite frankly, it slipped my mind to even consider sending it to a different lab to try to analyze.
That part slipped your mind.
Yes,
That
that's what I
part.
said.
Move exhibit 820.
Any objection?
No.
820 is received.
I spoke for Ian. No, he's supposed to say no.
No objection. So if there was a suggestion earlier that you didn't try to get the height analysis done, that would be incorrect, right?
That would be incorrect.
You tried to get that video footage from 3166 clarified, and they just couldn't do it.
Correct.
Okay. So you had indicated, I think, in your cross-examination that you were looking to see, the reason you didn't just rely on Life 360 and the phones is because you were looking to see if the vehicle and the cell phone were traveling together throughout Milwaukee County overnight that night, right?
That's correct.
And what did you find?
I found that it was.
Okay. And you had been asked of whether you had recovered evidence that Mr. Anderson was aware of Ms. Robinson's apartment, right?
Yes,
But you are aware that they were hanging out, talking at Twisted Fisherman and Duke's on Water all night, right?
yes, they could have easily talked about it.
Nothing else.
Defense?
Sure, could have, would have, should have, but we don't know that they did.
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Because one of the people in those conversations is no longer with us, right?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Well, that's one reason. Another reason is there's no evidence that they talked about it.
Because she's dead and I can't ask her.
Okay.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Detective Donner. State, do you have a quick witness?
I do, actually.
Awesome.
Brian Morgan.
If you wanna call back. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's Detective Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Morgan, M-O-R-G-A-N.
Sheriff's Office. And how long have you worked in that capacity?
With the Sheriff's Office for 23 years and as an investigator for the better part of 14.
I will. It's S-H-E-E-N-A S-C-A-R-B-R-O-U-G-H. I'm going to show you Exhibit 494. Is that the DNA swab that you obtained from Sade Robinson's mother?
It is.
Move 494 in.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Received.
Were you also involved in transporting swabs, DNA swabs obtained during autopsy from the various body parts recovered and examined by Dr. Decker to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for DNA analysis?
I was.
Nothing else.
Cross? Thank you.
Thank you.
Another short one by chance?
No, I do not have another short one.
Okay, it's 11:50. It's probably a good time to break for lunch then. Okay, remember your admonitions. Keep that all in mind. Put this case out of your mind till you come back this afternoon. This afternoon, we can kick up at 1:30. Right, Celeste? Or 1:45? 1:30. So we'll do 1:30 this afternoon, okay? So have a lovely lunch. Leave your notebooks on your chair, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Thanks, everybody.
about silhouettes for some times, and he had her looking at the window. We've been talking about this window for a while because we know a neighbor's surveillance camera was able to capture the second floor of Maxwell Anderson's home where he lived, and he was basically saying that, you know, it's possible that drawing conclusions of actual silhouettes was the case in this situation because there are at least 4 plants that are hanging in the window. There's also dogs that were inside of the house too. And she's saying correct, yes, she's confirming this. And then he talks about that the quality of video is poor as well, and that some video has also been lost to time. What also stands out in that questioning when he's cross-examining, I'm looking at my notes right now, Brian, as I look down, you can't say Maxwell Anderson drove that car. Okay, that's what she's saying too. So there's just a lot of kind of punching holes in her testimony this late morning after Rachel Smith took the stand for a second day. Anthony Cotton really jumping on her inexperience with video and then also the silhouette inside of the home, Brian.
You know, do you ever remember the Will Smith movie many years ago called Enemy of the State? I don't know if you
I don't
recall.
think I've seen that one.
Okay, so what I recall about that is that it's the national security, and NSA is tracking his movements everywhere. And at the time, I think it was still sort of futuristic. Every time he swipes his credit card, everywhere he goes, there's a camera on him following in all places. And we literally have an example here where there's a camera almost everywhere this vehicle goes. But what's interesting is our expectations have now gotten to the point where when there's a gap in that, when there's a time frame that we don't see something, the defense goes, well, how can you prove it? Because you don't have video of everything. But it's remarkable how much video evidence there is in this case. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it before. Have you?
Yeah. I have not. This is remarkable because we see, you know, Milwaukee police detectives, sheriff's deputies, local authorities, everyone. It seemed like they saturated the area. Everyone had a task. Everyone had a task to find video from a certain time period. I saw a detective actually almost perk up in a way in the courtroom when he was supposed to focus on the Cudahy area, I believe, not far from the hospital. And he says, you know, we didn't have any homes. No homes in this area had surveillance video. We did go to a guy later, but he wasn't home, something like that. We noticed home surveillance video, but the guy wasn't home. But, and this is when he perked up, there was a hospital in this area on South Lake Drive. And I almost, it wasn't excitement, but for me it showed that they were tasked and they did everything they could to find surveillance video, and they found it, and they looked for that vehicle. And they found it, and these deputies were taking the stand, and they knew the exact time period, and it just proved that there was so much video being captured, even though that there are these black holes, if we want to call it. There is a lot of video being captured. I do want to maybe show a moment of levity. It's hard to call it that during this homicide homicide trial, where there's so much gruesome evidence being shown, but there's this home in Milwaukee. If you're a reporter, a photographer, you probably know, Bill Misson was next to me. We have another reporter from another station next to me. They've driven past it in Milwaukee. This home has a ton of lawn ornaments on there. It's almost a little wacky. But to protect these lawn ornaments, the homeowner has surveillance video. So when we're in Cudahy, St. Francis area, this homeowner has he submitted it to police. That became evidence. You got to realize these jurors are also familiar with the Milwaukee area. So I did see at least 2 female jurors sort of smiling when they saw this evidence being shown of these lawn ornaments, this wild display on a front lawn, because I'm sure that they're also familiar with that home too. So because that homeowner wanted to protect all his lawn ornaments, he has surveillance video of what prosecutors say is Maxwell Anderson driving Sade Robinson's car April 2nd.
All right, last thing I want to ask you about before I let you go, because we've had you here for a long time, but there was a moment right before lunch that I thought was pretty remarkable for what the jury heard, and I don't think, we know that Anthony Cotton has been pretty aggressive on cross-examination, especially about calling out what he thinks was lost evidence or maybe sloppy police work. And after they detailed the car going by Sade Robinson's apartment, he raises the question, well, how did he even know where she lives? I mean, there's no evidence that he knew. They were on a first date. And Detective Donner says, well, you're right, we don't know for sure. At least I don't have evidence of that. The state comes in then and says on redirect, okay, but they were together all night. She might have told him. She says, yeah, that's true. She might have told him. So Anthony comes back and he says, but you don't know that she told him. So how do we know that? And she responds, you're right, I don't know, because she's dead and I can't ask her. And I have to feel like at that moment, all of the aggressiveness from Tony Cotton went in reverse right there. That was one moment where maybe he pushed a step too far. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, Brian, it was like I was at a tennis match, right? My head's going this way, that way, this way, that way, that way, because there was the state, then there was Detective Joanne Donner, and then there was Anthony Cotton, all kind of talking over each other. And you could tell that he was really trying to be aggressive in that moment. So that's when, I mean, she's stepping in. How often do you see someone on the stand stepping in? Usually the state would have stepped in, but she's stepping in and speaking for herself too. Important to note that you're talking about this too, because as I was walking, out of the safety building, coming here to my live shot, I was talking to 3 other people who were in the courthouse during that testimony, and they said that was the best moment of the day. These 3 people were in the gallery, said that was the best moment of the day when I asked them what the entire day was like. They called the video that we saw earlier, just how things were going a little bit slower but fast moving at some points, but that was the best moment of the day for them, Brian.
Well, Aaron Mabin, thank you so much for all of the time you spent with us here today, live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. We'll see if we have a chance to check with you again during this lunch break, but we'll let you get back to some other things that you've got to work on. So appreciate your time. All right, Aaron Mabin outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building, and we're going to check back in and see where we are. Obviously, I want you to see the clock on the wall. It is 12:22. Well, that's what it says on that clock. I see 12:20 p.m. here on our end. It is lunch break on day 7 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. This is the trial of the death and dismemberment of Sade Robinson. They will be out. Typically, they're out until about 1:45 or 1:50. I didn't hear what the judge said before, if they were returning at 1:45 again today. Delaney, you can tell me in my ear if you heard that, but I didn't happen to catch it. She did say 1:30 today, although she said 1:30 earlier this week, and I think they still didn't come back to a 1:45. So we'll see what happens, but I think we're going to have it here for a while. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about some of that tracing of the route. Again, for those of you who are just joining us, I want to walk you through some of what we've heard today, and we'll catch up a little bit on what happened yesterday afternoon. If you haven't heard some of the key things that we heard in the afternoon yesterday, and maybe a little bit about what's yet to come. We'll talk about all that when we come right back after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. You can see the clock on the wall, the camera shot there inside room 620 of the Milwaukee County Safety Building. That indicates they are in recess. It is the lunch recess on day 7 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. That is the trial where he is charged in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson in April of 2024. It is the 6th day of testimony, 7th day of the overall trial, and we have now heard from 75 state witnesses already, and they don't seem to be slowing down anytime soon. This is the most, by the way, the most witnesses we've heard from in any single morning or afternoon session of the entire trial. 13 witnesses today, every one of them a detective or deputy from the Milwaukee Police Department or the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, excuse me. The detectives today were all talking about the movements of the 2020 Honda Civic in the hours after Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson were allegedly at his house. So they came back from Twisted Fisherman and Dukes on Water to his house at around 9 o'clock at night. 12:45 in the morning, prosecutors say they leave, and then they start to sort of trace them around the city. They're following both digital evidence, which is from the GPS, the Life 360 from Sade Robinson's phone, but matching it up with video of the car, video surveillance of the vehicle moving all throughout the city of Milwaukee. It starts at Maxwell Anderson's home. They trace that all the way. They trace it, I believe it's to Forest Home, and then eventually to 35th Street, 35th, all the way up to I-4 or I-94. Gets on I-94 from 35th and goes east, then gets off downtown, goes into the Lower East Side past Sade Robinson's apartment, then up into the River West area, all the way to Capitol Drive, comes west on Capitol Drive, goes quite a way, all the way out to Fond du Lac Avenue, and then circles back after a U-turn back on Capitol Drive to the interstate, comes down south. From there, they go west on I-94 for a ways and then circle back again, they or he or whoever is in there. Back east on 94 and then finally to the south where they end up, or where the vehicle ends up getting off at College Avenue, just on the south edge of Mitchell International Airport, and eventually over into Cudahy and to Warnemount Park, where the vehicle then drives down that service road where Sade Robinson's leg was eventually found. So that's really what this morning was tracing those movements and getting an idea what happened between the time that the vehicle left Maxwell Anderson's house and the time that it was found on fire on the north side of Milwaukee the next morning. There's obviously much more to come this afternoon, and more we still haven't heard about. We still have not gotten the results of those DNA swabs on the hoodie that was found yesterday. That is Maxwell Anderson's hoodie. We also haven't seen the photographs from Maxwell Anderson's phone, one of which shows, according to prosecutor Sade Robinson, on his living room couch. Those are things we still expect to hear. Not sure how long it's going to take to get there. Again, today was all detailed movements through the courthouse or through the city. And then one pretty interesting exchange we're going to talk about in a little bit once again that happened right before the lunch break that had everyone in the gallery talking about it, according to Aaron Mabin, on the way out of the courthouse. We're going to tell you more about that moment, what was said, how it got there, a tennis match right before the noon break. We are going to take a break here in just a moment, and we'll step away, and then we'll be right back to carry you up to the end of the lunch break. We'll step away right now and be back in a moment.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson back here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. It is 12:30 on June 4th. It is Wednesday morning, and it is day 7. Wednesday morning. It's Wednesday afternoon, day 7 of the Maxwell Anderson trial, day 6 of testimony. Anderson, of course, the man charged with the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson in April of 2024. Today has been the speediest day in terms of getting through witnesses. 13 witnesses were whisked in on and off the stand this morning, all detectives and one deputy from both the Milwaukee Police Department and the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office. Today was really all about tracking the vehicle, tracking Sade Robinson's car, that 2020 Honda Civic, from the time it left Maxwell Anderson's home, according to prosecutors, at 12:45 in the morning on April 2nd until 4:08-ish, I think, something like that, when it's 4 o'clock in the morning when the phone signal was ultimately lost. It was actually I don't have the exact time, a little bit after 4:40 a.m. Okay, 4:40 a.m. where the last record of that phone was at I-794 and Howard Avenue on the south side, not terribly far from Warner Mountain Park, where her leg was ultimately found about 12 hours later. Those detectives that were on the stand today, one each, they would talk about one particular camera that was recovered. There was a massive video canvas effort here to find videos in the days after the discovery of that leg and after the arrest of Maxwell Anderson, particularly after discovery of that Life 360 GPS data that shows those movements. That really is the foundation and underlying of much of this case. And they started again at 12:45 when there's video showing 2 flashing lights in the alleyway or in the area next to Maxwell Anderson's house, behind the fence, just on its way to the alleyway. Somewhere back there's a vehicle with 2 lights that flash. Prosecutors say that's consistent with Sade Robinson's key fob being used to open or unlock the car. From that point, the vehicle travels to down Euclid, west, up 43rd Street to Forest Home, and then northeast on Forest Home to 35th Street, all the way up to I-94. From there, they follow the traveling of that vehicle to the east, and it then goes downtown, gets off at McKinley, at I-43 and McKinley Avenue. There is a license plate reading camera at that location that identifies specifically that it is Sade Robinson's vehicle, not one that just looks like it, but Sade Robinson's vehicle that's passing by. That vehicle then goes into the Lower East Side up Commerce Street along the river, where it passes Sade Robinson's apartment building, Brewers Point Apartments, which is right next to Lakefront Brewery. The vehicle continues past the apartment complex and goes up north into the River West area, eventually all the way up to Capitol Drive. Then the vehicle proceeds west on Capitol Drive, all the way to across the interstate to 27th and Capitol, and then it loops back around going east on Capitol once again. Driving down from Capitol Drive, getting back on the interstate at I-43 and Capitol, and driving down south to 94. At that point, the vehicle goes back west. It's not clear whoever's driving, where they're going, what their objective is, but now it goes west on I-94, like it's going back toward or past the stadium, the baseball stadium, American Family Field, going that direction, and then once again loops back around to the east. Now it comes east on 94 and hits I-43, 94 again and goes south. Now we're going toward the airport. If you know Milwaukee, you know the interstates, you know that you can go south from there to Mitchell International Airport. The vehicle then next exits at College Avenue, which is one of the exits you would take to go to Mitchell Airport. It goes that direction. It goes east on College, but continues all the way past toward the lakefront, and eventually jogs a little bit north into Cudahy and goes down a service road. That's the service road that leads to the pump house, which is along the lakefront where Sade Robinson's leg was ultimately found. After that time, the vehicle leaves the service road and it starts to go north. And shortly after that, it's not long after that, about 8 minutes later, the signal goes dead. It is not until 5:19, about another hour, well, another 40 minutes after that Sade Robinson's car is picked up on video cameras on the north side of Milwaukee. We saw that in one of the early days of the trial as the car is circling around the north side of Milwaukee and eventually the car is parked in a, behind an abandoned business along 29th and Lisbon, in that area, right along Lisbon Avenue behind this business, and ends up engulfed in flames. Milwaukee firefighters are called out to put out those flames. They determine it's arson, it's been intentionally set, and a review of video surveillance in the area, including, what I still think is remarkable, a Milwaukee County Transit bus that just happens to be passing by. That's the photo. It gets this shot. We've talked about it before, but I'll keep pointing out that little flicker in the far right corner, that little bit of orange, is the start of the fire that will soon engulf Sade Robinson's car. And right where the mouse is on that white building, just below it, you can see a person who looks like they're carrying a backpack walking the opposite way toward the road. We see in the next image that that person is a little more clear. It is someone with dark clothing and a tan backpack. Who is, you can tell this is a reverse shot from a camera on that same Milwaukee County Transit bus. That individual is traced through other videos and still photos all the way across to a bus stop at 35th and Lisbon. There he is, police say, on the left side of the two people standing there, and then boarding a bus at 35th and Lisbon. And prosecutors say that is, in their view, clearly Maxwell Anderson. They follow him on the bus all the way back down to his neighborhood, and there are shots of him getting off the bus and walking with that tan backpack or camouflage backpack, whatever that is, walking back. Also, by the way, the hoodie that he's wearing is significant. Takes that all the way back to his home, and he's seen entering the home, or that's him in the neighborhood, and then soon thereafter entering the home at, I think, 4, or what did I say that was? No, that was at 8:42 a.m. We also know, by the way, that after he gets home at 8:42 a.m., on April 2nd, the day after his date with Sade Robinson, within a couple of hours, he's back out, he's left, and he has gone to Dugout 54, which is a bar in Milwaukee that is near the baseball stadium. And it just so happens that April 2nd was opening day for the Milwaukee Brewers, and he was there for a shift. That's a pretty big deal for a bar near the baseball stadium, opening day. He showed up for his shift, according to the owner of that place. Showed up for his regular shift that day. After that, we don't really know much of what happens between April 2nd and April 4th. We do know that on April 4th is when police arrest Maxwell Anderson. So that's pretty much gets you up to speed on what we have learned today. There were some pretty remarkable moments, a lot of it not so much. I mean, really, yesterday afternoon was, how do I put this? Julius Kim, who we've had on doing analysis, says it was maybe the slowest sequence in the trial. And he feels, his analysis was, he feels that the prosecution may have lost the jury a bit. It was very intricate presentation of some dark, grainy nighttime video and looking for just little flickers of light and trying to extract, what does that flicker of light mean? What does that shadow mean? What does that movement mean? And that went on for quite a long time. And we heard from people in the gallery who were just kind of fatigued by it, that it seemed like it was a really slow and methodical process. It may very well be key evidence, but it was not all that engaging for the members of the gallery, and we can only imagine how the jurors may have felt. Today was similar because it was, again, a lot of technical presentation a video, what's that in this frame, what's that in that frame, what's the time that that happened. But then something happened right toward the end of the morning session that seemed to grab a lot of people's attention. We heard from Aaron Mabin, who we'll hear from again here in just a little bit, but he said as he was leaving the courthouse for the lunch break and coming out to talk to us, he talked to 3 different people who pointed out the same moment and said it was the best moment of the day in their view. And this was it. Joanne Donner, a detective in the Milwaukee Police Department who's made probably 5 appearances now on the witness stand. That's her right there. She's on the stand talking about this video evidence. And one of the things that we see as she traces the route on a map all throughout the city, where did they go? We know the vehicle goes directly from Maxwell Anderson's house to Sade Robinson's apartment and passes the apartment. And what's not clear is, well, why did the vehicle go there? If it is Maxwell Anderson driving, that's the vehicle going past her apartment complex, Brewers Point Apartments, right next to Lakefront Brewery on Commerce Street. It says, by the way, 11:06 p.m. up in the corner you see there. The detectives say that was off by 2 hours. It is, in fact, 1:06 in the morning when that vehicle goes past Sade Robinson's apartment. Well, the defense attorney, Tony Cotton here in this case, on cross-examination of Detective Donner says, well, they were on a first date. How would he even know where she lives? Do we have any information that he knows where she lived? And Detective Donner's response was, well, we don't have any evidence for certain that he knew. On redirect, the prosecutor, Ian Vance Curzan, asks, okay, but they were on a date the whole night. They were talking for hours at the bar. She certainly could have told him where she lives, right? And she says, well, yeah, that's also true. She could have. So Tony Cotton jumps back in on a recross and says, but we don't have any evidence that he did tell her, right? I mean, we don't know what Sade Robinson said. And Detective Donner responded to that by saying, you're right, we don't, because she's dead and I can't ask her. That seemed to be the moment that resonated with members of the gallery. It's something that Aaron Maben said stood out to him. I bolded it in my notes, so it stood out to me. You have to imagine that it's something the jurors noticed, I would guess, and we'll talk to Julius Kim in a little bit. I'm curious to know, as a criminal defense attorney, how he would feel about that moment. It still does establish what Tony Cotton's trying to point out, which is there's no proof he actually even knew where she lived, so why would he be driving by the apartment if it's him? Maybe it's somebody else. That's what he's trying to get at. But that moment, I can't ask her because she's dead. Probably not the line he wanted the jury to hear, and he certainly served that one up to Detective Donner to be able to say that. So we'll ask Julius Kim about that in a little while. Now, Tony Cotton didn't have a bad morning all along. He had some other points where he seemed to potentially poke some holes in the prosecution or in investigators, what he would determine as maybe not the most thorough of investigation. I think he said that they could have been more thorough. There's one witness in particular, it was the first one of the day. He was talking to Rachel Smith, a detective who was on the stand at the end of yesterday, and she came back on today. Detective Smith is a Milwaukee police detective, and they were talking to her about the video canvas that was done in and around Maxwell Anderson's house and these videos that were taken all over the city. I think she's the one who got that video from across the street, from a neighbor who lived across from Maxwell Anderson. That nighttime video that seems to indicate there was some movement in the house around the time investigators believe the two of them were both there. And Tony Cotton asks her, well, what's your experience with, are you a video surveillance expert? And she says, well, no, it's, you know, have you been specially trained on analyzing video? No, she hasn't. How long were you a detective? She says, I've been a detective for 4 years. I was promoted during the pandemic. And he asks about the video she obtained from that house because she got video for April 1st into April 2nd, the night in question. But Maxwell Anderson wasn't arrested until April 4th, so he asks, did you get video for April 3rd and April 4th? Why not get video for those days too? And she says, well, because at the time we were focused on that specific time frame. That's why I got that video. Well, by the time they might have determined that it would have been helpful to know what happened between April 1st and April 4th, or April 2nd and April 4th, that video was gone, and it had been overwritten. So he asks, you know, why didn't you get the rest of this, suggesting that maybe that was a missed opportunity. All right, one other thing he points out in that exchange is that there was some interpretation being made by Detective Smith about the height of an individual, or there was a question asked about the height of an individual in the video, and could she tell if they were as tall as a fence or something like that, and she couldn't really answer that clearly. Tony Cotton asks, were you aware that the FBI, who was assisting in this investigation, were you aware that they do forensic video analysis and they can in fact do height analysis? And she says, I was not aware they could do that. Cotton seemed to seize on that, saying, well, you didn't even know, you didn't ask, you didn't try. So between that, and I think there was one other moment with Detective Donner later where he asked why she hadn't gotten more video from a certain area, and she said, in hindsight, it slipped her mind to have done that. That part slipped my mind, and he repeated, that slipped your mind, huh? So the defense seems to be sort of trying to poke holes in just how thorough the investigation was, but after all these videos that have been shown, I don't know how convincing that'll be to a jury that probably thinks this looks like an awfully thorough investigation in terms of the number of video clips, surveillance videos, digital tracking, that sort of thing. We don't know because we can't be in the mind of the jury. What we do know is that we have Fox 6's Aaron Mabin who's standing by. We're going to go talk to him right after we take this break here from the Wisconsin Live Desk.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk, day 7 of the Maxwell Anderson trial, day 6 of testimony. It is Wednesday, June 4th, and we're in the lunch recess, probably a little under an hour to go. They said today they're going to come back at 1:30. I'll believe it when I see it. It's been 1:45 just about, or later, just about every day. But nonetheless, during that time, we'll be here giving you some updates, some summaries, some analysis of what we've seen so far, and look ahead to what may still be coming. And I'm going to bring in Fox 6's Aaron Mabin once again, who is live outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. And Aaron, I know that you were in there this morning. You've been in listening to testimony throughout the week, but you're outside now. What are you seeing around you? Are we seeing any, have you seen any family members talking outside? Have you seen any supporters coming? What are we seeing?
So when we were leaving closer to noon, I did see the father of Sade Robinson walking out of the safety building and then going down close to the police administration building. I was talking to our producer Delaney a little bit ago. I'm hoping to get an interview with someone who's been in the gallery, maybe to talk about what they're feeling, what they've been taking away from the trial so far today. But Brian, it's just kind of been a sleepy day outside the courthouse. So I don't know if you've noticed this, but I've kind of been scanning throughout as you've been giving a rundown of things, hoping to pull someone aside to maybe talk about how they're feeling, what the pulse is, because it's one thing for me to be reporting what I'm seeing, but it's also good to just talk to people who have, been inside the courtroom, what they're taking away from this testimony too. Have not seen it yet, but it's still, 12:48. We have until 1:30. Maybe we'll see someone maybe leaving a lunch spot or something, walking into the safety building doors. I did see Sade Robinson's father walking out. I do want to note we have not seen Sade Robinson's mother inside of the courtroom today. Someone did come up to me earlier who has been in the courtroom for much of, basically since day 1 of the testimony. She did say that she believes that Sade Robinson's mother was not feeling well today, or at least this morning. I have not talked to her directly. I cannot confirm that. But again, Sade Robinson's mother has not been in the courtroom. Neither has the family attorney who's working with the estate of Sade Robinson. She has not been in the courtroom at all today either. It's interesting that I bring her up because the last testimony we heard, the last person to take the stand was someone who took the DNA of Sheena Scarborough, Sade Robinson's mother, before we took that lunch break. So, you know, it's just another part of the story that she's being mentioned inside the courtroom today, but we do not know if you know, she'll maybe take the stand later on today, later on at all, because she is on that witness list of more than 200 people. So just an interesting dynamic inside the courtroom today. We're not seeing her, but she is mentioned, and there is a possibility that she could take the stand at some point throughout this trial, Brian.
You know, I'm thinking about all the things we still have yet to hear. Like, what have we heard and what might we still have yet to hear? The fact that we heard someone who took the DNA swabs of Sade Robinson's mother is one thing. We haven't heard what the results were and why they're relevant to the case for jurors to hear. We also heard the person who took the DNA swabs from that hoodie that was recovered that prosecutors say belongs to Maxwell Anderson, the one he was wearing in those videos on the bus and leaving the scene of the car fire. We haven't heard the results of that, so we're still going to hear. I imagine we're going to be hearing from some crime lab analysts coming up, but we've got that. We've got the pictures from the phone. We've got other, there seems to be more to come, and you kind of wonder how much further we have to go, but at the pace of some of this, it could still go a while.
You know, earlier when we walked in, it may have been Friday, Monday morning, we thought that we could be getting closer to the state maybe wrapping up its case. But as you go through everything and we sit in the courtroom and we just hear the crime lab just being mentioned so many times today, Brian, from the backyard to the video to the height of the fence. I mean, that is someone who, multiple people, someone who's going to take up a lot of time, it seems like, because the height of the fence is what it looks like they're going to be touching on. The surveillance video was grainy at some point. It seems like the crime lab had to maybe bump up the surveillance video, making it easier for detectives to see that vehicle. So I'm wondering if that's going to be coming into play too. And then the DNA. When we get into DNA, I've sat in through so many different trials. When you get into DNA, that just becomes so technical. And that is something that isn't rushed because you don't want to lose the jury. When you get to swabs and DNAs, you just don't want to lose the jury when it comes to that technical stuff. So it's interesting. When we were in the courtroom earlier this week, we thought the state, you know, could be making its case sooner rather than later, but there's still so much that could come up, Brian.
So I am looking through my list of 75 witnesses that I've logged so far in this trial. There is only one that I listed as a crime lab analyst, and that was Megan McMahon back on the second day of testimony, day 3 of the trial. She was brought in to talk about this medium petroleum distillate that was discovered in the car, which they said was consistent with something like lighter fluid. So that was how they came to the determination that the car was set on fire, that it was arson, that there was an open flame applied to this lighter fluid-like substance, and that's what did it. That's the only crime lab analyst we've heard from so far.
Yeah.
I've got to suspect we're going to hear from more, especially when we've heard a couple of people testify about taking swabs.
And we've also seen, you know, a number of detectives taking the stand once again, Joanne Donner being one of them. You know, once again, you know, taking the stand multiple times as possible, that she could also be taking the stands once again a little bit later during this trial. They may reuse her and just reintroduce her once again.
Yeah, I was looking at that too. Joanne Donner has been, if my logging is right, she's been on the stand 5 times, which is more than anybody else. So she's definitely a regular here on this. You know, we talked about the kind of testimony. You talk about DNA, that, you know, it could be really technical, and we've seen so much of this video evidence. Are you able to see in the jurors' faces at times if they look like maybe they're getting a little bit bored, or they're getting kind of like, you know, okay, we get the point here? I mean, do you ever see that at any point as you're watching?
The first break, they needed that first break, because when the judge today said, who needs it? I mean, we had people putting their hands up right away. They needed that first break, but you know, some of it is they're coming in, they're chugging coffee, they got to get up and get moving. But that first one, it was things like people were a little glazed over, just going through all that really dark video. You're going through all this dark video that's 1:30, 2, 3 in the morning. You're seeing the same foggy windows and everything. So I think it is good to allow that jury to have that break. But I do remember them saying to the judge, yeah, we got to have that first break. That was one. And then we took a second break, and now we're here on the lunch break too. So already 3 breaks this morning so far. I know we're whipping through these witnesses, but a lot of this testimony that the jury is seeing, if you think about it, in a way, it's kind of very similar. We're going to see the time, what was found when it comes to the vehicle, what did the vehicle look like. It's the same thing over and over again that they're just continuing to recall, so they definitely needed a break today, Brian.
You know, one thing I noticed, Aaron, is that there are certainly some times where if there had been just a little additional video evidence, it could have really nailed things shut. As an example, Dugout 54, where the place where Maxwell Anderson reportedly went to work on April 2nd. At 11 o'clock in the morning, he shows up for work. I think one of the questions is, you know, what car was he driving? You know, what was he wearing? Things like that we don't see. And maybe that wasn't key because by that point the car's been set on fire. So we know he certainly wasn't driving Sade Robinson's car at that point. But there are some places in here where if you had that video of him throwing the hoodie into the garbage, you'd know it was him. The defense has been able to say, we don't know who threw that in there. We have no idea how it got there. There's certainly some little gaps like that, and that seems to be what the defense is trying to exploit.
And I mean, even when we get to the Sade Robinson's car going into Maxwell Anderson's neighborhood, we don't really get a close view of her car going to Maxwell Anderson's home and parking there. The best that they have is surveillance video down the street. So that's what they're dealing with. A number of situations like that where there's just not that clear, sorry, a loud vehicle out here, not that clear, you know, situation that they're really looking for. You know, the Dugout 54 thing just absolutely stands out because that was such a big day. It was opening day, a lot of baseball was happening, and a lot of people packing that bar. But we don't ever see Maxwell Anderson at work. What was his demeanor? What was he like maybe making drinks for people or serving people, dealing with people in the restaurant? We don't know anything about 45 about Maxwell Anderson at that restaurant that day. So that's just such a gap right there, Brian.
Well, one of the things actually that I think about, Aaron, is, and they've talked about that missing video or things that we don't see on, you know, later on the 2nd or on April 3rd or 4th before he's arrested. I've wondered this all along. Let's imagine for a moment he's guilty. He did this. He's the one who went to scatter the body parts into Lake Michigan. Did he expect that the first body part was going to be found 12 hours later? Was he prepared yet to have everything disposed of and cleaned up and whatever? Again, I'm making a leap for a moment. We're saying, let's imagine he is in fact guilty. We don't know that. That's up to the jury. But if he did, you try to imagine how would someone behave. I do wonder if those two gentlemen on a rainy day finding that leg on the 2nd, on the afternoon of the 2nd, if he wasn't at home going, how did that get found already? I better hurry up and get rid of some things. And that's where the defense is saying, well, we could answer that question if you had gotten some of this evidence right away, but it took several days, in some cases a week, before police were following up and getting some of that evidence. I wonder if that is really going to cost the state in this case, that there was that time delay.
And I think a lot of people are really interested to see how the defense is going to move forward when they start calling witnesses, and then of course the closing arguments that will come too, because there are so many moments like that where, yes, there's video, yes, there's the assumption, as Anthony Cotton keeps pointing out about detectives and things, about an assumption, but there's not that concrete, situation. So, Brian, I know we're leaping ahead, but we're also preparing for what's to come, and I think we're painting a picture of what people can expect too.
Any idea what we can expect this afternoon? I mean, I guess we don't really know, do we? Is it going to be more of this technical stuff, or are we going to get to some bombshells, or what?
Yeah, it seems like this has been really unpredictable, Brian. I was not expecting to see, and I'm talking about yesterday now, I don't think anyone was expecting to see the t-shirt coming, that hoodie, that gray hoodie coming out of the bag. So although it seems like this case is very technical, it's filled with surveillance video, yesterday surprised me with that gray hoodie came out of the bag from the detective who found it in a garbage can during a search. So that's why I'm saying today, who knows what this afternoon will bring, because it really has been a case of technical moments, but also moments that you say, oh wow, this is some key evidence that just popped up from the state, and how is the defense going to respond to this too? So we're not sure. We're talking about DNA. Maybe that's going to come into play a little bit later, Brian.
All right, well, Aaron Mabin, thank you once again. We've had you a couple of times this afternoon. We love having you during these lunch breaks to help us break down what's going on inside that courtroom. Aaron
And
Mabin.
Brian,
yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna stay out here a little bit longer. I do want to let you know if I do see someone who has been in the gallery all day with me and they're willing to talk on camera, I'm going to try to pull them aside if you can make time for that. So we're going to stay out here and hopefully get some live interviews for you guys.
Let Delaney know. She'll let me know. We'll get you on. Thanks a lot, Aaron. All right, so Aaron Mabin outside the Milwaukee County Safety Building. Got to go back to me, not him. You see him walking away from the camera. It is 1 o'clock right now. We're going to take a break. When we come back, I'll break down again what we've heard this morning, catch you up on some of the things you might have missed yesterday afternoon, and get you ready for the second half of the day. At 1:15, we are going to be joined by Julius Kim of the law firm Kim and Lavoie, who is a criminal defense attorney and former state prosecutor all throughout this trial. He's been very gracious with his time in offering us insight and analysis into what we're seeing in the courtroom and what to make of the testimony, and we'll talk to him in a little bit. But right now, we'll take a break and come back in a couple of minutes.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk at 1:03 p.m. on Wednesday, June 4th. This is day 7 of the trial of Maxwell Anderson, who is charged in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson after a first date in April of 2024. You can see, oh, nope, that's wrong. Boy, that is crazy. How about that? Let me get off of there for a moment and go back to what I wanted to show you was the, here we go. That's the clock on the wall of room 620 of the Milwaukee County Safety Building where the court is in recess. They're in their lunch recess and are set to return officially at 1:30. I expect it might be a little bit beyond that, so we're going to keep it here for a while. We'll get you up to speed on what you missed this morning, some of yesterday afternoon's testimony, and in about 10 minutes we'll talk to Julius Kim of Kim and Lavoie. Today, as you heard Aaron and I talking about, if you've been on here for a little while, 13 witnesses came to the stand, all of them detectives and one deputy, talking about surveillance video and movement. You know, there's a massive video canvas done of the entire route that Maxwell Anderson was believed to have taken in Sade Robinson's vehicle. Whether or not she was inside or at what points she might have been inside, we don't know. But detectives are saying they believe it was Anderson driving. Of course, the defense says there's never any pictures that prove it was him. But nonetheless, they detail the movements of that vehicle. And we heard from Joanne Donner, a detective, that the reason they were doing this was to match the actual vehicle to the Life 360 data. So they could prove it wasn't just her phone that was moving about these places, but in fact, it was also her car. They were, I'm sure, hoping to be able to see who was driving that car, but the windows are foggy. The windows, it's a wet day. It's not clear if there's something else going on inside that car that caused the windows to be so fogged up, but you can never see inside as to who is driving. You can tell there that it's just not possible to tell who's behind the wheel. That is Robinson's car in one of those surveillance snapshots. Probably one of the more helpful moments in terms of trying to follow all of this was when Detective Donner started drawing maps. And this is one of those maps. So if you are familiar with Milwaukee, you might be familiar with these interstates and what you're seeing right there. But the line that goes, the double line that goes east-west, she used a red Sharpie here. That east-west line there, that's I-94. And then it curls around, I-94 curls around south, becomes 9441 going south. And then the little loop that goes to the north, that's I-43 going in toward downtown Milwaukee. Now, if you go west, all the way off the page to the left, Maxwell Anderson's house was over that way, a little bit to the south, so a little bit down and to the left. And they track him from his house up Forest Home to 35th Street and 35th Street all the way up to the interstate. He comes east on the interstate, they say, or he or whoever's driving the car and the phone go east on the interstate and then go, I believe, if I'm correct, it then goes north on I-43. I am fairly certain that I've got this in order correctly. It goes north on I-43 the first time, so it goes that little curl up and then around to the top of the page. From there, the vehicle ends up getting off the interstate at McKinley Avenue. So I think we can go to the second map, maybe. No, okay, this is still the, all right, so we don't have the north side map. Well, I'm going to tell you what happened on the north side, though. On the north side of this map, it gets off at McKinley, goes by the Lower East Side, and goes by Sade Robinson's apartment, circles around the north side for a while, and then comes back down the interstate, entering at the north or the top part of the screen. The vehicle then goes back west on I-94 to the left side of the screen, and that's why you see the double line, because it loops back again. So it goes west and then comes back east, and then turns south onto 94 or continues south onto 94, like toward Chicago. So going down to the south, and it's headed toward Mitchell International Airport. You can see Mitchell International Airport on your screen, kind of right there in the middle. The vehicle where it's circled down at that bottom left corner, that is the College Avenue exit, and there's a camera there that captures the vehicle getting off the interstate. It's a DOT camera, captures the vehicle exiting the interstate and then turning onto College Avenue. The vehicle takes College Avenue east, where another camera, that's the second circle, captures it continuing east on College, and then eventually turns north, as you see there near Lake Michigan. As it's coming up north, there's another camera that captures it going by, and eventually it ends up turning down the service road. That's the top one up there. It turns down a service road that leads to Warnemount Park and to the pump house that is down at the edge of Lake Michigan. That is where Sade Robinson's leg was ultimately found. There are videos of that vehicle going in and coming out of that service road, and then it proceeds north on 794 toward Howard, and that is the last place that the phone ever sends another ping. You see the two lines that are going off to the right there? I'm not entirely certain. I think that bottom one, the first one, just above that circle, might be the path down to the lake, and the second one might be the Howard Avenue area where the phone was ultimately last seen. I'm not exactly clear in looking at this, but in any case, goes down the service road, comes back out an hour or so later, and then the phone last pings at 4:40 a.m. near I-70-94 in Howard, and it never moves again. Friends actually saw that location when they checked their Life 360 and they saw Sade didn't show up for work the next day at Pizza Shuttle. They're like, what's her phone doing all the way down there? Oh my gosh, did something bad happen? That's when one of her co-workers and friends went to report her missing to Milwaukee police on Tuesday night, April 2nd. By that time, a human leg had already been found in the park. Now she's reported missing, and that's when investigators started to piece all of this together. They got the phone records and found the exchange, the text exchange that showed who she was with, and that's when they started to zero in on Maxwell Anderson. It took a couple of days before they actually made the arrest, and then another 10 days or so before prosecutors charged Anderson with the crime. If you've been following this case at all, you know all of this, but for those who are just coming into it, I want to kind of get you up to speed on what's really behind all of this. They go on a first date, Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson. They're spotted at a couple of bars. They go back to his place, according to prosecutors, and she's never heard from again. Her remains were found scattered in areas all over Milwaukee and Milwaukee County and all the way down into Waukegan, Illinois. Much of her dismembered remains turned up along the shores of Lake Michigan. First in Cudahy, then in South Milwaukee, and then an arm that washed up on the shores of Waukegan Beach in Waukegan, Illinois. Other parts of her remains were found on the north side of Milwaukee near a playground and train tracks at 31st and Galena. A couple of blocks away from those remains was Sade Robinson's burned out car, which investigators said was intentionally set on fire. And of course, we've seen all this video evidence of Maxwell Anderson, what prosecutors say was Anderson walking away from that scene and then going to the bus and taking the bus home. So that's what we know, and that's why we're here. 75 witnesses have been heard from so far in this case, 13 of them just this morning, but there's more to come. Among the things we have not heard yet, we have not seen presented as evidence, but we've heard about photographs extracted from Maxwell Anderson's cell phone, including one that purportedly shows Sade Robinson on his living room couch. We have also heard a couple of different experts testify that they performed DNA swabs of a hoodie, for instance, that Maxwell Anderson was wearing and that detectives found in a garbage can a couple of houses away from his about a week after all of these events. That, they say, is what he was wearing. There were DNA swabs performed on that, but we haven't heard the results of what they found on that hoodie. We expect to still hear about that. And then we also, of course, heard testimony about, or what we haven't heard from yet is the result of the DNA swabs of Sade Robinson's mother, which was used to get DNA of Sade Robinson so they could connect the all of the remains. And I would imagine we're going to hear from some crime lab analysts talking about some of that. Are there other things that remain? I really couldn't tell you. Maybe Julius Kim can, because he's our defense expert. He's going to be joining us in a couple of minutes. So I'm going to take a break and see if we've got Julius tuned in, and we will bring Julius Kim from Kim and Lavoie onto the Wisconsin Live Desk to tell us more. We'll do that after this break.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back. I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson at the Wisconsin Live Desk at 1:14 on Wednesday, June 4th. We are covering the Maxwell Anderson trial, the death and dismemberment of Sade Robinson. They are in their lunch recess, and we are joined now by our resident expert, that is criminal defense attorney Julius Kim. I've got to make sure I've got your microphone ready to go here. Julius Kim joining us here once again. Julius, thanks once again for your time here today. I'm sure you've been watching closely. What stood out to you from this morning? I mean, we sped through 13 witnesses, more of that video surveillance.
I think that's what stood out most for me is just the fact that we had 13 witnesses in one morning. I think I've noticed a noticeable increase in terms of the pace that the state is presenting their case. And I think that's deliberate, because I think that they sense that things were starting to get a little bogged down with some of the testimony yesterday. But with regard to the actual testimony itself, what's most noticeable is the fact that although the state is showing a lot of evidence of this car driving around, as the defense has been pointing out, though, it's still not direct evidence that Maxwell Anderson or even Sade Robinson was in that car or not in that car. So I think that's what's very telling right now so far.
Something that stood out to me is Anthony Cotton seems to really be hitting on missed opportunities, or maybe areas where the prosecution or investigators weren't as thorough as they could have been. And particularly, he points out that video from across the street that they spent so much time going into intricate detail over, that was obtained from this resident across the street on like April 7th or 8th, a week after all this happened, and the video was still there. But they didn't retain the video from the next couple of days leading up to when Maxwell Anderson was ultimately arrested, and the defense seems to be suggesting that additional video could have answered some additional questions. Maybe it could have cleared Anderson, or maybe it could have been the smoking gun that convicted him. Maybe he would have seen someone hauling a body out of the house. Who knows? But they don't have that. He seemed to suggest that was a real missed opportunity. He used the term, I think, lost for all time. That video was indeed lost, and you've got the detective going, yeah, you're right.
Right. People oftentimes are wondering, when is the defense presenting their case, or when will they present their case? Well, the defense is actually presenting their case right now. A lot of times, a defense case is really thorough cross-examination of prosecution witnesses and pointing out not only things that the police may have done, but also things that they didn't do. And I think that the defense is doing a really nice job of pointing that out. Part of the cross-examination that the defense has engaged in is pointing out to jurors the things that aren't so obvious, like the experience or inexperience of this detective that was presenting all this video from across the street, like the fact that the video surveillance was not on constantly. Being reminded of that is really, really important, because just the very fact that the detective admitted that there are large gaps in between all of the videos that we've been seeing from across the street is huge, right? Because a lot could have happened in those periods of time. People could have walked into the Anderson residence or walked out of the Anderson residence. And so pointing out those gaps are really important. And especially in a case like this, where they're asking the jury to conclude that someone is guilty of first-degree intentional homicide through circumstantial evidence. That is a crucial part of this case.
Anthony Cotton has been pretty aggressive in his cross-examination at times, and I wonder if he didn't maybe push a little too far with that last witness today, or Joanne Donner, right before the lunch break. He's trying to establish that, well, while the car goes right past Sade Robinson's apartment at 1 o'clock in the morning after leaving, they say, Maxwell Anderson's house, he says, well, we don't even know that Maxwell Anderson knew where she lived, right? There's nothing in evidence that says that. And at first she responds, you're right. We don't have any evidence that he knew where she lived. The state comes back on redirect and says, okay, but they could have talked about it. They were at the bar for hours. I mean, yeah, it was a first date, but she might have said I work at or live over in these Brewers Point apartments. And once again, he comes back one more time just to establish, but we don't know. There's no evidence that he knew. And it gives her the opportunity, and she says, you're right, we don't, because she's dead and I can't ask her. And we've already heard from people who were in the gallery who told Aaron Mabin that was the best moment of the morning in their view. I wonder, as a defense attorney there, was that still effective? Was that a misstep? Did he push too far?
I thought it was appropriate, in all honesty. Sometimes that happens in trials where you end up kind of jousting with witnesses that are on the stand. I'm not, the fact of the matter is that Attorney Cotton has an obligation to point these things out. And this is a really important point because he asked the question that I was wondering is, how do we know that Maxwell Anderson even knew where Sade Robinson lived? Because if he didn't know, then that kind of begs the question, well, who would know where Sade Robinson lives? Is it Sade Robinson herself? Was Sade Robinson still alive at that time? I mean, there are lots of questions being thrown out there by his questions. We're making assumptions based on what happened, based upon how the state has been trying to paint the picture of the scene that night, but we don't know the answer to a lot of these questions. They keep pointing out that the windows to the car have been fogged up. Well, that kind of begs the question, does that mean that, or does that suggest that Sade Robinson may have been alive while in that car? The fact that they don't have definitive evidence that Maxwell Anderson knew where Sade Robinson even lived, yet the car drove right by her house, does that mean that she was possibly driving the car? These are all questions that we think that we know the answer to, but we don't know. And it's the state's burden to prove these things. And I think that Anthony Cotton has an obligation and, to point these things out and should be stepping on the gas a little bit more because these are crucial moments of the trial.
I do wonder, and I know that the defense doesn't have to prove an alternate theory. They just have to hold the state to its burden of proof. But that being said, if you're stepping back and going, what would a reasonable person consider doubt? You go, gosh, where in this process could somebody else have gotten in the car and done this? Was it back at Anderson's house? Did they tie Maxwell Anderson up and then go take the car and dump her body somewhere? But he showed up for work the next day. He showed up just like everything was fine. So it does kind of, was that helpful to the state? What was the relevance of he showed up to work the next day? Why does that matter?
I think that it showed that, quite honestly, I thought it helped the defense more than the state, quite frankly. Maybe they were trying to tie together the fact that he was seen leaving the apartment and that they can see who is leaving the apartment at a given time. Of course, the problem with that is that the detectives in this case didn't get a broader scope of video footage. And that's a common thing that happens in investigations and a common mistake, in my opinion, that law enforcement makes. Once they feel like they have a prime suspect, what they do is they try and look for evidence that supports that person's guilt rather than thinking in broader terms that other people may have been involved or that there could have been more to the story than what they're thinking. And so they narrow the scope of the evidence that they're collecting. In this case, what they did was they narrowed the scope of the video that they collected from across the street and other places when that video evidence could have shown a different side to the story. It could have shown other people walking out of Maxwell Anderson's apartment, for instance. And that's a real danger to the state's case here, is that the defense may allege that, listen, there was tunnel vision in this situation. They zeroed in on Maxwell Anderson, and they haven't proven beyond a reasonable doubt that it was him because they were convinced it was him from the get-go, but there's more to the story. And there's enough of these kind of weird facts in terms of where the car is going, the fogged up windows, et cetera, where if the jury can't make heads or tails of all these random facts, then they might very well come back with a not guilty verdict here.
One of the other things I thought was interesting was the discussion of that video from yesterday, which was, it was grueling, it was slow. It was that nighttime video where there's just little bitty moments of flickers of light here and there or shadows that were interpreted as being human beings that are moving inside that apartment. I think we heard a couple of times, those are human figures moving. And today we heard Anthony Cotton say, well, how do you know those were humans? And he asks that Rachel Smith, are you a forensic video investigator? Have you been trained that way? Did you ask the FBI to do that kind of forensic analysis? She says, I didn't even know they could do that. But it was the first time I heard him raise that, remember, Maxwell Anderson had dogs. Is there any chance it was dogs that were moving around and not humans? Do you think that's a point that might have landed?
Absolutely. I thought that was a great point to make. It was something that I was thinking about as the state was presenting that testimony, quite honestly. I knew that Maxwell Anderson had dogs. And yes, the images, the silhouettes that appear back and forth in those windows appear human-like, but you could tell they were really trying to drive that point home because they kept repeating the term human figures, human movement. So clearly they're sensitive to that fact, at least from the state's perspective. But I thought that Anthony Cotton did a good job of pointing out that we don't know for sure if those were human figures or not. They could have been dogs. But another point, a secondary point that he made through this line of questioning is that they could have done further investigation, yet they didn't. Why? because they made assumptions. They made assumptions about the situation. They had already figured out in their minds who had done this, what had happened. And so they didn't take that extra step of sending this video over to the state crime lab or utilizing the FBI's resources to try and make sure that it is what they think they're seeing and to nail down their case even more.
Part of what I wonder is we've been waiting to see this photograph that comes from Maxwell Anderson's phone that purportedly shows Sade Robinson on his couch. And since they had just met, they were just on this first date, presumably there's a timestamp to this photo. It's going to show the time and date that this occurred. If that's the case, and if they can tie it to that red couch and they show she was there, it almost seems to make all of that irrelevant. I mean, if that's the case, then you know she was there. Shouldn't that photo alone be enough to say they were there at that time? Why then would it matter if there's all these shadowy figures moving in the background?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A lot of this evidence that I feel that state is presenting is kind of cumulative, because if they have that strong piece of evidence that shows that Sade Robinson is inside Maxwell Anderson's apartment, then I didn't think that they needed to have shown so many videos and really lose momentum in their case, because that's what I thought happened yesterday afternoon. They were showing so many of these videos that weren't showing very many different things or very much. And if they have that, then move on and try and make different points. But I think this is a situation where the state is just trying to be extremely thorough, and also sometimes a prosecution and a defense, for that matter, may end up, not seeing the forest through the trees. They're so intent on making sure that they're proving their case, feeling better about the case they're presenting, that they're presenting more evidence than is necessary. They're not really reading the room, so to speak, and saying, you know what, we got the point. But if they have a picture of Sade Robinson on that red couch, yes, absolutely going to make that point. What the state should be concentrating on is making sure that they can't prove that anyone else walked into that apartment or walked out of that apartment. But maybe they're not focusing on that because they can't say for sure, because there are gaps in that video.
I thought it was interesting. You said something to me off camera, which was, and sometimes it might seem like the state here is being so thorough because they're trying to sort of be a step ahead, like play chess and predict what Tony Cotton's going to ask. And so they're sort of addressing it before he can. But I think you said they could maybe speed things up by just waiting to see if he asks those questions and then handling it on redirect. Do you think that would have been a better strategy yesterday with so much of that video?
I agree. And I think that's what's actually happening here, is that the state is anticipating what defense arguments are coming too much. And so that they're kind of throwing out evidence that might not be crucial to their own case, but trying to get a first crack at it, so to speak, trying to take the wind out of the sails of any defense arguments that they may try to make. But they're doing it at their own peril, because it's slowing down momentum for their own case. Jurors are left scratching their head. Why are these gloves with blood stains on them that were discovered a few days after the original discovery of the leg at Warnemont Park? Why were they presented? Why was that test even presented? It's just left everyone hanging, not knowing why are they doing all this stuff. And I think that the state is trying to anticipate the defense arguments, but there's a strategic way that you can deal with those issues, and that is basically wait till the defense raises those issues and then counter with either redirect examination or ultimately in a rebuttal case against it. If you try and anticipate every single argument that the defense is going to make, now you're trying to prosecute two different cases. One is your case in chief, but also a rebuttal case all in one at one time, and that gets awfully tedious and it's hard to manage.
We're a couple of minutes away, by the way, from the time they said they would be back on the record, but I expect it'll be a little longer than 1:30. But while we've got you, and while we're still waiting to hear from them coming back, I was thinking about, so much of the evidence in this case is the sort of visual, digital evidence, and you've been a prosecutor before. There was a mountain of evidence. There were so many videos to go through here. I do wonder if it would have been hard as a prosecutor to say, yeah, but I need you to go get more. I mean, I know you've given me thousands of video clips from all over the city because of this really unusual case, but I really don't need you to go get me thousands more. Was this a point where there was just like an overload at some point? I know you said tunnel vision, but is it also like how much video can you possibly process?
No, I don't think so. I think that's the prosecutor's obligation and job, quite honestly. The prosecutor has to be kind of the level-headed person in the room. And if they see that this phenomenon of law enforcement is creeping into the picture about them focusing too much on one particular individual and not leaving the prospect open that there could be more to the story or more that's happened in the situation, it's the prosecutor's obligation to say, well, let's just lock this down and just make sure. Yes, it can be tedious, it can be a pain in the butt to go out and gather even more evidence, but that's what you have to do. And you do it so that you prevent things like what are happening right now, us questioning whether they could have done more and should have done more. And because now an opening has been made for the defense to argue that they failed to preserve evidence that could have shown a different side to the story. And especially in a case that's a circumstantial case, that could be a big problem with the ultimate verdict.
You know what I really wonder is you hear so many of these surveillance videos, even the hoodie being found, so much of this happened a week or several days later. We know that the house was searched on both I think it was the 4th into the 5th, and then again on the 6th. So the house is searched over the course of 2 or 3 days. But a lot of this evidence that they ended up recovering, some of these video canvases, were done on the 7th or the 8th or even the 9th. I wonder if they had already known at that point, we didn't find what we expected to find inside, we need more. With someone experienced both on the prosecution and defense side, does it seem like that to you? Does it seem like maybe investigators thought we're going to have the slam dunk inside, and when they didn't get it, they said, we've got to go find more?
That could be the case, but in all honesty, in these investigations, I think that going out and finding video evidence is kind of routine, especially for a case like this. I agree with you. If they had, just that proverbial smoking gun, that, just solid evidence that Maxwell Anderson was responsible for this, and they knew clearly what had happened, the time frame wouldn't be as urgent. But I think that canvassing neighborhoods for video is kind of routine for these situations. So I don't think it came down to that. It may have just simply come down to simple things like manpower at the time.
I was going to say, is it routine to be doing it a week later? I guess that's my question. Did they wait too long?
Yeah, I think they probably did. They waited too long because they lost evidence. In fact, they even lost the evidence of Maxwell Anderson returning to the bar. As you mentioned in your previous segment, that could have answered or shored up a lot of questions in terms of the clothing that he was wearing, what time he got there, what type of car he was driving that day. And so, the longer you wait, the less chance you're going to have of capturing crucial evidence.
Julius, last thing I want to ask you today is, what is the thing you're waiting to see most? What is the thing you still want to see and expect to be coming here, whether it's this afternoon or in the next couple of days?
Yeah, I think that the state has to come up with a theory as to what exactly happened. Because right now, the way I see it is that the state's going to have to get up in front of a jury and argue during closing arguments that we don't know exactly where she was killed, how she was killed, or where she was dismembered, or et cetera. But we just know it's him. And you just have to take our word for it. It can't be anyone else but him. But I think that they have to come up with a more concrete theory as to where things took place, because the fact that there was no DNA found in Maxwell Anderson's apartment could be a significant fact. It might not be a significant fact, depending on where they think this stuff occurred. The problem is that the facts might not be conducive for them to be able to make that conclusion. In my mind, I'm still wondering if Sade Robinson may still very well have been alive at the time that the Honda Civic pulled away from Maxwell Anderson's car, because of where it drove right past her apartment and because the windows were all fogged up. If questions like that are still lingering, it may be tough for a jury to come back and vote unanimously guilty in these cases.
Well, Julius, Kim, thank you so much once again for your time here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. And we know we'll have more of you, and we'll also be hearing from your partner, Jonathan Lavoie, as well. And appreciate all your time here at the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Always happy to join you, Brian.
All right, and we will take a break and come back, hopefully returning to court very shortly, right after this.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan appears for the state. Megan Newport appears for the state. And joining us is Detective Joanne Donner.
Good afternoon, Anthony Cotton and Jason Finley with Max Anderson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a lovely lunch. We are still on the state's case in chief. State, no idea what that was. State, are you prepared to call your next?
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson back here. It looks like court is back in session. Let's take you out to the safety building now.
Testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It is George Reinerth, R-I-E-N-E-R-T-H.
How are you employed?
I'm currently a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Approximately 10 and a half years.
What's your current assignment?
I am a special agent based here in Milwaukee.
CAST.
CAST stands for the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. It's a group of approximately 100 special agents and task force officers within the FBI that have received extensive and continued training and experience in analyzing cell phone cellular records, as well as other location records.
And how do you become a member of CAST?
For me, it was approximately three and a half years. It's multiple internal and external courses, teachings from both academia, including the Florida Institute of Technology, as well as instruction from the cell phone providers themselves. So
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So for example, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, and then US Cellular here in Wisconsin.
Have you done something called cell site analysis in the past?
I do it on a daily basis.
Can you tell the jury what the cell site analysis is?
Yes, cell site analysis are taking records that are generated from your cell phone as it interacts with the network. All those interactions are recorded by the provider and then able to be analyzed. And they include information such as dates, times, numbers, and locations of where that device is. So when locations throughout the US, Wisconsin, wherever it may be, and then it's visually depicting that on a map at a time or around a period of time.
Have you used in the past historical records to locate fugitives or missing persons?
I have.
And
Just a minute, we're gonna address this noise so it doesn't distract people.
this one is off, so.
It's the, I think it's the hearing device out in the gallery is what
This
where I
is
think
off.
it's coming from. There's an amplifier in the gallery. Yeah? Okay, please continue, sorry for that.
All right. Have you given trainings in historical cell site analysis before?
I have, and I am an adjunct faculty member in this field within the FBI.
And have you been qualified and testified as an expert in this field before, the field of cell site analysis?
I have.
How many times?
Just over 50 times across approximately 7 states and 22 different state and federal courts.
All right, related to the historical cell site analysis, can you just discuss with the jury or explain to the jury how a cell phone works and communicates with the cellular network?
Yes, your cell phone is basically a modern day two-way radio. So as you, for example, want to call your sister in California, and we're here in Milwaukee, you dial those numbers on your phone connects with a cellular tower, and that cellular tower facilitates that call. That information is all recorded. So it would be the number for your sister, it would be the date, time that occurred, and then the cell tower and the side of the cell tower that actually facilitated that interaction so you could talk to your sister.
And what records are maintained and then subsequently can be provided to you related to that activity?
So just sticking with that specific activity, it would be the date, the time, the number you dialed, the unique identifier for that cell tower. Every cell tower across the providers. Each has their own unique number. And then the side of that tower that was used.
And are you able to tell who is exactly using the phone based on those records when a voice or a text message is done? Voice call or text message?
I cannot.
Okay. Are you able to provide an exact location based on your analysis with just the data that's provided to you?
I cannot.
Why do phone companies keep the records that you've explained that you're analyzing?
For the main purpose of billing as well as managing and optimizing their network.
I want to talk about timing advanced and data records. Are there records kept by the phone companies that may show an approximate phone's location without necessarily a voice call or a text message happening?
There are.
What are those records called?
So they can be called timing advance, or there's also data session records or data records from the cell phone companies.
The data records, are you able to, from the records alone, able to see what is actually being done on the device, such as what website is being viewed or social media app loaded? Are you able to tell that from those records?
I cannot, and just to explain a little bit, so when I talked about calling your sister, as your phone would just be sitting on your desk or sitting at home or work, wherever you may be, there's all the apps and everything else that's going on in your phone in the background, just talking to the network, that's captured on the data side of the records. So it's not necessarily user-generated activity, but things that could be going on in the background. But even with that, I still can't say from the records what's actually being done, what apps are visited or anything like that.
So does a user actually have to be doing something on the phone and able to generate a data record?
They do not.
My phone could, like you said, just be sitting on the desk and data records could be generating without even me touching the phone?
Yes.
Okay. With those data records, do you still get time and tower information?
You do. So you're still going to get a date, time, and that unique tower identifier inside of the tower that was used for that.
So in other words, you're able to get that information even if a phone is not being used?
Correct.
Okay. I want to move on to timing advanced records. Can you tell the jury what those records are and the information that it contains?
Yes. So timing advance, the main reason time advance exists is to synchronize and align your phone with the network. As you can imagine, there's a lot of people that have cell phones out there, and everyone's trying to talk to the tower at the same time. Everyone needs to have their individual time slot when they communicate, and that's what timing advance does. It adds one additional piece that the cell phone, for example, when you call your sister, that's not in there, and that provides the distance from the tower your phone is located at that time. So again, not necessarily any user interaction as your phone's just sitting here, but you're getting the date, the time, the tower, the side of the tower, and then the distance that phone is at that time.
How is the distance measurement obtained by the phone companies?
So it's similar to a radar gun. So it's a signal that's sent out from the tower and back. And based off the time that signal takes, a distance is able to be calculated.
Does every cell phone provider call it timing advanced, or are there variances?
There's different names. For example, Verizon calls it RTT, but they're still providing that tower, that time, that sector, and that distance.
So same information regards to distance of the device from the tower?
That is correct.
But again, not able to say exactly where the phone is.
So it will refine the location because, well, just a voice record is going to give me that tower and sector. And with that, I can just identify you're in this area, in this general geographic area. However, when we have the distance, it can refine that. For example, let's say we're in an area where towers are spaced really far apart, and I get a distance measurement of a quarter mile from that tower. That drastically refined that area of where that device is because it's that approximate quarter mile from the tower versus a lot larger area.
And just to clarify, when we're talking about this, the person, these records, the person who has the phone may not even be using it at all.
Correct. The phone just needs to be powered on and communicating with the network.
Okay. What is the purpose of why timing advanced is used in the cellular network?
The main reason is to manage the phone's communication with the tower. So again, that timing and synchronizing that phone with the network.
So is the network trying to make sure everything is operating correctly?
It needs to be operating correctly and at the right time. Because if everybody tried to communicate with that tower at the same time and all these messages and these requests for service hit, for example, you could have a collision, and then people aren't going to have the standard of service that they expect.
And what, I guess you're kind of getting into it there, why are the phone companies keeping this information, or how do they use it?
So the timing bands they're using a lot for managing, evaluating, and troubleshooting the network. So the engineers may use that to actually dive into an area. Let's say, for example, a customer calls and says, I keep dropping calls. The engineers could go and look at that tower and get more details about what's occurring on that tower to troubleshoot, manage, and improve that area for potential service.
How does the distance from the tower measurement help you when you're forming your opinions?
As I mentioned a little bit before, it's really for the purpose of refining my conclusion as to where that device is. So when we're asked to analyze these records, we're providing the visual depictions of that data to identify where it is, and that distance allows me to refine that conclusion as to where that phone is at that specific time.
So would it be fair to say that you could potentially identify a lot smaller geographic area that the phone could be in based on these records?
That is correct.
Let's go back to looking for, say, a missing person. If you were looking for a missing person or needed to locate someone imminently, would these be the types of records you would want to use?
They would.
And why?
Because it goes to giving me that most specific location of where that phone is. And a lot of times, if a phone might be in the area for a period of time, you don't just have one distance, you get multiple distances that start intersecting. And those intersecting distances, again, further refine that conclusion to potentially take it down to, let's say a half block or even smaller, depending on what you have.
Have you used records like these before this case for that purpose?
I have.
Okay. And were these the kind of records that you primarily used for this case?
Yes, both the timing advance as well as the data records.
So you're talking about cell phone records. We were talking about cell phone records here. Were you provided other location information records?
I was giving location data from a Life 360 account.
So summarize, what all information were you provided before you did your analysis?
I was provided records for a Verizon cellular phone, an AT&T cellular phone, and then a Life 360 account.
I have Exhibit 285 on the screen next to you, and I'm going to show you the hard copy of it. You can page through it if you need to. And just let me know when you're done.
I'm done.
Do you know what 285 is?
It's the number on the front of this slide.
Do you know what is Exhibit 285?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is my report that I created for this case.
Okay. I moved 285 in and asked to publish. I'm going to put it on the TV screen in a digital form.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
The information that you just discussed that you used for this case, it's on the front screen there, correct? This is just the title page?
It is.
And specifically, you were looking at which phone numbers and from what networks?
So the first is the Verizon cell phone, 414-510-4769. An AT&T cell phone, 262-416-4874. And then the Life 360 account associated with 414.
Do you know what 285 is?
It's the number on the front of this slide.
Do you know what is Exhibit 285?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is my report that I created for this case.
Okay. I moved 285 in and which phone numbers and from what networks?
So the first is the Verizon cell phone, 414-510-4769. An AT&T cell phone, 262-416-4874. And then the Life 360 account associated with 414-510-4769.
And that was Sade's Life 360, Sade Robinson's Life 360?
That was the name in the return.
Okay. Oh, that was it from the records. It was Sade.
It was from the records.
All right. And you did this report, this final version on November 19th, 24?
Correct. And the right is just an internal case number for this case.
All right. So we've talked about the types of records that you've used. I want to talk about what conclusions that you can draw from these records. Are you able to see if the phone's location information is consistent with being at those areas around the times that you're asked to look at?
Yes, I can.
And can you use the records to get a sense, in a sense, create a timeline to show where a phone went at certain periods of time?
I can.
Or over a period of time, I guess I should say?
Yes, over a period of time can identify if the phone was in a similar area for that time or if there was movement and where that movement was.
And were you able to use this information to determine whether multiple different devices were consistent with being in the same location as one another at certain times?
I was.
Were you able to identify whether the phone records were consistent with the phone being in a single area for an extended period of time?
Yes.
Or moving from one area to the next?
That too.
And while you can't give an exact location of the phone, which you've already testified to, are you able to get information that shows the location consistent with where that phone might be?
Yes. In addition to these phone numbers, I'm given locations as well in dates and times. So I can identify if records are consistent with being in the area of one of those locations that I'm asked to look at.
Again, you can't say who is using the individual devices at these specific times based on the records alone, right?
I cannot.
Okay. I should have probably asked this before, but is it safe to assume that in order for you to even get these records, the individual phone has to be on and functioning at the time?
Yes, the phone needs to be powered on and communicating with the network to generate these records.
Are you able to then determine from these records whether there are times when the phone is not connected to the network?
Yes, based on the data sets that I had here, you can identify when a phone is no longer on the cellular network.
How can that be done using these data?
Both data sets, we've talked about timing advance or the RTT for Verizon. So on the AT&T records, the main way is by looking at the data sessions. Again, as I mentioned, data sessions are always occurring. Your phone is communicating with the network. In those records, if you see the data sessions stop and there are no data sessions open for an extended period of time, that is consistent with the phone no longer on the network. Similarly then to the Verizon phone, on the RTT or the timing advance where we get the distance measurements, when those records stop and are no longer providing distances, that is then consistent with that phone also no longer being on the network. So analyzing the records, going line by line through the thousands of lines of data that are within there and seeing when there is activity and when there is not.
Could the phone going off the network be caused, for example, by the phone's battery dying?
That could cause it to go off the network and then it would no longer communicate and generate records.
Because the phone turns off?
Because the phone is powered off, there is no power.
But you are not able from these records to tell the reason why a particular phone goes off the network?
I cannot.
Let's say I drove around Milwaukee all over the place and didn't touch my phone throughout doing so. Would there be, and my phone was on, would there be records from the phone company that you could use to identify the approximate movements of my phone?
Objection, speculation.
I think he's laid that foundation already. You can answer it if you're able.
Yes, there would be records for that.
All right, so we've talked about the call detail records, right? And the data and RTT. Is there any other records? Anything else you need to start your analysis?
And the timing advance, which is similar to RTT. It would just be the dates, times, and locations that I'm requested to analyze.
All right, let's go through the PowerPoint here. First of all, when you completed this PowerPoint, did you have somebody peer review your work?
Yes, all of our reports are peer reviewed by another CAS certified agent. They take the same raw records, they use a different mapping software and verify that everything is accurately depicted on the maps that I created.
I'm gonna go to page 2, and for the record, the pages are down here in the lower left-hand corner. So what are we going through? Let's go through this slide by slide.
Yeah, so it's a lot of words. It's the most words that will be on any slide, but it just summarizes a lot that we already talked about. The first is the numbers that I was given and the information and how I was asked to analyze these records. The second just talks about the methodology. So for the phone records, it's taking those cellular records and mapping that up against a tower list. We didn't mention the tower list, but that's a list of where every tower in the entire US is located. So then mapping that and visually depicting that. The last line on paragraph 2 talks about the Life 360 accounts. Those are mainly latitude and longitude coordinates of locations, and they came with varying accuracy readings between approximately 4.7 and 61.1 meters. So that was the information that was overlaid with the cellular records. 2.1 is those cell site locations that I just referenced, so mapping those up against the phone records. And then 3 is just talking about visually depicting that, or 2 and then 3 are talking about visually depicting that on a map and illustrating that.
Next slide, what do we got?
These are just sample cell towers that you'll see out there in the real world. These aren't ones used for this case, but just to illustrate what they may look like. On the right is a pole that, for example, could be out in a rural area, big metal structure with antennas, and you see the antennas mounted on there. Not everything looks like that. Here in downtown Milwaukee, you may see antennas on top of buildings, inside steeples, any crevice that may be out there, or they could, for example, be hidden in a flagpole or any other structure.
Slide 4.
When I talked about not only the tower, but the side of the tower, the side is referred to as a sector. So every tower generally has 3 sectors or sides. Not every sector or tower is, not every tower is oriented this way, but every sector generally covers 120 degrees. So for example, if this tower was used and use this tower, sector 1, you'd be using a sector that provided coverage north of that tower. So using that direction that the primary signal is being sent out from that tower helps me identify and draw my conclusions as to where that phone is. As I show this here in terms of 3 sectors, not every tower has 3 sectors. There are antennas that may be called omnidirectional, which means they have 1 sector that provides 360 degrees of coverage.
Okay. Slide 5, this is about the RTT and timing advance that we discussed?
Yes, this is just illustrating what that's going to look like on the map. So in addition to the tower and the side of the tower, the sector, that distance. So that black dotted line that you see right there, that would be the distance for that record. You then see that arc that is drawn to illustrate that record and that measurement of where the phone was at that time.
Okay, so, and then obviously when we're looking at the maps, you're not gonna have the image of a tower like you have here, but this sort of pie piece here will come to a point when we're looking at the maps at the location of the actual cell tower itself, correct?
Correct.
This shaded area that I'm circling with my mouse here is not meant in any way to suggest that the phone is within that shaded area, right?
No, that shaded area is just kind of closing out that, referred to as a wedge, just so you can see it on the map and understand kind of where those sector arms are.
The RTT timing advanced information, the distance from the phone, from the tower is demonstrated by the arc, is what you're saying?
That is correct.
Let's go to slide 6.
This is just an example of the slide illustrations that you will see. All the records are going to have information about that interaction, which is on the top. So for example, on the left, there'll be information regarding the unique cell number. So in this case, it's 509-061 and 306-753. That one was an omnidirectional tower, which is why you see that 360. And then there's going to be the times of those interactions that are depicted on the map. They will be color-coded. So the AT&T phone is going to be blue, and the Verizon phone will be red. And then on the right, for any Life 360 records, it's going to be noted by a box with a green time. So that's taking the time from the Excel sheet with the coordinates and then displaying that. What that looks like beneath, starting on the left, that's similar to that RTT example you saw on the prior slide, just what it's going to look like. So as council had just mentioned about how you're not going to see the tower, that's an image you will see. And then on the right, for a data record, for example, you're just going to see that tower and sector because there is no distance inherently in that data record.
Okay. Slide 7.
This is an overview of the Verizon network throughout the kind of greater Milwaukee area that's shown here. And on the right are all the locations that I was provided when I was asked to do the analysis. So it included the pizza shuttle, which is the purple P, located at 1827 North Farwell Avenue in Milwaukee.
Where I'm circling?
That is correct.
Okay.
The Twisted Fisherman with the yellow and the T, 1200 West Canal Street, also in Milwaukee. Maxwell Anderson's residence with the red R at 3161 South 39th Street in Milwaukee. Duke's on Water with the blue D at 158 East Juneau Avenue in Milwaukee. And then a location of a leg. I was given exact latitude, longitude coordinates, which are pinpointed down there with the orange box.
All of the locations you just discussed are in Milwaukee County, Wisconsin?
They are.
All right. You can continue.
And then just the red dots are just all the different Verizon antennas throughout this area.
A lot more Verizon antennas in the downtown area than, say, over where I'm circling now, right?
Yes, generally speaking, you're going to have a higher concentration of antennas in the downtown urban environment. And as you get outside from that urban environment into more rural areas, as you kind of see here going down towards St. Francis, or even larger, if you were to drive west towards Waukesha, they're going to be less dense and more spaced out.
Next slide is slide 8.
The exact same location information, but this time for the AT&T network. And those blue dots are the AT&T antennas in this area.
And no additional pin drops, that same locations that we're focused on, right?
Same locations.
All right, let's get into what you mapped out. And again, just to start, at the very top here, we've got Sade's phone is going to be depicted by the red markations on the maps, right?
Yes, by the red arcs or circles based on the RTT measurements.
Maxwell Anderson's phone is blue.
That is correct.
And it's serviced by AT&T, right?
Correct.
And then the green dots up here, you have it labeled for Sade's Life 360, right?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go through this, and why don't you take it from, I guess, top to bottom.
Yeah, so top to bottom, we just went over that very top line, but all the substantive slides are going to look like this. The phones or the Life 360 account will be noted on top, and then the date, so April 1st, 2024, and the time of 4:55 p.m. through 5:15 p.m., that's the summary of what's displayed beneath. And then based off of looking at those records, we're able to identify what's happening during that time. So in this case, just starting with Sade's phone, the Verizon phone, it starts up in the area of the pizza shuttle at approximately 4:55 p.m., also with a Life 360 record, and has records consistent with travel down towards the area of the Twisted Fisherman, with records moving over here to the right, beginning around approximately 5:05 p.m.
All right, so the green dots here that are kind of in a line, and then they head west, and then it looks like they head south on 6th Street here. Those are the Life 360 points, and what was the, do you recall the accuracy of those again?
They vary between approximately 4.7 and 61.1 meters.
Would you be able to use the microphone and the stand-up one, sorry. Yes, and it's a little harder to see, but tell us what the Verizon.
Here's a handheld mic right there. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you may have to turn it on. If you could point out the direction of travel for those Life 360 as well as the Verizon records. And just to be clear, before you do that, these black arrows, do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Those are not representative necessarily of the location of the phone, right?
Correct. Both the black arrows as well as the circles with numbers are merely to illustrate the sequence and general direction of travel. It's not meant to give you an exact route that the device traveled, just to help orient through the slides and see the sequence and directions. So starting up here in 1, going to 2, 3, 4, the green dots continue west, then south to 5, and then west to 6.
And that would look like the phone was in the area of Twisted Fisherman by what time?
The first record in that area depicted here is approximately 5:05 p.m.
And then what is it? It goes to 5:12 p.m. there as well?
Yes, so from approximately 5:05 through 5:12, consistent with being in the area of the Twisted Fisherman.
And if there had been video of Miss Robinson arriving at Twisted Fisherman shortly after 5 p.m., would these records be consistent? Excuse me, I should rephrase that. If Miss Robinson had gone from Pizza Shuttle to Twisted Fisherman in that time frame, would these records be consistent with that movement of her car?
Yes.
Okay. How about Maxwell Anderson's phone?
We start down here with the blue 1. The first time there is approximately 4:57 p.m. And then going in sequence 1, 2, 1 and 2 are both intersecting. So as before I talked about, you may get intersecting arcs, and you see them intersecting right in the area of the residence here towards the top. So 4:57 and then 3, 4, 5, and 6, arriving in the area of the Twisted Fisherman with the first record here at approximately 5:14 p.m.
And then how about this little box in the corner here?
This is just a zoomed in version of what we have right here, where both the phones and the Life 360 converge in a sense in the center of the slide. So zoomed in, you see the arcs from the timing advance and the RTT, as well as the Life 360 pin or locations that were provided. So 5:05, 52, 5:05, 37, and 5:05, 22. All 3 devices consistent with being in the area of the Twisted Fisherman around that time.
And all 3 consistent with traveling from other locations to the Twisted Fisherman between 4:55 and 5:15.
That is correct.
Let's go to slide 10. Take us through this one.
Still the same 3 accounts at the top. Moving forward in time, still on April 1st, 2024, but between approximately 5:15 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. You'll see multiple distances off that tower. You'll see multiple arcs for both the Verizon phone over here. And then there's a Life 360 record at the 6:29 p.m., showing that all 3 of these devices have records consistent with remaining in that area during that time.
If there were video of Sade and Mr. Anderson inside the Twisted Fisherman during the 5:15 to 6:30 p.m. hour, would these records be consistent with those videos?
They would.
Slide 11.
Again, same 3 identifiers, now moving forward in time, where we left off before in the area of the Twisted Fisherman, going in sequence, the first blue record here at approximately 6:30, 6:30:01. Then we have a Life 360 record right there as well. Then the Verizon record, 1, 2, 2, 3, and then 3, 4. Again, starting in the area of Twisted Fisherman, consistent with leaving there and heading towards the area of Dukes on Water.
And if there was video of Sade Robinson's car parking on Water Street across the street from Dukes at about 6:33 p.m., would these records be consistent with that?
They would be.
Now, between 6:30 and 9:05, it looks like both phones arrive in the area of Dukes on Water around what time?
The first record depicted for the Verizon phones around 6:36, the AT&T phone around 6:39, and the Verizon phone has records through approximately 9:04, and the AT&T through 8:56 p.m.
And those last times you talked about, they're remaining in the area of Dukes on Water?
Yeah, they're consistent with remaining in that area during
Okay.
that time.
Let's talk about what happens after 9:05 p.m.
Still same identifiers, still April 1st, 2024, moving forward in time from 9:06 through 9:23 p.m., starting where we left off in the area of Dukes on Water. Both cell phones and the Life 360 have records consistent with traveling away from Dukes on Water to the area consistent with Maxwell Anderson's residence during that time.
Are you able to even tell an approximate route they took?
Based off the Life 360, you'd be consistent with taking the freeway south and then going west towards the residence and then north.
Okay. So if there were video of Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson leaving the Dukes on Water around 9:06 p.m. and driving away towards this freeway, would these records be consistent with those videos?
They would be.
And if there was video of Sade Robinson's car arriving in the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence at 9:21 p.m., would these records be consistent with her phone moving to that same area?
It'd be consistent with arriving in that area around that time.
Okay. After 9:23 p.m., I'm going to move to slide 13. What do we see?
This is still the same three accounts. April 1st, we now go into the second because we'll be past midnight, looking from approximately 9:22 p.m. through 12:47 a.m. The various RTT or timing advance measurements for both phones, as you can see here, another illustration of them intersecting in a similar area. Again, refining my conclusion that they're consistent with being in the immediate area of that residence throughout that time listed here. So we have records ranging from beginning about 9:22 for both phones and through approximately 12:46 a.m. for both phones on the cellular side.
After 12:47 a.m., what do we see happening?
Starting with down here, we'll start with is there a certain phone you want me to start with?
Let's start with Mr. Anderson's phone.
So we have a cell site down here being used. We had a data record handoff at approximately 12:46:14, and then the last data session runs from approximately 1:30:56 through 1:35:58. So at some point between approximately 1:30 and 1:35, that cell site is used by Mr. Anderson's phone, and then after 1:35:58, it is no longer on the cellular network, and that is why you do not see anything else mapped for the remainder of this time.
Going off the cellular network there, would that be consistent with, say, had the phone died from battery loss?
If it had no battery, then it couldn't communicate with the cellular network, and these records would be consistent with that.
And just to be very clear, are these data records at the between 1:46 and 1:30:56? And then I think you said the tower use is between 1:30:56 and 1:35:58. Are those at all, from your viewing of the records, are you able to see whether that's phone use?
It's, again, they're data records, and as I mentioned earlier, I cannot say what's happening during those data records, just that there is a data session open and that phone is communicating with the network during that time.
And again, data sessions can be non-human interaction with the phone.
Correct. I'll refer to it sometimes as passive usage, so not necessarily user activity, just sitting there.
Could you give some examples of that?
So as I mentioned before, your phone may be sitting on your desk. You get an app notification. Maybe you have a Ring home alarm, or you get a news alert, or your Gmail box is populating, or a Facebook, Instagram notification. All that's happening in the background, and you need an open data session for that to occur. So while that's going there, if I looked at anybody's records from here, I couldn't say whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or any of those other things I mentioned, just that your phone's on, communicating with the network, and it's utilizing that cell site around that time.
So if the phone had been left behind but on, would these records be inconsistent with that?
No, they'd be on past what time?
I guess prior to 1:30:56.
Yeah, so as I mentioned here, I can only say that this cell site is used sometime between that 1:30:56 and 1:35:58. After that, there's no more records of that phone on the network, so it is not communicating with the network in one way or another.
And nobody had to be with that phone for it to communicate with the network at that time?
I can't infer any user activity during that time.
All right, let's move to Sade's phone.
This one we do have movement on, and again, numbers giving you the sequence in addition to the Life 360. Starting in the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence around 12:47, 12:48 a.m., consistent with traveling north, east, and then kind of northeast, ending up here where number 12 is, with records between approximately 1:33 a.m. and 1:59 a.m.
Are you able to tell from the Life 360 an approximate route on what street?
Based off of here, I believe I see 35th Street. There's a record there, continuing north and then going east.
So if there were video of Sade Robinson's car driving northbound on 35th Street in the 12:50 a.m. hour, would these records be consistent with the movement of the phone? Or excuse me, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would.
We have I wanted you to look at number 6 here. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What time would that be about?
Approximately 12:58:48 a.m. for number 6.
If there was an image of Sade's vehicle exiting the freeway at that location around that same time, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
It appears over here, if we move forward 7, 8, and 9, that they're traveling in what direction?
In a northeast then northerly direction.
And number 12, as you're going up into the River West area, what's going on up there?
I'm sorry, I'm going to move to strike the last answer. I heard him say they. I don't know what they means. He asked about a phone.
Do you want to re-ask the question?
Sure.
And clarify the answer?
I can do that.
Thank you.
What direction does the phone move after that 12:58
The phone
record?
The phone records are showing movement northeast and then north during that time.
Towards River West?
Yes.
Okay, and then what goes on between about 1:07 and 1:59?
There are records both kind of in this lower area, and then we have records up here, number 12, between that 1:33 and 1:59 a.m.
And you have this arrow right here it's very small, but it's there, right?
Yes, it's just to illustrate the arrow that showed east and then north from this area up towards number 12.
At what approximate times is the phone appearing to be in the area that I'm circling here, marked out by numbers 11 and 12?
So 11, the time for number 11 is approximately 1:14 to 1:16, but based off the phone's movements, it goes up towards that area and then has records consistent with moving back south and then north in that time, where the final area is up towards number 12 between approximately 1:33 and 1:59 a.m.
So if there was a video from an address on Dousman right up here by number 12 showing Miss Robinson's car, would these records be consistent with that video?
They'd be consistent with that area, yes.
Slide 15.
Still moving forward in time, we're now on April 2nd, between approximately 2 a.m. and 2:29 a.m. The AT&T phone is not shown here because it is still not on the cellular network. Starting where we left off on the previous slide, records consistent with moving north towards Capitol, west on Capitol, back east in that direction, and then south through here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So the phone appears to depart the River West area going westbound on Capitol?
It's consistent with that. One of these Life 360s is a 2:06 a.m. We then, approximately 2:06, we have a 2:11, and then 2:17, so out and then back.
And when you were looking at all of these, prior to mapping it all out and everything, were you in communication with Detective Jake Pushnig about the Capitol Drive area?
I was. After reviewing these records, I directed him to look up there around those times for video.
If there were a video of Miss Robinson's vehicle going westbound on Capitol Drive at 2:06 a.m., would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
And if there were a video of her car going eastbound on Capitol Drive at 2:16, would these records be consistent with that video?
They would be.
And then after coming back eastbound, are you able to tell from the Life 360 whether the car or the phone appeared to travel consistent with the interstate?
Yes, both the Life 360 as well as the Verizon records. So based off of the latitude, longitude of where it is, you see it on the freeway, but also just looking at the timestamps, approximately 2:22 and then 2:27 down here. So you get from here to here in 5 minutes would be consistent with the freeway.
Okay, based on the speeds, right?
Correct.
So by 2:28 a.m. on April 2nd, we're looking way down here south of downtown Milwaukee in the area consistent with the freeway.
That is correct.
Going to move on to slide 16. What happens after that time?
Continuing where we left off, the first record here at approximately 2:28. The second, third, fourth out here at approximately 2:33.
Actually, I want to pause you. I want to go back. I forgot to ask one thing. When we were talking about going down Capitol, about how far west did it appear that the phone went?
It would be, this arc here was the closest one depicted here, so that'd be consistent with getting towards Fond du Lac.
Okay, Fond du Lac Avenue and Capitol Drive?
That's correct, around that general area.
And then before moving back east?
Correct.
All right, sorry about that. Let's go back to ahead, I should say, to slide 16.
So back where we were, here at approximately 2:28, 2, 3, 4 at approximately 2:33. 5 was at approximately 2:35, and then 6, 7, so consistent with travel west, east, and as the 9, 10, 11.
So there's a Life 360 point over here at 2:32 a.m., right? Does this appear to be as far west as the phone records show that it went?
Yeah, that area would be consistent with where that point is in that northeast thoroughfare.
And then it appears the phone, the records are consistent with the phone moving back east after that?
Correct.
And then what time would those records be consistent with the vehicle exiting at, say, College Avenue?
Sometime around that 2:38. So we have this 2:38 record. Don't have all the arcs illustrated, or else you would not be able to see clearly what is going on. And then we're here at number 8 at approximately 2:42.
So I'll just stop it right there. And so if there was a video of the vehicle exiting the interstate at College Avenue at 2:38 a.m., would that be consistent with what the records show?
It would be.
If there was a video and then the phone moving eastbound on College Avenue, and if there was a video showing the car over here at St. Luke's South Shore at 2:51 a.m., would that be consistent with what the records show?
It'd be consistent around that time, yes.
And then how about after that?
We then have these multiple arcs and distances off tower number 12, as well as a Life 360 point. So these records consistent with being in the area of the leg location between approximately 2:52 a.m. and 4:33 a.m., and then a Life 360 record at approximately 3:24 a.m.
Are you able to tell from the Life 360 records whether that the phone is stationary in that position?
One of the tabs that Life 360 have is they have what they call a dwell. which Life 360 says in their glossary is when a phone is at a location for a period of time. So this is the start of a time that includes the dwell period in that area.
So these three arcs we're seeing here, they're all seemingly intersecting with the orange pin drop that you put in there, correct?
They're in that area, so that first one is intersecting there. The other two are just a little bit past it, but consistent with that general area.
So if the phone were at the location of the orange pin drop from about 2:53 a.m. to 4:34 a.m., would these records be consistent with that?
They would be.
After 4:34, we're going to move on to slide 17. What happens after 4:34 a.m.?
We have records consistent with movement away from the last known location in the area of the lake location. So one, and you see these arcs getting closer and closer to that travel, which is consistent with movement. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and that 7 at approximately 4:39:36 a.m. is the last RTT record for the Verizon phone.
Would these, if there were video of Sade's car heading northbound away from Warnemont Park on Lake Drive, where my mouse is here, after 4:35 a.m., would these records be consistent with that movement?
They would be.
And then over here on Howard Avenue at 4:38 a.m., would these records be consistent with that movement?
Around that general time, yes.
All right. And then after 4:39:36 a.m., what happens?
There are no more records for that phone, so it's consistent with that phone no longer being on the network.
No more Life 360 records?
No.
No more Verizon records?
No.
If the phone had died, would that be consistent with what you're seeing from the records?
It'd be consistent with that.
And Mr. Anderson's phone during this time period is where or what?
There are no records of that phone on the cellular network at this time.
Slide 18.
This now is only looking at Mr. Anderson's phone for April 2nd between approximately 1:30 a.m. and 9:31 a.m. So that 1:30 a.m. range was around the last data session prior to it, consistent with going off the network. And then the first record of it coming back on the network is around 9:19:59 a.m. when a data session opens and is shown on the records. And then we have a timing advance measurement at approximately 9:36 a.m., consistent with the area of the residence.
So this 1:30, this box over here, 1:30:56, basically it's off the network from 1:35:58 a.m. to 9:36 a.m., correct?
So sometime in that 1:30:56 through 1:55:58, it goes off the network, and then the first record is 9:19:59.
And again, the record that tells you that requires absolutely no human interaction with the phone, right?
Correct, it's the data record. So again, that passive activity that I can't tell you whether it's user interaction or not, just the phone could be powered on.
And then by 9:19 over here a.m., a data session comes back on?
Yes, that's the first record illustrated there using that tower, the 9:30 a.m. for the record there, and then the 9:30:36. Again, you see them intersecting consistent with the area of Maxwell Anderson's residence.
Would all of these records be consistent with if Maxwell Anderson's phone was at home during the 1:30 a.m. to 9:31 a.m. time frame on April 2nd?
So I can just tell you where the phone is at these times. So in that 1:30, 1:35, and then again, that 9:19 when it comes on the network.
Okay, nowhere in between because there are no records whatsoever.
Correct, I cannot tell you where that phone is with no records.
I want to go back one slide and ask you one more question about this one. And all of these slides we're seeing with Sade's phone moving around, are any of these points that you've mapped out here, do they require user interaction with the phone?
They do not. These records are generally just the phone being powered on. And again, it could be sitting there with no user interaction and you would get all this data.
Similar to the example I gave before about driving around the city with the phone in my pocket.
That is correct.
All right. All right, and then slide 19 here, that's the last slide. I just have a few more questions. Agent Reiner, are you aware of the last text message, the time of the last text message from Sade Robinson's phone?
Upon reviewing the records, yes.
What is it?
That was an outgoing text at approximately 5:18 p.m. on April 1st, 2024.
And who was it to?
That was to Mr. Anderson's phone.
Are you aware of the time connected call from Robinson's phone?
Yes, the last incoming call with duration, yes.
And what time was that?
That was at approximately 4:26 p.m. for 131 seconds.
So in the times that we've talked about throughout this entire slideshow, there were no other calls from Ms. Robinson's phone?
Past that 5:18 text, no.
I have nothing else.
Ross? Sure. Okay, we're going to take a break right now for the afternoon, so you can stretch your legs a little bit, get some water, and then we'll come back shortly. Okay, thanks, everybody. So we had concern that the jury was looking a little sleepy at points, and that there was one juror that shut his eyes for a period, but then popped right back up. And the idea was that maybe taking a break and letting them stretch their legs a little bit might be a great idea, which I fully agree with. And State indicated that they think they have approximately 10 more witnesses left, approximately. Anything you'd like to add to that sidebar, State?
Just said I noticed it too, but then when I looked back, the juror was back and paying attention. And I did actually mention it while I was questioning Agent Reiner.
I do think that the jury has been really attentive. This jury's been really good. They've been taking a lot of notes. They've been paying attention. There is one juror I do notice that does look down a lot, but I think they've been really attentive, to be honest.
I agree.
Defense, any record you'd like to make? No. Okay, then we'll just take an afternoon break.
Thank
Do you
you.
think there's going to be more videos you're showing for the remainder of the day? Or maybe I can even open up one of these things so it's not so dark and dim in here. Or do you have more videos?
I have one, but it's not one that's going to require
Dimming the lights or anything?
careful. It's not going to require dimming of the lights, but we will have photographs. I don't know if that would.
Well, we'll try it. And
Okay.
if it is a glare, we'll shut them again. Okay. Then we'll take our afternoon break, everybody.
Calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24 CF 1692, appearances.
Ian Vance, Curzan, and Megan Newport for the state, along with Detective Joanne Donner.
Anthony Cotton, Jason Finley, and Max Anderson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is there anything to address on the record before we bring the jury back?
One small thing, Judge, after this witness, I will have a short witness, and then I will have the DNA analyst who may take some time. And then after that, I would be requesting just a brief recess before the next witness, who's a civilian.
Okay.
Not long, just like 5 to 10 minutes maybe.
Okay, you think we can get through all that today? Yes.
I'm hopeful.
Okay, I
Yeah.
like Attorney
Yeah.
Newport's positive attitude. Okay, let's bring him in. Okay, we're going to go back on the record. We have the same appearances. We still have Special Agent on the stand. So just, I know that it's long and sitting here all day. It's not always so easy listening to everything and just sitting here. And sometimes you get a little bit exhausted by it. If anybody feels exhausted and wants to stand up, you can stand up and stand to the right, to your left of the jury box. And you can do that without asking permission. So if you feel like, boy, I just got to stand up and stretch my legs, or if you're in the back row, feel free to stand up if you want to stretch your legs at any point. Okay, because I know that we just keep going. All right, let's proceed at this time. Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just a few topics. So first of all, with respect to the final topic you were asked about, phone calls or text messages, obviously there's other ways that one can use data on one's phone.
Such as?
Instagram.
Yes.
There's other ways to communicate is a better way to say it besides just text or phone calls, right?
Correct.
Especially with the younger generation, 19, 20-year-olds, right?
Yes, social media, anything.
Many may not even use text messages all that often.
Possibly, yes.
And to be clear, with all this data we're looking at, when we're talking about data points, I want to emphasize that that can be a person using the phone, or it can also be the phone operating in the background, right?
In terms of the data that we talked about?
Yes.
Well, so from the phone records, from what I can testify to, I can talk about usage in terms of voice or text, but then whether it's the data records or the RTT or timing advance, I can't tell you whether that's somebody using it or just sitting idle.
And you said that for Ms. Robinson's phone, the last phone call was at what time?
The phone call was at approximately 4:26 p.m. that had duration.
And then a text message at what time? 5 something?
The text message was an outgoing text at 5:18, and those were user ones. So looking at somebody actually originating a text or answering a phone call.
Okay, but what about Instagram messages after 5:18 p.m.?
I have no information about any of that.
Or Facebook messages or Snapchat messages?
I have no information about any of that.
Why do you not have any information on that?
Because I'm just looking at the phone records from the cellular providers, and they would not capture that activity.
So one would need the actual phone and a different type of expert to answer those questions.
Potentially if that was there, but that would be somebody other than me.
Okay. Now, with the data you selected, were you the one who chose this data to look at, or was it provided to you? The date ranges specifically.
Oh, the date ranges were provided to me.
So this material, when you compiled your PowerPoint presentation, this material came from someone else, right?
The records came from the Sade providers, and then the dates and locations came from investigators.
Okay, so investigators say, we want you to look at April 1st and April 2nd, and then you plot all the data, right?
Yes, and they give me the locations, and they ask, what did the phones do, or where were they at during that time?
And I have up on the screen page 16 from your PowerPoint presentation. You can see the number in the bottom corner, right?
Yes, sir.
You said something before on direct examination about Life 360 providing, I think you used the expression dwell periods. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
What is a dwell period?
So per their glossary, they reference the dwell when a phone was in a period, I don't recall the exact time range, but when it was in a location for a period of time.
Stationary.
I can't often say it's dwell because that's what they call it, so I can only say dwell.
Okay, but when we were looking at slide 16 specifically is when you mentioned the dwell period from Life 360. Why did you mention that at this point?
So it was a question about remaining, I believe, in an area, and that was according to the Life 360 information. That's what they informed as a dwell period.
Okay, so any of these numbers we see here can be incorporate dwell periods?
No, there were 4 areas and locations related to dwell over the time frame of my analysis.
And which 4 would those be?
Those would be the area of Twisted Fisherman, Dukes on Water, Maxwell Anderson's residence, and as well as the lake location.
Now, with respect to that lake location, you're talking about the one down by Grant Park, Warnemont Park, down in that area?
Yes, that orange dot with those coordinates I was given.
And early in your presentation, you were showing us the cell towers that exist because obviously the cell providers have put towers in popular areas, right?
They build their network to meet their business needs and satisfy their customers.
So like slide 7, for example, numerous cell towers throughout downtown Milwaukee, and then lesser and more rural, less populated areas, right?
Yes, they kind of vary. There's a cluster there in the middle, kind of around the residence, and less dense in some of those other areas, yes.
And then Warnemont Beach, that orange circle, right?
Yes, that box there, yes.
Now, could you go back? I want to ask somewhat of a hypothetical. You have Max Anderson's phone number, obviously, right?
According to these records and the information I was given, yes.
Yeah, you have his number.
Yes.
Okay. And you can contact the cell provider and get records, right?
Yes.
And those records can then show you, and you can go back months and months and months.
Depending on the provider, they have different retention periods, and it could cover months, yes.
Spoke a little fast there. Different providers have different retention periods.
Yes, and they would go back. All of them would be able to, let's say, have it from 3-4 months ago at least, and longer.
So if we wanted to see, for example, does Max Anderson go to Warnemont Beach area as a regular habit or a regular basis? Does his phone go there regularly? You could go back historically for months and look at that, right?
If I had the records, you could go back and look for that, yes.
You could plot out really sort of one's daily routine in a way, couldn't you?
With the right data sets, yes.
Yeah, if you go back 3 months and plot it all out, you might start to see patterns that develop.
Correct.
And that's something you've done in your work with the FBI. I think you were speaking about it right out of the gate, that sometimes you want to do a profile and go back and develop someone's pattern.
Yeah, I would refer to it as a pattern of life, yes.
It's a better expression, pattern of life.
Yes.
Phone goes from this home in Madison to Milwaukee. It seems like every day from 8 to 9 a.m. they're going this distance, might draw an inference that they commute to work, for example, right?
Correct.
So did you ever go back and look at whether Max Anderson's phone has any pattern of life going to Warnemont Beach?
I did not.
Well, we know obviously, I mean, what this data tells us today is that obviously for April 1st, April 2nd, Max Anderson's phone and Sade Robinson's phone were in similar places, Twisted Fisherman and Dukes, for example, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, nobody disputes that.
I'm not sure what's being disputed, but I agree with your past statement.
And then Warnemont Beach, there's no evidence of Max Anderson's phone going to Warnemont Beach April 2nd, right?
In these timeframes that I analyzed, there's not.
There is a data entry of 1:30 to 1:35. What slide should I have been looking at for that, if you remember?
That slide would be, I'll find it. That's going to be slide 14.
Okay, I'll just look a little bit here. Okay, so just to recap this point, on slide 14, from 1:30 to 1:35, there's a data session with Mr. Anderson's phone, right? That's what you testified to?
That is correct.
Could be that the phone is, it certainly means the phone is on, right?
Correct.
Which is important. It means someone didn't shut it off. It's on.
It's on at some point during that time, yes.
And then the phone had some activity during that time, right?
Correct. There was data transfer between the phone and the network.
Could be by a user using it.
It could be.
Right, it could be. Or it could not be.
Correct. I can't tell you either or.
But in any event, you know for sure that that phone is down in that area where we have the number 1, right? The blue number 1.
Yes, at that point between 1:30 and 1:35, as you mentioned. Yes, sir.
Slide 14, blue number 1, phone down there, right?
Yes.
Which is consistent. If one has their phone on them, it's consistent with a person being in that area.
It's consistent with a phone being in that area.
Were you given information about Max Anderson's home address, for example, to look at that as part of your analysis?
Yes, it's denoted by the red R on the map.
And this one, blue 1 that you have down here at the bottom is in that area, right?
Yes, between that 1:30, 1:35, as you referenced.
One minute, please. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
State?
Just very briefly, the record, when law enforcement wants phone records for you to analyze in this fashion, you have to get a court order to do so, right?
A search warrant.
You didn't do it yourself here, the sheriff's office did it, but that's how the records that you received were compiled, right?
Yes, they were obtained via legal process, a search warrant, and then provided to me.
And when counsel asked you on this slide whether this was what I'm circling here, the data, it says data handoff, when he said that's indicative of some activity, you are not testifying that that is user activity. Is that a fair statement?
I can't tell you what kind of activity, just that it's communication between the phone and the network.
That'd be a question for somebody else?
Yeah, somebody else that would have other data sets or information.
Perhaps information from the mobile phone itself?
Potentially.
Nothing else?
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
State your next witness.
Recalling Ethan Stout.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Deputy Ethan Stout, ETHANSTOUDT.
Deputy Stout, at some point in April of 2024, while you were investigating this incident, the disappearance of Sade Robinson, did you learn that Maxwell Anderson had worked at Victor's.
I did.
Where's Victor's?
Victor's is located at 1230 North Van Buren Street in the city of Milwaukee.
Did you attempt to get video footage from Victor's?
I did.
Did you go to that bar?
I did.
Club or whatever it is? Okay. Were you able to get video from the video system itself there?
I was not.
Did you get video from there?
Yes.
How'd you do that?
The manager of the bar at the time had short clips on his cell phone that were, I guess, recordings of the recording, if that makes sense. He used his phone to take a video of the computer screen that was displaying the video.
And how many clips did you recover?
There were 2 clips.
I've got exhibit 280 on the screen right now. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is it?
That is the entranceway or front entrance, I guess, for Victor's Bar nightclub.
This is one of the clips you retrieved?
It was.
Move 280 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
All right. On these 2 clips, what are we going to see in some?
In one of the clips, we will see Miss Robinson enter the bar and then go off screen. And then in another clip, we will see Mr. Anderson and Miss Robinson appear to exit the bar and go off screen.
On one of these clips, are you able to see the date briefly?
Yes.
Do you know what date and time approximately that clip is from?
Yes, March 29th of 2024, and I believe it's around 11:37 p.m.
So that would have been the Friday night before Miss Robinson went missing?
Yes.
I'm going to play the first of the 2 clips. The first one's 15 seconds long. I got the wrong clip up. I'm sorry. I'm starting with the clip that ends in the number 1785. All right, I have it paused at 3 seconds. This clip is 34 seconds. Camera person zoomed out. Are you able to see the date and time? If you have to get up, you can do that.
Sure, I'll get up quick.
Okay. And then come back to the microphone, please.
Yes, I'm able to see the date.
What was it?
That is, excuse me, 03/29/2024 at 11:37 and some seconds p.m.
All right. Playing this clip. What do you see?
In the back right of the frame, I see Miss Robinson entering the bar.
She says hello to a bouncer or somebody?
It would appear to be a bouncer, yes.
And then the second clip, which has the numbers in 1708. What do you see here?
Coming out of the frame is Miss Robinson and Mr. Anderson. They exchange pleasantries with people at the door and then exit out the door to the parking lot or street.
Does it appear they're walking together?
Yes.
There's no time stamp on that second clip, but based on her clothing, Miss Robinson's clothing, does it appear to be that it would have been that same night when she was leaving Victor's?
It appears so, yes.
Nothing else?
Cross.
It was just Mr. Anderson walking her out the door on the second clip, right?
It appears so, yes.
And they appears friendly with each other, right?
Yes.
And did you do any other searches at Victor's when you were there?
I did not.
Okay. One question I had about Victor's is whether you asked the owner whether there's any storage areas for employees to keep their belongings. Did you ever look into that?
I did not.
Okay, that's all.
Dave?
Nothing else?
Thank you, Deputy. State your next witness.
Sharon Polakowski.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Sharon Polakowski, SharonPolakowski.
Good afternoon. How are you employed?
I'm employed as a forensic scientist in the DNA analysis unit of the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Milwaukee.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been at the crime laboratory since October of 1993. I've been doing DNA analysis since maybe 1997.
Can you just discuss the background training and education that you have, and then, since you've been there since '93, the continued education and training in the field of DNA analysis that has gotten you to where you are today?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in recombinant genetics with a minor in chemistry that I received in 1992. Since I was working at the laboratory, I received training there in what is known as serology, which is body fluid identification and characterizing stains with methods other than DNA. I've also received training in 2 different types of DNA analysis at the laboratory and have continuing education every year.
How many trained DNA analysts are there at the crime lab?
Around 20 or so.
And are you dispersed in multiple labs throughout the state, or just in the Milwaukee lab?
Oh, well, there's a laboratory also in Madison that has another set of analysts.
What is DNA?
DNA has been called sort of a biological blueprint, and that's really what it is. It contains all of the instructions that make a plant, an animal, and each of us who we are. It's found in all of your cells except for red blood cells. You get half of your DNA from each of your biological parents. It's the same throughout your body and throughout your lifetime.
Do any 2 people have the exact identical DNA?
Identical siblings, for our purposes of testing, will have the same DNA, so we can't tell them apart. We would expect that unrelated people would have different DNA profiles.
Other than identity, okay, I think you just answered my next question. So other than identical siblings, unrelated people would have different profiles?
That's what I would expect, yes.
And how is it that you can go about identifying someone's DNA profile?
We use a method of testing known as short tandem repeat DNA testing.
And what is that?
Short tandem repeats are different areas of DNA that have pieces of DNA that repeat different numbers of times in different individuals. Since you get half of your DNA from each of your biological parents, you can think of it like beads on a string, 1 string from each parent. At one location, one of your parents may have given you 5 beads and your other parent gave you 7. So at that location, your type would be a 5, 7. Other people may have the same type at that location, but as we look at the different locations, there's differences between individuals. And we currently look at 23 different locations.
How is it that you can go about identifying a specific person's DNA? Are you given something?
We are given standards from individuals to compare to samples from evidentiary samples.
So you would be provided a known standard from a known person, and then you can use that to compare to other items of evidence?
Yes.
And how is it typically that you receive the standards, the known standards?
Standards are typically a buccal swab from inside the mouth, or they might be a dried blood standard. Typically that comes from someone who's no longer living.
How is it that your lab receives the items that you're going to compare the standards to?
They are submitted to us by various law enforcement agencies.
And sometimes you're getting swabs from pieces of evidence, right?
Yes.
And sometimes you're getting the items themselves?
Sometimes, yes.
And is there some kind of a screening process done when you receive either swabs or a physical piece of evidence?
Yes.
Can you describe what that process is like?
It depends on what the items are and what we're looking for on the items. So a typical screening process is to look at a particular item for either a body fluid or other areas where DNA may be present. If it's a swab from an item, we may cut part of the swab or maybe the entire thing, depending on if there's a body fluid present or not. If it's an item, we might be looking for body fluid stains or areas where DNA may be deposited.
And how is it that a person can leave their DNA on something?
It can be left in a variety of ways.
And what kind of, are there different items from the body that it can be left on? Or from, I should say?
Yes, it can be left via body fluid stains like saliva or blood or semen. It can also be left through someone wearing an item or touching it or handling it.
Is that commonly referred to like touch DNA?
Yes.
And what does touch DNA come from? What does it come from?
Typically, we would expect it to come from shed skin cells from some part of your body, your skin.
That's why you gave the example of an article of clothing, right?
Right.
All right. Can DNA be fragile in a sense? In other words, can it be removed from items once it's on an item?
Yes, it can be.
And what are some things that could affect whether or not it is left on an item or not?
Well, one of the things that can affect it is how much is there to start with, how long it's been on an item, if it's subject to some sort of environmental conditions such as sunlight or rain, if it is rubbed off or cleaned off, or if it just is there for a long period of time, DNA does start to break down.
How about fire?
Yes, that would heat will destroy DNA.
And how about passage of time, just general passage of time?
Yes.
How so?
Just in general, it starts to break down, and it depends, the rate of breakdown depends on what was there to start, why it's breaking down, if it's just time or if there's temperature involved or something like that.
If you, actually, before I go there, how about if something is washed with water?
If it's washed with water, it can wash DNA away, yes.
And just because you touch an item, do you always leave DNA?
I'm not sure if you would or not, but it may not be in an amount that we would be able to detect.
All right, so when you receive items of evidence to analyze and you're able to see that there is DNA on that item, does that necessarily mean that you're going to be able to identify whose DNA that is?
No, not necessarily.
You may not have the appropriate comparison standard, right?
That's correct.
And another reason might be just because there's not enough DNA left?
There might not be enough, or in terms of identifying it, we don't always identify a particular person. We do comparisons and decide if it's consistent or if they could be included in a mixture or not. So it might not be as definitive as what you're asking.
So in other words, you use a comparison method when there's mixtures, right?
Yes.
And you even though the DNA is there, you may or may not be able to say if someone's profile is consistent with being in that mixture.
That's correct.
What are some of the things that could affect your ability to do that?
How complex the mixture is, in other words, how many people's DNA is there, if it's a low-level mixture or partial because it's low level. If the person is a very low-level contributor, would be a lot of uncertainty, and we may not be able to make any kind of conclusion.
Okay. Did you prepare numerous reports related to this case?
I did.
And I guess that goes without saying you received a good number of items related to this case for DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 436, 439, 440, and 441.
Numbers one more time.
Sure. 436, 439, 440, 441. And just take a moment and parse through those and then tell me when you're done.
All right.
Are all of those copies of reports you prepared for this case?
Yes, they are.
I'd move 436, 439, 440, and 441 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
And you know that because your signature's on them, right? Or a copy of your signature?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to start with Exhibit 436 in front of you, and I guess I would also have 439 in front of you. At the outset, when you were first involved with this case, it was early April of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And you received items related to the recovery of at the time, unidentified human leg that had been found at Warnemont Park, right?
Yes, it was actually 2024.
I'm sorry, 2024. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah,
Were you then provided with known standards or items that you were going to try to identify known standards so that you could compare to the swab from the leg found at Warnemont Park?
Yes,
Was one of those items a toothbrush
it was.
from Sade Robinson's apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also received a buccal swab standard from Sade's mother, Sheena Scarborough, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury regarding the toothbrush and the buccal swab standard from Sheena Scarborough, were you able to, well, what did you do with those items?
I swabbed the different areas of the toothbrush to get a DNA profile from it. I obtained that and then compared that to the standard from Sheena Scarborough to see if, in fact, they shared DNA at each of the locations.
What did you find?
That they did, and that the person on the toothbrush could be a biological child of Sheena Scarborough.
All right. And then did you, so going forward, did you use that toothbrush DNA profile as sort of the known standard for Sade Robinson?
Yes, based on that, I said I would use that as her standard.
And did you compare the known standard for Sade Robinson to the sample from the leg from Warnemont Park?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you did that analysis and what conclusion you came through on that?
So basically, a profile was developed from the leg and compared to the toothbrush I was using as the standard from Sade Robinson.
What was your finding?
That the two profiles were consistent and that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated person with that profile from the population is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
So does that strongly suggest the leg is Sade's leg?
Yes.
Okay. And then you got known standards from a number of other body parts. So it's not known standards. You got swabs from a number of other body parts that were recovered after that first date you became involved in April, right?
Yes, some were swabs and some were bloodstain cards.
And which of those did you analyze to see if it was Sade?
I looked at a bloodstain sample from a foot/flesh, swabs from flesh, swabs from muscle of left foot and flesh, and bone marrow swabs, as well as swabs from calf and flesh and from proximal bone surface.
Did you come to the same conclusion about all of those?
I did.
And what was that conclusion?
That they are consistent with the standard from Sade Robinson, and that the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated person with the same profile is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
Later on, you received a standard from an arm that had been recovered in Waukegan, Illinois, and similarly compared to Sade Robinson's, correct?
Yes.
And what conclusion did you come to that swab?
I came to the same result, that it was consistent with her. I'm not sure.
I think it's 439.
Thank you.
You put that in a different DNA report, right?
Yes, that was later. And the statistic is the same.
Okay. Part of the reason that shows up in a different report is because it was recovered so far later in time, right?
Yes, I had already issued the other report.
Okay. I think that does it for 436 and 439. Did I miss anything in those?
I don't believe so.
Okay. You received swabs that were obtained from parts of a vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Did you compare those? And you also received a swab, a known standard for Maxwell Anderson.
Yes, I did.
Did you compare the swabs from the vehicle to the swabs from Sade Robinson, or the standards of Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson?
I only had results from one swab from the vehicle from the exterior driver door handle, but I did compare it to both of them.
But you got a number of swabs, correct?
Yes, we received 5 swabs and I tested 3 of them.
Why was that?
Those were the 3 that was originally asked to test, from the exterior driver door handle, the exterior driver rear door handle, and the exterior trunk latch.
And of those 3 swabs that you were asked to analyze, were they all even suitable for further DNA analysis?
No, only the swabs from the exterior driver door handle were.
Can you tell the jury why some aren't suitable and what you used to make that determination?
Sure. They did not have enough DNA to go through our process. Once the DNA was extracted and I saw how much there was. So the only one that continued was the driver door handles swabs.
The driver door handle, you identified what?
It was a partial single source female profile that was consistent with the profile from Sade Robinson.
I want to move on to Exhibit 440. You received a number of items, swabs from Maxwell Anderson's home, correct?
Yes.
And on any of those swabs, were you able to find support for inclusion of Sade Robinson?
Of those items that were submitted, there was only one, the plaid jacket from the living room, that could be associated with Sade Robinson.
Showing you Exhibit 467. I'm not going to open it because I don't want to destroy this bag. I think you can kind of... Need to use a mic. All right, you can see this bag. Is there a crime lab sticker on the bag?
There is.
I'm going to turn a little bit, point out to the jury where it is.
The yellow barcode label has our case number, R24-952, and our item designation of F.
And that's how you know the item is the actual thing you examined?
I actually did not examine this item, as someone else did the screening on it.
Screening, why don't you discuss that?
So a different analyst looked at this item and took swabbings from 3 different areas to attempt to develop DNA profiles from those.
And you analyzed those swabs?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get into that, there were other swabs from like sheets, a duvet cover, pillowcase, walls, that sort of thing, right? From the house?
Yes.
Those are what you were not able to find inclusion for Sade Robinson, correct?
Right. Of the ones that were examined and gave us results that were able to be compared, none of those have any inclusionary, she can't be included on any of them.
Okay. Let's talk about the plaid jacket that's in front of you there. I think there's an exhibit sticker. Can you tell us what the exhibit number is? I think it's right there.
467.
And that would be crime lab item what?
Be our item F.
F, and that's what's on that yellow sticker?
Yes.
How many swabs from the plaid jacket did you do DNA analysis and comparison on?
There were 3 separate areas that were swabbed: the exterior right sleeve, the interior of the front pockets, and the exterior left sleeve.
Start with the exterior from the right sleeve. What did you do? How did you do the analysis? And then what did you find?
Well, I did the analysis the way we would do any other DNA analysis, through the same steps to get the data. I found that it is a 4-person mixture with at least 1 male. And I assumed the presence of Maxwell Anderson on that since it came from his home.
And so then you do a comparison?
Yes, then a comparison, an interpretation and comparison then to the standard from Sade Robinson.
And when you compared that four-person mixture to this known standard for Sade Robinson, did you find any support for inclusion of her DNA?
I did.
Tell us what you found.
So this statistic is what is known as a likelihood ratio, and that compares two different explanations for a given profile. One in which a particular person is included as a contributor, and one in which they are not. So for this item, the two different explanations are this DNA profile is from a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and two unknown individuals, or it comes from a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and three unknown individuals. In this case, it is at least 177,000 times more likely to see this profile if it is a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and two unknown people than from Maxwell Anderson and three unknown.
And is that how you were able to conclude that there's very strong support for inclusion of Sade Robinson in that four-person mixture?
It is actually strong support.
Okay, strong support for inclusion. Thank you.
Yes.
And again, your hypothesis that you're using there, the four people, it's because you were able to identify a four-person mixture.
Yes, and looking at the data, it appears to be a four-person mixture.
Let's go to the next swab from the interior front pockets of the jacket. What did you find there?
That is a three-person mixture. And similarly to the other one, the two different explanations for this profile would be that is a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson and an unknown person, or from Maxwell Anderson and two unknown individuals.
What did you find?
In this case, it is at least a quadrillion times more likely to see this profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson, Sade Robinson, and one unknown, than if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and two unknowns.
And that one is very strong support for inclusion of Sade Robinson in the mixture?
It is.
Lastly, the sleeve of the plaid jacket, the left sleeve of the plaid jacket.
Yes, this is a three-person mixture of DNA.
And what'd you find?
That when compared with Sade Robinson, the likelihood ratio fell into our uninformative range, so that I can't make any conclusions regarding the presence or absence of her DNA in that mixture.
Can't say whether her DNA is in there or whether it's not in there.
Yeah, right, I don't, there's not enough statistical support either way.
All right. So of those three, we have in some strong support for inclusion on the swab from the exterior right sleeve, very strong support for inclusion on the swab from the interior of the front pockets, and for the last one, just uninformative.
Yes.
All right. Handing you exhibit 455. Are you able to tell whether that was an item that was screened by the crime lab?
Yes, it is.
And what is that item?
This is an item containing 3 gloves and I believe a rock that had blood on them. It is crime lab item AT, and then sub-designated into AT1, AT2, AT3, and AT4.
Specifically latex gloves, right?
I believe so. Again, I did not look at these, but I read the notes of the person who did.
All right. And those were screened, and then you analyzed the screens?
Yes.
And so if you want to flip to page, I think it's page 10 of exhibit 440. Just let me know when you're there.
It's page 15.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You are right. All right, so you analyzed first swabs from blood stains on the first latex glove and swabs from blood stains on the third latex glove, correct?
Yes.
There were 3 total, right, according to
Yes.
your report?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you able to learn when you analyzed the swabs from blood stains from the first latex glove and third latex glove?
Those had the same single source female profile.
As each other,
As
right?
each other, yes. They appear to be the same, and Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson are both excluded as the source of that DNA.
The blood is not Sade's and it's not Mr. Anderson's.
Their DNA is not on there, no.
How about the next one, the blood stain on the second latex glove? What did you learn there?
There was a different female profile on there, and again, Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson are both
Next, the swabs from the exterior first latex glove. I meant first, where there's a female profile that's not Sade or Maxwell Anderson. Now there was a swab from the exterior of that glove?
Yes.
And what was your conclusion there?
That is a 3-person mixture.
What were your results when comparing to Maxwell Anderson?
That is at least 1 million times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it is a mixture from 3 unknown individual people than if it is a mixture from Maxwell Anderson and 2 unknown individuals.
So what does that say, exclusion?
It's very strong support for Maxwell Anderson.
And how about Sade?
Her likelihood ratio fell into the uninformative range, and so I can't make any determinations.
From that swab alone, right?
From that one, yes.
But you do know from the blood that she's excluded on the blood from
She
that.
yes, she was excluded from those other profiles.
And uninformative means what?
It means the statistical values that fall in that range cannot be used to make any conclusions regarding the presence or absence of someone's DNA.
Let's move on to the next one, the swabs from the interior of the first latex glove. So we're still on that first one.
Yes.
What did you learn about the interior of that glove?
It is a 2-person mixture, and both Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are excluded from that mixture.
From the exterior glove.
It is also a 2-person mixture, and Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are also excluded from that as well.
Swabs from the interior of the second latex glove.
A 2-person mixture, and Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are both excluded.
Third latex glove exterior swabs.
That is a 3-person mixture. When compared with Maxwell Anderson, he is excluded from that. As for Sade Robinson, it's at least 490 trillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from 3 unknown people than if it is a mixture resulting from Sade Robinson and 2 unknowns. So it is very strong support for exclusion.
Okay, exclusion, very strong support for exclusion. Let's go swabs from the interior of the third glove.
That is also a 3-person mixture, and both Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson are excluded from it.
Are you in any way able to find inclusion for Sade Robinson or Maxwell Anderson on any of the latex gloves?
No.
I'm going to move on to item BF. This has already been admitted as exhibit 480. Recognize the sticker of item BF being from this case?
I do.
All right, and that's that yellow sticker with the crime lab case number on it?
Yes.
All right. And what is this item?
It is a sweatshirt/jacket.
The large gray sweatshirt?
Yes.
Okay. What did you, what was this screened for?
It was screened for blood and also for other areas of DNA.
How many screened either swabs or cuttings did you analyze from this jacket?
In total, 19.
All right, let's start with the cutting from the stain on the bottom of the front waistband. Do you see that one?
Is that item BF2?
I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What'd you find?
It was a low-level partial mixture profile, and I determined that it was not suitable for comparison.
So there was DNA there, it just was, you couldn't do anything further with it?
That's correct.
How about the swabs from the zipper pull from that jacket?
That is a single-source female profile that is consistent with the standard from Sade Robinson. And the probability of randomly selecting that profile from a population of unrelated people is not more frequent than 1 in 1 quadrillion.
Single source female profile, so this one you're not doing the hypothetical analysis?
That's correct. This is a different type of calculation.
And it's consistent with Sade?
It is.
Let's move on to BF9, the cutting from the stain on the inside left bottom of that sweatshirt or jacket.
That is a 2-person mixture.
What did you find?
When compared with Maxwell Anderson, it's at least a quadrillion times to see that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
How about Sade?
It is at least 121 million times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture resulting from 2 unknown individuals than from Sade Robinson and an unknown person.
So where would those two fall on the inclusion-exclusion scale, if you will?
Maxwell Anderson falls in the very strong support for inclusion. Sade Robinson falls in very strong support for exclusion.
Move on to BF10, the cutting from stain on the left side chest pocket.
That is a 2-person mixture also.
What is the result?
Compared with Maxwell Anderson, it's at least a quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
And Sade?
Her statistic falls into the uninformative range again.
And what range does Mr. Anderson's fall into?
Very strong support for inclusion.
Inclusion, okay. Cutting from the inside left cuff of that jacket or sweatshirt.
Also a 2-person mixture.
What'd you find?
When compared with Maxwell Anderson, it's at least a quadrillion times more likely to observe that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
Where does that fall?
Very strong support for inclusion.
How about Sade?
She's excluded.
Cutting from, actually, I'm going to move on to the bottom of page 19. There are cuttings from numerous locations reveal single source male profile, correct?
Yes, or partial profiles.
Partial, I'm sorry. And what are those locations?
Those are the right side chest pocket, the inside right bottom, the inside back waistband, the inside right cuff, the inside back neck.
And whose profile were those consistent with?
They were consistent with Maxwell Anderson.
Next page, BF12, the cutting from a stain on the outer right arm.
Was a low-level partial profile not suitable for comparison.
So again, DNA there, you just couldn't do anything more with it.
Right.
Okay.
That is a single-source male profile consistent with the profile for Maxwell Anderson.
And lastly, the cutting from the stain on the left inside hood of the sweatshirt and jacket.
That is a 2-person mixture with at least 1 male.
With at least 1 male?
Yes.
And did you compare that 2-person mixture to Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
I did.
What did you find?
For the comparison with Maxwell Anderson, it is at least a quadrillion times more likely to see that profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Maxwell Anderson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
And where does that fall in the inclusion range for both of them?
Well, that was for Maxwell Anderson, and that's
Oh,
very
I'm
strong support for inclusion.
And how about Sade's?
Is at least a quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of DNA from Sade Robinson and an unknown person than from 2 unknown individuals.
And where do both of those fall for Maxwell Anderson and for Sade Robinson on?
Each of them are very strong support for inclusion.
All right, I'm going to hold up exhibit 4 80 again. The zipper pull, what was that one?
That was
Take time.
BF8 and was a single source female profile.
Whose?
It was consistent with Sade Robinson.
And inside the left side of the hood,
It was a mixture profile.
and the result being
That each, Maxwell Anderson was very strong support for inclusion, and Sade Robinson was very strong support for inclusion.
Nothing else.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So it sounds like you played a pretty pivotal role in this investigation because you did, sounds like you tested a variety of items, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember how many reports in total that you drafted? Or I mean, I guess that you did?
I believe I have 5.
5 in total.
Yes.
And so I just want to just to kind of, I just get some more background here. Sometimes items are actually coming to the lab, like a sweatshirt, and you're actually visually scanning and analyzing them, right?
Yes.
And I think you said that because you've done training and you kind of have an expertise in detecting bodily fluids from humans, right?
Yes, that's part of what I do.
And so you're able to tell the difference between like you can recognize if you see blood on the surface, right?
We have tests that detect blood, yes.
And are you able to detect it just on using your naked eye as well, right?
Well, we look for stains that appear that they could be blood, and then we have further tests that we can do.
I mean, obviously, if it's like red or like a dark brown, maybe you could think that it could possibly be blood.
Yes.
But you still do further testing because you need it to be precise.
Yes, we want to identify it if it's possible to do so.
And are you able to also identify whether it's sweat, urine, or saliva or other different fluids?
We have a presumptive test for saliva, which means it indicates that a body fluid could be saliva, but doesn't identify it. The other two, sweat and urine, we don't have tests for those.
Okay, but are you able to determine that using your naked eye, or do you actually have to perform tests to determine which type of DNA it is?
We would have to, for saliva, we have a test that we can run to see if that's what it could be.
Okay, and so I think we've covered, but there's all sorts of different types of DNA, correct?
I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, so there's different sources of DNA, correct?
Yes.
Like for example, blood, saliva, semen, and even skin cells, right?
Yes.
And and you use kind of your analysis to be able to determine, ideally whether someone's had contact with a specific surface, right?
Actually, no, that's not part of what my testing tells me. I can't tell you how DNA got onto an item.
But you're able to see whether someone's DNA is on an item, correct?
I can see whether or not they're consistent with it or can be possibly included. We don't identify.
Yeah, but you don't know how the DNA got there, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know when it got there, right?
That's correct.
And when you're doing your analysis, we heard you say the words like inclusion and exclusion, right?
Yes.
And when you're writing a report, there's different types of verbal qualifiers that you can use, right?
For the likelihood ratio for the mixtures, yes.
So for instance, you can say someone is very strong support for inclusion, right?
Yes, that's a qualifier we would use.
Or strong, and then below that is strong support, right?
Yes.
And moderate support for inclusion.
Yes, it depends on what the likelihood ratio, actually the value is.
And so the higher the likelihood ratio, the stronger support?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's, you said uninformative, right?
Yes.
And that means that you can't say it's included and you also can't say it's excluded, right?
It really has more to do with that the likelihood ratio is so low, it doesn't support either statement. And it was determined when we were doing validation of the software that we use There were some handful of profiles that we knew with likelihood ratios that were around 300 maybe, where we knew that person wasn't actually included and should not have been included. So we developed an informative range to avoid including or excluding somebody improperly.
Okay, and then you can also have moderate support for exclusion, right?
Yes,
And also strong support for exclusion and very strong support for exclusion.
yes.
And I suppose we already covered that, I'm sorry. And the DNA process is important, I guess, in criminal courts, right?
Yes, it has been for quite a long time.
Because it can suggest potentially that someone's been at a certain location if their DNA's been there.
Again, my testing doesn't tell me that, but it is used in criminal cases.
But DNA can be used to exclude suspects, right?
It can be used to exclude anybody, really. We compare different people.
And I think you talked a little bit about there's kind of different, I don't know what's the right word for it, but you said there's touch DNA, right?
Yes, touch DNA is kind of a term used when there's no body fluid associated with DNA and it's on an item that you would expect someone to touch or handle, like a pen or a gun or something like that.
And that's kind of an example of me like touching something directly like a pen, right?
Yes.
But also I could be, if I'm sweating, I can be leaving traces of my DNA through my sweat as well.
It would facilitate transfer of the cells, yes.
And there's also something called indirect transfer of DNA, right?
I think I know what you're referring to, yes.
And what am I referring to?
You're probably referring to secondary transfer.
And can you explain what like secondary transfer is?
Secondary transfer is when DNA gets on an item, not from the person it comes from. So if I were up here and got, say, some blood on my chair, and then the next person came up and sat on it and got my blood on their clothing, even though they've never had any contact with me, that would be secondary transfer. It's getting onto an object with an intervening object, I guess.
So for instance, if there's a doorknob and people are commonly using this doorknob, and then I use the doorknob, and then I go home and I'm using my kitchen knives. It's possible, right, that someone who has left their DNA in that doorknob could be found on the knife, right?
It would be possible. It would depend on how much of that DNA was on the doorknob, how much transferred to your hand, and how much was left by the time you touched your knife.
Okay, so if I have someone who sits on my couch, and then they leave and I throw my jacket on the couch, it's possible that their DNA could be found on the jacket.
Again, it would depend on, were they sitting on it with shorts on, or did they have pants on? How much DNA got on it from that person, and then how much would have gotten onto your jacket. So transfer of touch DNA, transfer of DNA can happen in a lot of different ways, and it's hard to quantify whether or not it would happen.
So, but it's possible, right? It
is possible.
And secondary transfer, I think as you referred to it, isn't some crazy phenomenon. It's well known and well accepted in forensic science, correct?
It is certainly something that's been the subject of numerous papers.
And at the crime lab, you have the technology to find even small amounts of DNA on an item, correct?
Yes.
So even trace amounts of biological material can provide a DNA profile, right?
Yes.
And that could potentially, it might not be your job, but it could potentially be used by law enforcement or the district's attorney's office to link a suspect to a crime scene.
It allows us to provide information to our submitting agencies.
And so I want to go to one of the exhibits. I got to just figure out which one it is. I believe it's your report number 15. It's the analysis of the door handle of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And what exhibit number is that?
That is from Report Exhibit 441 dated November 20th, 2024.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So in this report, and I'm gonna actually,
Sure.
permission to publish, Judge? We already moved it in.
Any objection? Go ahead.
All right, so. Well, it's gonna be kind of hard to see here. But. It has CA,
Yes.
and then you give it a start, right? CA1, CC1.
Yes.
And so when we look at the actual analysis, it's labeled as, like, so item CA is listed as CA1 when you're actually doing the analysis, right?
Yes, it's a cutting taken from CA, and for tracking purposes through our laboratory system, once something is separated from its parent item, it gets its own designation, so we can see where it goes in the laboratory and who has contact with it.
Yeah, so if the jury wants to look and understand what sample is connected with which, I guess, conclusion or probability conclusion, they can look at the sample CA, and then look at sample CA1 and see what the ultimate conclusion is, right?
Yes.
And on this, so CA1 was the driver's side door handle, correct?
Swabs from the exterior driver door handle, yes.
Okay, and that was, do you know what the vehicle was?
Not off the top of my head, no.
And you were able to determine that there was human DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that there was male DNA, correct?
There was a small amount of male DNA, so what present limited means is that the amount of male DNA there is low, and it's below what we would expect to see a profile from.
Okay. And you ultimately concluded that there was male DNA on there, but it wasn't Maxwell Anderson, correct? You said he's excluded.
Well, the profile that is on there that came up is a partial single source female profile. So given that the male DNA just doesn't really show up in this profile at all. Okay. So he is excluded from the female profile, yes.
Okay. But you did find Sade Robinson's DNA on there.
I found a profile consistent with her.
Okay. And so there was DNA that you were able to gather from that door handle, and we know Sade's DNA, you conclude that there's a probability that her DNA is on there.
I conclude that it's consistent with her, yes, it could be her.
And you made, and your exact words in here, for Maxwell S. Anderson is excluded. Those were your words, right?
Yes, he is excluded from that female profile.
Okay. So you can't conclude that his DNA was ever found on the door handle by you?
I cannot.
Neither on the trunk latch either?
There wasn't, I don't remember, the trunk latch didn't go past our quantitation step, which is to see how much DNA is present. There wasn't enough.
Okay. I'm going to just give you back 441.
Thank you.
All right, I want to move on to Exhibit 440. You have that in front of you still?
Yes, I do.
And that is a variety of items that you tested that were found in Max Anderson's home, correct?
Yes, there are some items in here from his home, and there are others as well.
Okay, yes. And you tested a lot of different items, correct?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how many there are in total, probably like 50. I don't know if you know off the top of your head, there's quite.
I don't actually.
I mean, if you could just take a minute and count how many items you tested.
From his home or all together on this list?
You can do it all together on that list.
Oh, certainly.
There's a total of 33 items on the list that were tested, and some of them had sub-designated items within them, such as the latex gloves.
What was the
Okay.
number? I'm sorry.
Did I say 36?
I don't know, I didn't hear.
I don't remember.
What was the question? I didn't even hear it.
I didn't hear her answer as to what the number was.
What's the number? It was 33. Oh, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And some, like I said, some of them had more than one item in them, and so those have sub-designated items as well.
Okay, so we have exhibit 440 on the screen, okay? So it just might be a little easier to see rather than me using that contraption over there. Can everyone in the jury see this screen? No. All right, you can see the screen. You can't read it. Yeah, maybe that might be helpful. Okay, and what I was talking about before is all.
Normally, it has to just go up to your table so that your client can see it as well.
And so what I was talking about earlier, just so they can see, the jury can see another format. All right, so swabs that were taken from the mid stairs to the west wall are going to have item D, right?
Yes.
And then the sub designation.
Yes.
Is where they can find it if you're just paging through the pack, right?
Right, it's what was ultimately subjected to DNA testing.
Attorney Finley, do you want to use a microphone?
Yeah, well, yeah. And I want, and just scroll back so they can see some. And sometimes if you take multiple swabs from an item, there's going to be Q1, Q2, Q3, right?
Yes, there's a lot of items had multiple samples taken. Some were swabs, some were cuttings from those items, and those would have been processed separately.
Yeah, and then you sometimes can draw a conclusion for each different sample, whether someone's included, excluded, or what have you, right?
If they went through the entire process and were suitable for comparison, yes.
So we can see these are all the items that this is just one page of all the items you tested. A majority of these look like they're from Max Anderson's home, correct?
Yes, a lot of them are. Not all of them, however.
So item D, mid-stairs of west wall, swabs, correct?
Yes.
Item E, swabs from upper stairs and east wall.
Yes.
Item F, that's that plaid jacket, correct? That I think that we pulled out and you got to see, right?
Yes.
And then we have swabs from the north wall of the foyer, right?
Yes.
Swabs from the pillow in the bed.
Just the pillow itself, and then samples were taken from that.
And then also the pillowcase.
Yes.
And the duvet cover, correct?
Yes.
Even the caulk line of the bathtub, right?
Yes.
and then the wall above the towel rack, correct?
Yes,
The bathtub faucet,
yes,
knobs on the bathtub,
yes,
fitted sheets from the bed,
yes,
the wall below the handrail,
yes,
below the handrail, it looks like,
yes,
and then the east wall, knives from the kitchen, right?
and one knife, yes,
It was just one knife, okay, I'm
Yes.
sorry. And then obviously the DNA sample from Mr. Anderson, right?
yes.
And then you even did hair pluckings from the proximal bone, right?
Yes, these were other items that were submitted.
And there was a blonde hair found on one of those proximal bone, correct?
There were hairs on, those were both hairs, AS1 and AS2. I didn't examine them, another analyst did.
But you know the conclusion was that Max Anderson was excluded, correct?
I'm going to object for hearsay, move to strike.
Any response?
It's in her report.
State?
The report's admitted and
That's fine, but okay, fine.
Withdraw the objection?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Maxwell Anderson was excluded on both of those hairs.
okay. And Sade Robinson was included, right?
Yes, both of those are single source female profiles that are consistent with Sade Robinson.
Okay. And then latex gloves, you tested a variety of those, correct?
Yes,
There was a rock that it looked like they had blood on it, but you didn't examine that?
right. Again, I had another analyst looked at that and she did not examine the rock, just the gloves.
Is there any reason why she didn't examine the rock?
Objection, speculation.
If you have to speculate, do you know the answer to that? Or do you have to speculate to answer that?
Yeah, probably.
All right, then I do object.
Okay, then at this point, I will sustain the objection. Next question, please.
And then this blanket, BE, do you remember the blanket?
Yes, again, I did not examine that, but it was submitted and examined by another analyst.
And you concluded the findings in your report, right?
Right, because I did the DNA analysis of the data and the comparisons.
Okay, and do you recall what that blanket looked like? Did you ever see it?
I saw a photo of it.
And what did it look like?
It had a picture of Sade Robinson on it.
Okay, and then the sweatshirt jacket, BF, we saw that, correct?
Yes,
That's that gray jacket, whatever you want on.
Yes.
Whatever, dark colored jacket. And then there's multiple hairs that are located in the sweatshirt jacket, right?
yes,
And then BI is swabs from a knife handle, right?
yes,
BJ swabs from a knife blade.
yes.
And are these a pocket knife?
I don't know for sure because we got the swabs in.
Okay. But swabs from top of a lighter, side of a lighter, right?
Yes,
Side of a keychain light, right?
yes,
And then multiple swabs, 3 different swabs from boxes of matches, right?
yes,
And and your lab gets the actual, so those are just swabs. Someone else takes these swabs, sends them to the lab, right?
yes. Those came in as swabs from those items.
Okay, now I want to just move down to screening. So screening, and you said blood was identified on different items, right?
Yes,
Those latex gloves that I think you described as blood stains, right?
yes,
Fitted sheets, pillowcase from bed, blood, right?
yes,
Presumptive testing for blood was positive on these 3 items, right?
yes. So blood was not confirmed as being there, but the presumptive test indicated it could be blood.
Okay, and now I want to focus on this blood was not detected on, okay? And now can you scroll down the page? So the bathtub area, I think we talked about that up there. There's no blood at all found on any of the swabs of the bathroom.
It was, yes, it was not detected on those swabs.
This plaid jacket that we held up, no blood on there.
No blood, the tests were negative.
Okay. And the knife handle and knife blade that was swabbed, there's no blood on it, right?
That's correct.
These 13 stains on this is the dark sweatshirt, correct?
Yes,
You took 13 different samples from that sweatshirt.
well, 13 different stains were tested for the possible presence of blood.
And absolutely none of them had blood on them?
They were negative.
The blanket that you said had Sade's face on it, correct?
Yes.
No blood on that either?
No.
And you ran the test, there's no blood?
Another analyst ran the test, but yes, her results showed that they were negative.
Okay. And so I want to talk about the analysis that was done on those gloves. So you said that, I want to go back to the uninformative one. I think this is going to be page, sorry. It's going to be, I think it starts on page 15. It says swab some blood stain of first latex glove and third glove. Both Maxwell Anderson and Sade are excluded, right?
Item AT2A?
AT1A, AT1B, AT1C. That's AT1D, right?
Yes.
So 3-person mixture, at least one of them is male, right?
Yes.
And you said Max Anderson is very strong support for exclusion, right?
Yes, he is.
5.60 times 10 to the negative 7.
Yes, so it's at least 1 million times more likely to see that profile if he's not included as a contributor than if he is.
So 1 in a million, right?
Well, that's the likelihood ratio. It's not an odds. It's just, that's what the ratio, the probabilities are between the two statements.
Okay. And then Sade Robinson, 3.22 times 10 to the negative 3rd.
Yes.
What's that statistical value?
I would have to do a calculation because it's the reciprocal.
Okay,
So
and
it's less than 1,000.
okay, so less than 1,000 versus less than 1 million.
Yes.
Okay, there's a big difference in those calculations, right?
Right. The uninformative range goes from 1 to 1,000 for inclusion and 1 to 1,000 towards exclusion, and that's where the cutoff is.
Okay. And so if we could just go to page 18. If we're looking on page 18, or actually look at page 19, BF 16.
Yes.
Cutting from inside left cuff of sweatshirt jacket, BF 16. That again is that dark colored sweatshirt, right?
Yes.
You analyzed that and you said Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
She is.
Your words below that, the excluded, all caps, right?
Yes.
It says it is not possible for this observed DNA profile to result.
From Sade Robinson and an unknown person. Yes.
So 0% chance that she's a possible contributor.
There is the likelihood ratio is 0, so it is an exclusion.
Okay. Okay, and I want to go to page 20. It's just interesting. It says, please submit appropriate biological standards from any individuals thought to be involved for further DNA interpretations to be made. You see that?
Yes.
Did you receive any other biological standards from any other individuals other than Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson?
I did receive one from Sheena Scarborough, but it was not used for comparison for these items, simply with the toothbrush.
Did you receive any standards from any other males?
No.
Only Max Anderson, right?
Yes.
All right, so I want to go through some of these conclusions that you have in your report, okay?
All right.
And if we can start with well, let me just try to find the right one. So blood stains from this pillow, item P2. You see that? It's on page 6. I don't know if that's up.
Yes.
And and then it goes on to page 7. It says 2-person mixture, at least 1 male, right?
Yes.
And then on page 7, Maxwell Anderson is included, right?
Yes, he is very strong support for inclusion.
And Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
She is.
And then bloodstain from pillow, P3, right?
Yes.
Maxwell Anderson's uninformative, Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
Yes.
And then moving on, stains from pillowcase from bed, Sade Robinson excluded, right?
Are you talking about Q1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Yes, she is excluded from all of those.
Okay, and then stains from sheets on bed, R1, R7, R8, and R10. Those, you see those?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
She is.
Then stains from sheets on bed, R5, R6, R9. We
Yes.
see Maxwell Anderson,
Yes, it's partial single source male profiles that are consistent with him.
and Sade Robinson is what? Excluded?
She is excluded.
All right, and then stains from sheet on bed, R2.
She's excluded.
She's excluded as well, and we see 0% chance, right?
It's just the likelihood ratio is 0, therefore she is excluded.
Okay, impossible to be a contributor, right?
Yes.
And then stains from sheets on bed are 4, uninformative, right?
Yes.
Not included.
Again, I can't make any inclusionary or exclusionary statements because the likelihood ratio falls into our uninformative range.
Just like her DNA found on that glove, right?
Yes.
And then from the pillowcases, that's item T1, Sade Robinson excluded.
Yes.
T2, she's uninformative, right?
Yes.
Do,
The likelihood ratio is in the uninformative range.
okay. Okay, page excluded or informative. So go to your page 9. Duvet cover, item U1, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
She is, yes.
And then moving down to item U2. This is going to be on page 10 is where you can see the conclusions, right?
Yes, she is excluded there as well.
Maxwell Anderson's included. That comes no surprise because this duvet cover is found in his house, right?
Well, again, I don't know how it got there. I just did the comparisons.
Okay. Stain from duvet cover U3. Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
Yes.
Item U7. Sade Robinson excluded, right?
Yes.
And then item U8. Sade Robinson, moderate support for exclusion, right?
Yes.
And that statistic is at least 1,330 times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it is a mixture resulting from H2 than if it is a mixture resulting from H1.
Yes.
And then we can see U9, uninformative again, right?
Yes.
U10 is an so U9, let me clarify, that's a stain from the duvet cover, correct?
Yes.
And uninformative.
It's Sade Robinson's likelihood ratio is in the uninformative range.
Okay, a stain from duvet cover, that is going to be U10, just below that, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, right?
For U10, the comparison to Sade Robinson is strong support for exclusion. So it's at least 19,000 times more likely to observe that DNA profile if it's a mixture of 3 unknown people, then from Sade Robinson, and 2 unknown people.
All right. Stains from duvet cover item U11. Sade Robinson is uninformative, correct?
The comparison to her standard falls into the uninformative range for the likelihood ratio.
Stains from duvet cover item U12. Sade Robinson is excluded.
She is.
And then we have stains from duvet cover items U4, U5, U6, U13, and U14, right?
Yes.
And you say it's not suitable for comparison due to limited amount of DNA, right?
Yes, the profiles had a limited amount of information, so can't be used for comparison.
All right. And then swab some bathtub faucet, that's AD1.
Yes.
It's a 3-person mixture, at least one's male, right?
Yes.
Then moving on to page 13, Maxwell Anderson, very strong support for inclusion, right?
Yes, that's where his likelihood ratio falls.
And for Sade Robinson, it says very strong support for exclusion, correct?
Yes, her likelihood ratio falls into the very strong support for exclusion.
Swab some north knob of bathtub, that's item AE1, correct?
Yes.
Consistent with profiles for Maxwell Anderson, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
Yes, she is.
Then swab some south knob of bathtub. Sade Robinson is very strong support for exclusion.
Yes, that's her likelihood ratio.
And then we have stain from fitted sheet, AH2. Conclusion for Sade Robinson is that she is excluded, correct?
Yes.
And then stain from fitted sheet, AA is AH5. She's also excluded, correct?
Yes, she is.
And then stain from fitted sheet, AH6. Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
Yes.
And then stain from fitted sheet, item AH7. Sade Robinson is excluded.
Yes.
Stains from fitted sheet, AH3, AH4, and AH8. Sade Robinson is excluded, correct?
Yes.
And then we have swabs from knife blade. So that's the actual blade of the knife, right?
Yes, there were swabs taken from that.
And they didn't just swab the blade, they swabbed the blade handle, right?
Yes, the person who did the screening swabbed them separately.
And that's important because people typically hold knives with the blade. Well, I mean, with the handle, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And it was consistent with Maxwell Anderson, right?
Yes, but the profiles on both of those were consistent with him.
But Sade Robinson was excluded.
She was.
She's excluded from the knife blade and excluded from the knife handle, correct?
Yes.
And then the hair root from the proximal bone, I think I mentioned that earlier, right?
Yes.
And Maxwell Anderson is excluded, so he's not included in that whatsoever.
That's correct.
And then hair root from proximal bone, AS2A. Sade Robinson is included, but Maxwell Anderson is excluded.
Yes, it's consistent with her profile, and Maxwell Anderson is excluded.
And then so that hair root was found on that well, I mean, it came to you in a lab. With the hair root came and it was found on a proximal bone, correct?
Yes, I would have to consult my notes to look at the packaging to see exactly how it came in, because again, I didn't look at that one.
Okay, but we know it's not Mr. Anderson's hair, right?
He is excluded from the DNA on that, yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to page 18. Swabs from zipper pull of sweatshirt jacket, item BF8, right?
Yes.
Sade Robinson's included, right?
Yes, the profile on that is consistent with Sade Robinson.
But you don't know how her DNA got there, right?
I do not.
It could have been direct transfer.
It could have been.
It could have been secondary transfer, right?
It could have been any number of ways to get there. I can't tell.
And you don't know when it got there.
I do not.
And it's not blood, right?
I don't believe it was tested for any body fluids. It was just swabbed.
Okay. Maxwell Anderson is excluded, correct?
Yes.
And then cutting from stain on inside left bottom of sweatshirt jacket, item BF9, says Maxwell Anderson's included, right?
Yes, there's very strong support for inclusion for Maxwell Anderson.
But Sade Robinson is very strong support for exclusion, correct?
Yes.
121 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it's a mixture from someone else, right?
If it's a mixture of someone who's not Sade Robinson, yes, where she's not a contributor.
Okay, and again, you didn't receive any different DNA samples from any other different males, right?
That's correct.
And moving down, cutting from stain on left side of chest pocket, BF10. It says Maxwell Anderson's included, and Sade Robinson is uninformative, correct?
Her likelihood ratio falls into the uninformative range, so no statements can be made.
All right, and then cutting from inside left cuff of sweatshirt jacket. So that's like this interior cuff, correct?
Yes.
And that there's Ms. Robinson is also excluded from there, correct?
She is.
And then we have a left inside hood sweatshirt jacket, a stain from inside there. That's BF19.
Yes.
And then both Mr. Anderson and Ms. Robinson are both very strong support for inclusion, correct?
Each of their likelihood ratios, yes, fall into the very strong support for inclusion.
Okay, and again, we don't know how Ms. Robinson's DNA would have gotten there, right?
I don't know how the DNA got there, no.
And you don't know when it got there, correct?
That's correct.
And so that finding someone's DNA or this likelihood ratio, is that consistent with someone just possibly wearing someone else's hoodie?
DNA can be transferred that way. Again, I don't know because all I know is what the DNA shows.
So if you know, say my partner wears my hoodie or something, it's possible that her DNA could be found on my hoodie because she put it on, right?
I'm going to object for speculation, and we've already covered this.
I believe we have gone down this path already. I'll sustain the objection. Next question, please.
And just briefly here, all the knives that you tested, Ms. Robinson's blood was not, her blood was not found on any of those, correct?
There was only one knife that was tested. And no, there was, there was no blood detected on it, and she is excluded from it.
Okay, and everything that was tested was sent to you by probably law enforcement, correct?
I believe so.
And law enforcement has the ability to send you any items that they deem relevant for an investigation, right?
Not always. We have guidelines on what can be submitted and what cannot be submitted. And so we don't take everything that law enforcement wants to give us necessarily. It depends.
Okay, but if law enforcement sent you an item to test and they thought it was very important for their investigation, you would test it unless it was one of these items that you just can't test.
Yes, if someone wants to submit an item and it wouldn't fall within our guidelines, but they called about it, we would certainly have a discussion with them.
Okay, and there's multiple lab analysts who work at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, right?
Yes.
So because you can only test so many items, right? You only have so much time.
Well, yes, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you're getting at, I
Well,
guess.
there's multiple other analysts that can test items. If the police send you a large variety of items, you're not the only one who needs to do the testing, right?
No, typically, it'll only be a few people, but it depends on the case and the size of the case. In this case, there were so many items There was another analyst who was helping me out with screening and some extractions as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else.
State.
So there was male DNA on the swab from the driver's door handle?
There was a limited amount, so it would have been a very, very small amount.
So you couldn't do further testing, but there was male DNA there?
If you would let me look at my
Sure.
quantitation, thank you. The amount of male DNA on that item falls below our thresholds for both the autosomal testing that was done and for YSTR testing. So there is nothing that could have been done with it.
So beyond learning that there was male DNA there was nothing else you could do with that?
That's correct.
You couldn't compare it to Maxwell Anderson's?
That's correct. The only profile I had was the female profile.
And when we're, for example, Exhibit 440, I think I need the control back. All right, 440 here, the single source, I think it's over there too. Right here, this single source female profile from the zipper pull of that gray sweatshirt is consistent with the profile from Sade Robinson. And Maxwell Anderson, he's excluded, well, but it's a female profile, right?
Yes.
So that's not surprising, right?
Right, and he is excluded.
Okay. Nothing else.
Defense?
No.
Thank you. Okay, it's 4:33. I think we've had enough. Right. Okay, we're going to end for today. We're going to come back tomorrow morning. We'll start up tomorrow morning. Celeste, what time? 8:30 tomorrow morning. So talk with the bailiffs about that. Remember the admonitions, right? No research, no investigation, no blogging, no texting. Don't talk about it on your way out. You can all probably recite this out loud with me by this point, right? Have a lovely evening. Feel free to bring coffee, water, or soda back with you. Leave your notebooks on your chairs, and we'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow.